And welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I'm your host, Lutch, aka TheIndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you. And let's party. Welcome to debate night. It is debate night. I'm excited. Shout out to Horseradish. That is where we will be debating from. Starting at 9 p.m. What time is it now? About 8:30. So we've got some time. I just want to hop on a little bit earlier, make sure that, I've got my my opening statement good and all of that stuff, and see what is good. Who we got in the building? Shout out to HR Dev Poet. Welcome to the party. And we got Warehouse Junkie. Very good to see you guys. Welcome. I hope you are as excited for this as I am. So remember, because Horseradish does this through Discord, what I'll have to do is bounce out, so you'll completely like that, and then I'll have to come back in, and I will not have I'll not be able to use my camera here, and so you'll only be able to see me through Discord. And so we did a pretty good job, like in general, like let's say I'm this small, and the rest of the screen is filled with people, I can come up like maybe this big or something in a little bit different way. So still playing around with it. I think I'm going to try and do a little bit more talking to you guys through the chat. Maybe that'll be a little bit easier. But we're still working on it, still working on all the goodies. So a shout out to Dylan too. Welcome. Very good to see ya. So the first thing we gotta do is make sure, let's make sure we're not late. 8:37. Okay. So we got a good 25-ish minutes. Get that nice and sized all big. So the debate is that the Second Amendment is meaningless if it cannot be used to defend against a tyrannical government, right? Let me make sure word for word I have that correct. The Second Amendment is meaningless if it cannot be used to defend against a tyrannical government. And of course, I am on the yes. So let's see what we got. So I just want to go through this. It's a 10-minute opening statement. So I just want to go through this and see what we got. And then we'll do it with the timing. Let me know what you guys think. This is the time to be like, oh, you should say this instead of that, this instead of that. Let me know. Hold on. Or whether or not. Okay, already making changes. Okay, so here we go. Ready? Let's go. So the resolution before us is not whether violence is good or if guns are dangerous or whether or not modern society is different from the 18th century. The resolution is narrow and precise, whether the Second Amendment is meaningless if it cannot be used to defend against a tyrannical government. My position is yes. If that function is removed, the amendment becomes meaningless in substance, even if the words would still be a complete sentence. We have to begin with the text itself because the Constitution is not a collection of vague sentiments. It's a legal document written with intent, structure, and hierarchy. Second Amendment reads, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. I'm not going to do that when we're live. I'm just playing around now. The first clause is not decorative. It is not a preface for hunting, recreation, or sport. It's an explanatory clause. Explanatory clause that tells us why the rights exist. The reason is explicit: the security of a free state, not personal enjoyment, not public safety policy, not even basic crime control. The security of a free state. Shout out to Rob Red Dude over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Just going over my opening statement before the debate begins. Welcome. So yes, not even basic crime control, the security of a free state. A free state is not threatened by deer, even if every car on a Jersey highway definitely is, nor is it threatened by burglars and gangbangers. It is threatened by concentrations of power, especially centralized military and political authority. That is the exact concern that defined the founding generation and why they put it in the Bill of Rights. 2A was ratified less than a decade after the Revolutionary War, a revolution that was illegal, violent, and was directed against the lawful government of the time. The very people who wrote this amendment had themselves taken up arms against what they believed was tyranny. Importantly, the militias referenced in the amendment were not state-controlled standing armies. They were composed of people. Themselves. Let's capitalize themselves. Themselves. Cells with an S. Welcome. All right. So let's see. And importantly, the militias mentioned in the amendment were not state-controlled standing armies. They were comprised of the people themselves, armed in their private capacity. That distinction mattered deeply to the founders. Standing armies were seen as instruments of oppression. Citizen militias were seen as a counterweight. James Madison made this explicit in the Federalist Papers, where he described an armed populace as a deterrent against federal overreach. The deterrent was not symbolic. It was practical. It rested on the understanding that the ultimate force did not belong exclusively to the state. This leads directly to the word meaningless, which I expect my opponent to focus on. He will likely argue that if the Second Amendment cannot be used against tyranny, it still has some meaning, perhaps hunting, sport, or self-defense as mentioned. But constitutional meaning is not about whether a right can be repurposed. It's about whether it can perform the function it was designed to serve. A broken fire extinguisher still exists, but it is meaningless as a fire extinguisher. A vote that never affects outcomes still exists. Let's put the comma there. Still exists, but it is meaningless as a democratic right. In the same way, a Second Amendment that cannot serve as a safeguard against tyranny still exists, but it is meaningless. The Second Amendment is also unique among constitutional rights because it's not merely a personal liberty. It exists to protect all other rights. Speech, assembly, due process, and political participation all depend on the assumption that there's a final check against state violence. If the state alone holds a monopoly on force, then every other right exists at its discretion. Some will argue that resistance must always be lawful, but that position collapses immediately under historical scrutiny. Tyranny always criminalizes resistance first. Every authoritarian regime in history has used legality to justify oppression. If the government gets to decide when a resistance is allowed against itself, the resistance would simply never be allowed. A right that can only be exercised when the government approves of it. Is not a right; it is a permission. My opponent hopefully won't bring up hunting. That was never even under threat until under threat by law in 1791. No other amendment exists to protect no other amendment exists to protect recreational activity, and hunting has nothing to do to secure a free state. Interpreting the amendment this way requires ignoring its text ignoring its text, its context, and its placement within the constitutional structure. Perhaps the argument is that in modern democracy, courts and elections make armed resistance obsolete. But those mechanisms are not self-enforcing. Courts enforce laws through the state. Elections are administered by institutions that can be captured. History shows repeatedly that democratic functions can exist alongside authoritarian substance. The Second Amendment was never meant to be the first line of defense. It was meant to be the last. Its value is not in its constant use, but its constant presence. Its primary function is deterrence. Power behaves differently when it knows there is a limit. Deterrence only works if the possibility of resistance is real. Period. A government that knows the right can never be exercised. a government that knows a right. A government that knows a right can never be exercised, has nothing to fear from it. There we go. A government that knows a right can never be exercised. Do we like that? Do we like that? I'm trying to say, like, if the government knows that, like, we have no way to keep them in check, then they have nothing to fear from it. Are we getting that from that? So again, deterrence only works if the possibility of resistance is real. A government that knows a right can never be exercised has nothing to fear from it. So from it. But a government that knows a right can never be exercised has, let's say, no reason to fear that right. So, take two. Deterrence only works if the possibility of resistance is real. A government that knows a right can never be exercised has no reason to fear that right. There we go. There we go. Let me be clear. None of this is an endorsement of violence. It is the opposite. The entire purpose of deterrence is to prevent violence by making tyranny less likely in the first place. Removing the possibility of resistance does not create peace. It creates asymmetry. So when we ask whether the Second Amendment is meaningless without the ability to resist tyranny, the answer depends on what we think meaning is. If meaning is symbolic comfort, then sure, I can see that you can reword the Second Amendment and find a syntactic sentence. Big L there, I guess. But if meaning is the capacity to fulfill the purpose explicitly stated in the text, the security of a free state, aka the substance of the question of this debate, the answer is quite obviously no. Without fighting tyranny, 2A is meaningless. A right that disappears when it is needed most is not a safeguard, it's a decoration. The American Revolution was not a footnote to the Second Amendment, it was the reason for it. The founders did not design this right for ideal conditions. They designed it because they lived through the institutional failure, centralized power, and political abuse. Just as the First Amendment isn't for speech we like, the Second Amendment, isn't only for that which is dictated by the state. To strip the amendment of that core function while still claiming it has meaning is to preserve the shell while emptying it of substance, and dare I say, its meaning. What do we think? What do we think? What do we think? Government is too big. Agreed. Every immigrant nullifies your vote. Yeah. Yep. Rob, I think we're going to be on the same side. Let me take out that chat here. Who we got? We got Costco Law School. Welcome. It's like 2A's cope because the rulers have decided to implement their agenda while letting us keep our guns. So we think we still have power. We let them trans kid and do nada. Well, I mean, I'm up here at least trying to talk about it. I don't know about you doing nothing, but you know, I'm doing something. Shout out to Bathy Crazy. Welcome. Very good to see you. It has nothing to do with hunting, but I have a feeling that's going to come up. And what time is it? Okay, we got a good 10 minutes, so let's run through this and make sure that we got this. So, all right, ready? And so we're cutting it close. Here we go. The resolution before us is not whether violence is good or if guns are dangerous or whether or not modern society is different from the 18th century. The resolution is narrow and precise. Whether the Second Amendment is meaningless if it cannot be used to defend against a tyrannical government. My position is yes. If that function is removed, the amendment becomes meaningless in substance, and the amendment becomes meaningless in substance, even if the words would still be a complete sentence. We have to begin with the text itself because the Constitution is not a collection of vague sentiments. It's a legal document written with intent, structure, and hierarchy. Second Amendment reads, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That first clause is not decorative. It is not a preference for hunting, recreation, or sport. It is an explanatory clause that I keep saying that. Explanatory clause that tells us why the right exists. The reason is explicit: the security of a free state. Not personal enjoyment, not public safety policy, not even basic crime control. The security of a free state. A free state is not threatened by deer, even if every car on a Jersey highway definitely is, nor is it threatened by burglars and gangbangers. It is threatened by concentrations of power, especially centralized military and political authority. That is the exact concern that defined the founding generation and why they put this in the Bill of Rights. 2A was ratified less than a decade after the Revolutionary War, a revolution that was illegal, violent, and was directed against a lawful government of the time. The very people who wrote this amendment had themselves taken up arms against what they believed was tyranny. And importantly, the militias referenced in the amendment were not state-controlled standing armies. They were comprised of the people themselves, armed in their private capacity. That distinction mattered deeply to the founders. Standing armies were seen as instruments of oppression. Citizen militias were seen as a counterweight. James Madison made this explicit in the Federalist Papers when he described an armed populace as a deterrent against federal overreach. This deterrent was not symbolic, it was practical. It rested on the understanding that the ultimate force did not belong exclusively to the state. This leads directly to the word meaningless, which I expect my opponent to focus on. He will likely argue that even if the Second Amendment cannot be used against tyranny, it still has some meaning, perhaps hunting, sport, or self-defense, as mentioned. But constitutional meaning is not about whether a right can be repurposed. It is about whether it can perform the function it was designed to serve. A broken fire extinguisher still exists, but it is meaningless as a fire extinguisher. A vote that never affects outcomes still exists, but is meaningless as a democratic right. In the same way, a Second Amendment that cannot serve as a safeguard against tyranny still exists, but it is meaningless. The Second Amendment is also unique among constitutional rights because not merely a personal liberty, it exists to protect all other rights. Speech, assembly, due process, and political participation all depend on the assumption that there is a final check against state violence. If the state alone holds a monopoly on force, then every other right exists at its discretion. Some argue that resistance must always be lawful, but that position collapses immediately under historical scrutiny. Tyranny always criminalizes resistance first. Every authoritarian regime in history has used legality to justify oppression. If the government gets to decide when resistance is allowed against itself, then resistance would simply never be allowed. A right that can only be exercised when the government approves of it is not a right, it's a permission. My opponent hopefully won't bring up hunting. That was never even under threat by law until 1791. No other amendment exists to protect recreational activity, and hunting has nothing to do hunting does nothing. Come on. To secure a free state. Interpreting the amendment this way requires ignoring its text, its context, and its placement within the constitutional structure. Perhaps the argument is that modern democracy, courts, and elections make armed resistance obsolete. But those mechanisms are not self-enforcing. Courts enforce laws through the state. Elections are administered by institutions that can be captured. History shows repeatedly that democratic functions can exist alongside authoritarian substance. The Second Amendment was never meant to be the first line of defense. It was meant to be the last. Its value is not in its constant use, but its constant presence. Its primary function is deterrence. Power behaves differently when it knows there is a limit. Deterrence only works if the possibility of a resistance is real. A government that knows a right can never be exercised has no reason to fear that right. Bingo. That's better. Let me be clear. None of this is an endorsement of violence. It is the opposite. The entire purpose of deterrence is to prevent violence by making tyranny less likely in the first place. Removing the possibility of resistance does not create peace. It creates asymmetry. Where we go? So when we ask whether the Second Amendment is meaningless without the ability to resist tyranny, the answer depends on what we think meaning is. If meaning is a symbolic comfort, then sure, I can see that you can reword 2A and still find a syntactical sentence. Big L there for me, I guess. But if meaning is the capacity to fulfill the purpose explicitly stated in the text, the security of a free state, aka the substance of the question of this debate, then the answer is quite obviously no. Without fighting tyranny, 2A is meaningless. A right that disappears when it is needed most is not a safeguard, it's a decoration. The American Revolution was not a footnote to the Second Amendment. It was the reason for it, for its creation. The founders did not design this right for ideal conditions. They designed it because they had lived through the institutional failure, centralized power, and political abuse. Just as the First Amendment isn't for speech isn't just for speech we like, the Second isn't only for that which is dictated by the state. To strip the amendment of that core function while claiming it still has a meaning is to preserve the shell while emptying it of substance, and dare I say, its meaning. There we go, baby. There we go. With plenty of time. There we go. Who else we got? We got Box in the building. Welcome. Very good to see ya. Shout out. Who else? We got Crow Ralston. Welcome. No, I don't, but seems like my opponent will. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody. What is good? All right, Hunter, you gotta chill out. I can't be watching the chat that closely, so we're just gonna get rid of you. Yeah, bye. No? Whatever. Okay. So that's good. That we had plenty of time, so I can, kind of do what we're doing. And then I do not need that. Okay, so here is when I need to bounce out, and I will come back. I will not be able to see, or I won't be able to talk to you guys directly unless I go through and mute everything. So remember, we have our stream goal. Every donation comes with a treat for Morty. If we get him 15, he gets a special treat. And remember, guys, if you do enjoy these kinds of streams, then it's a lot easier for me to remind you guys about Morty and all that stuff when I'm doing my own thing. So don't incentivize me to not want to do these things. I will be right back. Let's win a debate. Oh, wrong one. BRB. All right. And
well, I am now live with you. No, I think I fucked up, didn't I? Oh, I totally fucked up. Yep.
So if you guys hear that sound, you can also see the little sound here. That means that I'm talking to you guys. If I do this, that means I'm talking to you guys. Even if you hear that little noise, and again, you can see the little symbol here.
How is everybody?
That's the best we could do because I can't turn my camera on while we're in Discord.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Y'all don't. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But I'll turn it off. I had that up because I was listening to music. My taste. Stop that. There we go.
Can you guys hear everything?
Had a couple of changes. First of all, welcome back, Gorps. How was your trip?
Can you hear me? Can you hear them? Please let me know. Thank you.
It was very nice. It was fun to get out of this shithole of a country for a while.
Where'd you go?
New Zealand.
Oh, nice. Noise.
As far away as you could get. Pretty much.
Technically, Western Australia is as far as you could get, but New Zealand's not far from there. So
okay, as far away as you could get, and it still be pretty. How about that?
Facts. That's facts.
Right. So I'm doing a little bit of last minute stuff I thought I had done, but apparently, as y'all saw, I copy pasted something else like an idiot before, and then the whole thing shit the bed. So now I have to come up with my title all over again, which is just streamer problems, right?
Yeah,
Madagascar is the farthest from the US.
The magic's already gone.
Struggle streaming.
Right.
You're trying to capture lightning in a bottle now.
Yep. I'm behind the 8 ball, chasing. 1v1 debates. So I also have to tell everybody that there's been some changes, like I said, because as always, we had people flake out on us. And
please
so
pay attention
that
to the inserts included in tonight's program.
Those bitches.
It happens. It is what it is. Like, I don't get mad at anybody because at the end of the day, it's like you're all here helping and hanging out with me. I'm fucking excited. I am stoked and honored that every single one of y'all shows up and participates in this. But on the same token, when 2 hours before we go live, you tell me that something came up, appreciate you. But no, Circa's already, appreciate you, Lonzo. Circa already stepped up to the plate. And I feel bad because he's getting like 2 hours of prep time here. But on the same token,
I, for one, would never flake out last minute.
He stood me up 2 weeks in a row. So I feel like this is just punishment.
It's so common in this. I mean, we all make our own schedules and everything, and so people are just flaky, just flaky, flaky.
Herding cats. That's herding cats. That's what we do. So, anyways, that said,
shout out to Guam Tech. Thank you so very, very much for liking and sharing. Of course, guys, that stuff is free, is easy, and helps out so very, very much. Welcome.
I forgot. I'm so used to seeing you next to me and you being a judge, man.
Who's Circa debating?
Circa is
everyone.
Debating K. Yeah, everyone. Not till the after party, though.
True.
Yes.
You're just like an American forgetting about the chief, bro. Just throwing him to the side, huh?
Oh, wow. Fuck you. Yeah, you got me. That's me. We will have a whole lesson on bigotry later. Don't worry. Yeah.
We're going to learn how to get better with bigotry?
Educational way, okay? I was using it educationally.
I see. I appreciate that. What'd you say, Jesus?
Screenshots are out of. Oh, sorry.
We're getting lessons in bigotry.
Yeah, you said lessons in bigotry. I always wanted to be better at bigotry.
Good. Well, you found the right place.
Remember, kids, study your history so you could be racist in more effective ways.
Wow. Well said. Somebody clip that.
I have something to show you guys.
Is it TOS?
Look at my camera.
It's Catler.
No, it's not Catler. It's Catler's sister.
Oh.
This one doesn't have a mustache.
Yeah, that does. No, it kind of does. And that is a very suspicious marking on that nose. Welcome in, Mr. Cypher. Holy shit. Everybody is here all on time. That's a dog, right, Lutch?
That's a dog. Yep. A dirty dog.
We're going to have a dog v cat match tonight.
He's still learning his animals.
No, he just blends in.
What does the dog say? Anyway. So, Cypher, you are the only one who I think has never been here before. If you would say a few things for me, just so I can get your sounds sounding good.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Wonderful.
2,
Holy shit! Thank you very much, sir. All right.
Is mine?
Did I come clear for everybody? Sorry.
Yeah, no, you sound magnificent.
Reddish, are you live yet?
I am live yet.
Did you send me a collaboration?
Not yet, and that's what I was just fixing to do.
Chop.
Yep. I know. Like I said, now I'm the one who's late. So Cypher, do you stream? Cannot be captured as a single browser source. Please use stream together. Okay, yeah, eat a dick. You do not stream at all
anymore. Nope.
Okay, interesting. We'll have a whole discussion about that later. So you are Gorps. Is anybody else? Circa? I'm sure Circa is going to go live if he's not already. So I will get him one. Gorps, send invite.
I'm not on Twitch tonight. I'm actually I bounce between Twitch and X because I don't get any play on either one. So I'm like, oh, maybe we'll catch something here. Maybe we'll catch something there.
So anytime you're with me, if you go live on Twitch and you do the stream together, you get the credit for all of our viewers combined. So a lot of times we'll be in the 50s once we've got like 3 or 4 of us. So, I mean, and it's worth it. So for what it's worth. Plus, it's cool because you'll also get to see the chat and everything else. Like you get credit on Twitch, and it's a good way to get the ball rolling. Are you streaming under just chatting tonight, Gorps?
Yes.
Cool. I'm under politics. And Circa is not streaming yet, but I'm sure he still will. Send him the invite so when he gets in. And you should have the invite sent, Corpse.
Is my typing coming through?
Is your typing coming through what?
The mic. I'm typing right now. Yes, no?
Yes, it is. Thank you for asking. Who was it? I think it's Hammer who was sitting there playing a very angry game of League of Legends once on their stream. So
today's meaningless. It can be used to
do well on everything but TikTok. Yeah, well, that's because you're a Republican, Lonzo.
Yeah, fucking
It's
Hammer's
meaningless.
just gonna be there. Just oh yeah, this is why women shouldn't have right. Oh, God damn it, Ari! I told you to stay in bottom lane. Fucking repeal the 19th.
Oh, all right, landscapers, hit the poll of whether you agree with me.
Is he having a fit? Is he having a conniption?
Or with anybody else?
And then I realized what you were saying. All right, start sharing chat. There we go.
It's a debate.
All right, good.
Well,
shit.
oh wait, I forgot about that.
And
Wait,
then,
wait.
Like I said, hopefully
It's a debate. We're just getting started.
Hopefully,
started.
Circa will
have only like female neighbors. Oh fuck.
I saw this
good stuff. So
crazy
you're on a whole new
Aspen
list
something or
now.
another.
Good job.
This chick Aspen something or another. She's some kind of influencer, and she has a video of just like beating the fuck out of her dog. It was wild.
The people who are late, they just gonna have to catch up, I suppose. I got all y'all here, so I'm gonna go through the through my little opening spiel, and we'll just go ahead and get this party started.
All right, here we go. Here we go. It's like a debate for
everybody out there who
girls.
has an audience. Gentlemen on the bottom row, that's Circa and Castle and Alley Cat. If you guys can have anything on your go live, nothing specific, doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be your beautiful face. It's just it makes it so that everybody goes. The affirmatives are on the top, the judges and such are in the middle, and then the other folks are on the bottom. Beautiful. Appreciate you, Castle.
So
And
this is
thank
the
you very much,
prompt.
Mr. Alley Cat.
I am on the
Circa,
pro.
all freshly shaved. All right, cool. So thank you very much again for everybody for showing up. I do believe that Kay is going to have to dip out a little early, which makes me sad. If he can make it at least through the debates, that'd be wicked cool. But if you can't, I completely understand. Just because it makes the VOD look better whenever it's a nice square. It makes my tism feel better. So anyways, all right. So good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Demilitarized Zone. We are here to help you feel better about engaging in the hot button issues that plague us today. Our goal here is to teach discourse survival tactics, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We cultivate meaningful, intelligent conversation where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. So, at least for tonight, please check your weapons at the door, take notes, act like grown-ups, and refrain from the blood sports and shit slinging that have plagued our politics for far too long. Our audience does get a say here. There will be a link in the chat at the end of each debate where you can vote for a winner. So please exercise your democratic rights. It is completely free, and decide which side made the most persuasive case. Now, everybody sit back, relax, and listen up, because who knows? Someone here might just change your mind tonight. Now, introducing tonight's debaters and judges from the top left, we have Lutch, the Indian Jesus. We have Gorps in the top center, and we have Kay in the top right. Those are all of our affirmative debaters tonight. Our judges to the left of me on your screen, far left is Mr. Alley Cat, and in the center is Mr. Castle. They are going to be the most fairest and most unbiased judges ever. Bottom left corner, we have a new face on the stream. Mr. Cypher is going to be on the negative, as is LetsChief in the bottom center, and Circa in the bottom right. We have 3 debates on tap for us tonight. One about the North American continent, you can see right there. One about the Second Amendment, and one about term limits. So, and that's going to be the order of appearance as well. Just so everybody knows,
I'm last. I thought I was first.
We have an open panel after party.
Fuck!
Where anybody
Right.
who's vouched or vetted is welcome.
So we get to
jump on in
judge.
here and tell us everything you think didn't get said in the debates. Finally, we are going to have our format. 3 minutes open for each affirmative, followed by 2 minutes cross-examination from the negative. Then they get 3 minutes of their own cold open, followed by 2 minutes of cross-examination by the affirmative. Then we're going to open the panel, open the conversation up for a 10-minute free talk session.
I thought it was
which
10
I
minutes
have the
of
ability
opening.
to add an extra 5 minutes to if I choose to.
Yikes.
During that time,
right,
the
we're gonna have to
judges
figure
are going
that
to
out.
message me any questions that they think
Actually, I'll just
needed to
go
be
really
asked
fast.
and or that fill out their judging. I'm going to ask those as opposed to having the judges do it, so you don't have to debate the judges. And then after that, we're going to have 3-minute closes from each of you in the same order, affirmative and then negative. We still need to have that talk, by the way, Ali. Anyhow, after that, we're going to go to the judges. We're going to listen to their takes. And after the two judges have weighed their score on a 10-point basis, we're then going to go ahead and go over to the audience. Oftentimes, that means that the audience is
we got to turn the 10-minute
or they don't actually matter. So
opening
either
into
way,
a 3-minute
it's important
opening.
for you to vote so that we know where you guys landed. Now, our first debate of the night. The North American continent should form an American union similar to the EU. Our debaters on this prompt are the two on the far right. Wow, that's cool that happened this way. That is going to be Kay in the top right corner, defending that position, and Circa in the bottom right corner, trying his best to knock it down. So I'm going to assume since almost everybody's been here before, except
I'm going to have
Cypher,
to.
and you've got plenty of time to watch and see how it goes.
I did specifically aim for 8 minutes because I tend to add more and more and more as I go. So if I just read it direct, then we should be good.
Okay. Well, since this debate prompt was a comparison, let's take a look at what we're comparing and see what joining the EU has done for the countries that participate.
So that's this guy talking.
Homicide rates have dropped by 75%. UNODC has reported a 63% decline in drug use. Inter-UA trade goods went up by 501%, which went from 665 billion to 4 trillion. EU trade services went up from 107 billion to 3 trillion, a 1,696% increase. Nominal GDP went up 223%. Purchasing power went up 60%. The single market approach has accounted for an extra 4% of GDP growth. The EU has become the largest trading bloc, accounting for 14% of global trade in goods. Poland and Malta saw their economies double in this time. Eastern countries have had similar luck with, prior to this, only having 32% of the comparable US GDP per capita to now 55%. After joining in 2004, Lithuania rose from 42% to 90%. And this also trickled down to households with income growing by 95%. And an extra 5.8 billion being from 5.8 billion to 78 billion in 2024 for the GDP. Newer member states have had similar luck, going from 41% in poverty to 17%. Members of the free movement enjoy something called the 4 freedoms of border-free travel, the ability for citizens to live, study, work, and retire where they want. They have over 448 million citizens and roughly 500 million total consumers when you include the EEA. 27 countries have directly benefited from this country's stabilized and improvement. Now let's take a look at North America. A North American Union includes 23 sovereign nations, 621 million people, which is 8% of the population, and represents 1/3 of global GDP and about 1/3 of natural resource. Wow, that's a lot of resources and labor. How do we know that can work? Well, let's first take a look at NAFTA and the USMCA. But for this conversation, I'll call it the CUM Trade Alliance. The CUM Alliance alone has made 85 trillion worth of wealth. Intra-trade or regional trade has grown by 37%. As of 2024, Mexico
Hopefully
and
that's
Canada
what he asked
replaced
for.
China as the top trading partners of the U.S. Foreign direct investments surged by 123%, investing 569 billion in 2022 alone. 17 million jobs have been created across North America, 10 million of which rely on openly trading and exporting goods to neighbor countries. Rapid response labor mechanisms have solved 71% of triggered cases, increasing wages and worker rights. The region has become a unified manufacturing hub with components crossing the border up to 8 times before vehicles are finished, showing that it's working and redistributing the wealth. Further expanding to this, to encompass a union comparable
Again,
to
this
the
is the guy that's
European
talking right
Union
now.
would rapidly expand the economy, establish stability in North America, increase bargaining power on the world stage for all countries, including middle countries that previously would have had none, decrease crime, lower illegal immigration, and restore manufacturing to the region while creating jobs, eliminate currency imbalance, reduce reliance on IMF loan systems, and incentivize peace.
All right, and that's time. Just for those of you who do not know or who are new here, the timer is for the judges as much as anything. It's to let you know how long you've been talking, to let them know how closely they're landing on the platform. At the end of the day, if you're in the middle of something, I do everything I can to wait until you are between thoughts or have finished your sentence. So I try to be as respectful for y'all as I can. That said, 2 minutes is on the clock now for you, Circa. Go ahead and poke your holes whenever you're ready, sir. You are muted, by the way.
Well, dropped as of when? When we talk about drops because of COVID, if it's not dropped to pre-COVID levels, then
Sorry, I was looking for my Discord.
moving in the right direction.
Go ahead.
That was a lot. A lot of it's pretty cool, pretty positive stuff about Europe's integration over time, which I don't think anyone would dispute. But would this union include like a shared currency?
It could.
It could. I mean, if it's like the EU, then it would probably be like a euro, right?
Yes, it could. Again, with the EU, not every country is on the European.
So how do we deal with
shout out to
imbalance
Brexit
between like Mexico, for instance, is quite a different level of development compared to the U.S. Do we just let Mexico use the U.S. dollar or like take out debt securities, or how would this work? Would we just use the dollar?
Integration, the same way that Europe did. You build up the economies, and over time,
I don't think that would be
on the currency.
as positive as it relates to like to the euro in Europe, for instance, right? Mexico is a country that's kind of destabilized, and I guess what I'm trying to say here is there's like an institutional threshold problem, as opposed to most European countries that don't have.
Get them out of here!
I mean, a lot of European countries started from a way poorer and more unstable location.
I feel like it helps everyone else more than America.
Especially when it came to like post USSR, a lot of the Eastern Bloc like suffered, and they've been integrating.
Most of those countries aren't in the EU though, aren't they? I'm pretty sure only like 2 or 3 of them are, right? I mean, I'm missing out on the Balkan or the northern countries next to Finland, but most of those countries are not really in the EU for that reason, kind of.
Well, I mean, we have depending on what you mean by the Eastern Bloc, you have 11 countries, but I mean,
yeah.
Those 11 countries. Okay, go ahead.
How would you kind of factor in the thermostat problem or like optimum currency area theory? Do you know what those are?
I'll go ahead and give you time to go ahead and answer that question, Kay.
Okay. So I'm not fully engaged with the problem that you're referencing.
Okay, we'll get to it later then. 3 minutes is going on the clock for you now, Circa, for your opening.
Right, so now he's going to open up.
Sure. I'm going to put this away real fast. I just want to start with a quick reality check, okay? I get why this feels kind of exciting. Okay, all the positives that Kay mentioned were pretty great about Europe. It's the promise of less friction, less paperwork, less waiting around. But once you call it a union, you're not talking about trade deals and handshakes anymore. You're talking about shared authority, shared liability, and shared crisis. That's entirely different than like NAFTA or what he mentioned with the Come Alliance, I believe. Now, a union runs on trust, and trust is built on consistency. Right now, Mexico has real strength, but its institutional reach and public safety aren't consistent at all across its regions. And that's not really.
I hope not. I hope not.
Cheap or making a cheap shot. It's just the current reality of Mexico. In a union, uneven enforcement doesn't stay local; it spills outward, and the stronger system gets stretched, the rules get bent, and the union starts living on expectations.
It's 2 minutes.
Then there's the currency question. A common money, euro-like, would hand the dollar stability to a 3-speed economy, like sharing one thermostat. It sounds fair until a crisis hits, and suddenly someone is eating inflation, bailouts, Mexico wanting to develop more, and then punishing interest rates. So no, I'm not rejecting cooperation. I'm rejecting a leap into shared authority before the basics are steady. If the rules won't land evenly and the costs won't land evenly, the union won't feel like unity. It'll feel like a permanent triage. We all respect the word union because it sounds like solidarity, but reality doesn't salute our ideals, and a union built on instability is just a label taped onto a fault line. That's my opening.
Hey, 2 minutes is going to go on the clock
Alright.
now for UK. Use it as
Okay.
you see fit, sir.
Do you acknowledge that the American founding principle is that of a collective union?
Yep.
Do you think America is better off because of the unified 50 states?
I think it is, yeah.
Do you believe workers should have freedom to live, work, study, and retire where they please, as long as it's consensual?
Can you say the question again?
Do you believe that workers should share in those 4 freedoms that I listed, if consensual, of living, working, studying, and retiring?
do be
where
like
you
that.
wish, as long as it's consensual.
I guess, yeah.
Do you think other countries would be worse or better off trading with the U.S. within a free union?
So much energy with these two. Jesus
Which
fucking
countries are you talking about?
Christ.
The other countries that would participate in
I
the
know he said
union,
leave the
there's
blood
23 of
sport at
them.
the door,
so
but
we're just talking about North America, right?
let's entertain.
I think Mexico may benefit.
Right. This is what
in
I
the
was saying
short term.
before.
I'm not sure about the long term. The U.S. would
Seems
most
like-
definitely not benefit,
Right.
and
That's
Canada
what I was saying.
probably would not benefit.
Agreed.
Do you think people would be more or less free under an expanded North American Union?
less,
They
more
would not be more
government,
free if we just made a union between Mexico, Canada, and the U.S.
more centralization does not usually
Statement of my
mean
questions.
more freedom.
Well, then in that case, 10 minutes is on the clock. Feel free to just converse as you guys see fit. Go ahead when you're ready.
Yeah, I would like him to start with like the money thermostat if you want to go there. Do you want to elaborate on like pinpoint and specify what you think the major problem is?
Yeah. So the needs, as well as how the U.S. spends money, are going to be greatly different than Mexico, right? Now, you probably could quickly think that the same would be true for something like a European country.
Remember,
that's
guys, you
near
can
the Eastern
choose
Bloc, like
the
you
next
mentioned earlier.
tattoo. I'll put the community
Um,
tab post in the chat.
But Mexico is not in any way close to being developed, even in the same realm as, let's say, Poland. Okay, at the end of the Berlin Wall falling, Mexico is institutionally extremely weak, and creating a union with them wouldn't really benefit them or benefit the U.S. And what I mean by the thermostat would be, we have 3 different countries that are trying to do 3 different things, because Mexico needs to do something other than what the United States does right now to make sure it's institutionally
agreed.
strong. And then we
Agreed.
could probably talk about this, but right now it's not even, it has nothing to bring to the table. And I don't mean that to be like negative against Mexico inherently. It's just, it needs to develop more.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, the prompt doesn't say,
Yep.
do we need to right now form an American union? Obviously, you
Well,
can do
it's a
mental,
should.
like
So,
milestones to reach.
Then
this
what's the
goal.
timeline?
It's a general question if we should do that. I mean, the timeline could shift.
I think we
and
should
can
not
have
do it right
argument.
now. Yeah.
Okay. Like as in like snap your finger right now. I think pretty much every economics professor would agree with this. I think this.
But
would
if he's
be
saying it's
something
not
that we roll
immediate,
out
then he
over
has to
time.
give the
I
timeline.
mean, you can probably
Well,
do it.
I
with
wanna-
Canada,
I wanna
United
address
States,
that.
and Mexico.
Do you know for a fact that Mexico will at some point be able to meet the expectations that we're talking about?
No, nobody knows anything for a fact.
Okay, so what you just said is not
And
relevant.
again,
This is ideals.
because you
is
can't just
it ever
assume, you
appropriate?
can't just assume it'll happen in the future if you don't know whether or not it will happen.
I'm not assuming.
really
I'm
know what you're
setting
trying to say.
benchmarks for us to try to achieve. The idea is, should we try to be achieving a economic union similar to how Europe chased and achieved it? Yeah. You're arguing timelines.
A lot of things
Timelines
in the world we probably should do. Whether it's pragmatic or actually works is a different question.
Yeah, and every step that we've taken closer to union-like behavior has benefited North America substantially.
You mean benefited the
why
United
would we-
States?
You're saying that
I'm gonna
Canada
use
and
the mic to
Mexico did
block
not,
my
get
mouth.
anything out of NAFTA.
So it doesn't look too weird while they're talking.
I mean, no, they did. They did. We got the ability to not have any import tax or like excise fees, things like that. And then it kind of made the American worker probably a little worse off, if I'm being honest, but
it's worse off when we have more jobs and higher wages and more economic financial investment into America. Seems kind of weird.
Yep, we start a few minutes
NAFTA
late. They're in the meat
more than
of
just that.
their
I mean,
debate.
What do you think NAFTA does?
They're debating that.
Well, there's quite a few things. I mean, you would have to be
This
specific
guy-
on what you think that it is.
How do you think it makes more jobs for Americans?
How do I think? By a pretty much long story short is that by expanding our trade with other countries, where you need to have people to make these parts, ship these parts, assemble these parts, shift around how these parts are going.
Yep.
As they stated, they cross the border.
NAFTA allowed
One world
companies to build
order.
factories in Mexico and Canada, shift the jobs out of the country, and then let them come in with no taxation. So I don't know what you're talking about.
What you talking about, Willis?
That's why a lot of things are
What
simple.
you talking about, Willis?
It set new rules for automotive, set labor standards. It increased our digital trade as well.
It set labor standards for the countries that are in NAFTA. Yes, like Mexico, they have to build, assemble the cars to a standard. Yes, that doesn't mean it made jobs for Americans.
Why don't you think it made jobs? Like, do you have any statistics that show that it didn't make jobs?
No, I think it'd be pretty hard to actually prove the negative here or the positive. I'm sure someone could probably see the
welcome,
effect of
welcome,
it, but
welcome. Shout
NAFTA
out
on
to
its
the
own is a free trade agreement that allows
I am,
companies to build factories in Mexico and
debating
Canada
on-
and then import
if you look at the poll,
those goods
my
after
debate's
they were
coming up.
assembled with
Welcome,
no
welcome, welcome.
taxation. So I'm not sure how that would really. It just doesn't logically make sense to say it'll make jobs.
Yeah, we've got this guy who
Because
wants
people
to
need
come
facilitate this.
versus
You have to
this
facilitate
guy.
the imports, the exports.
It allowed
You
Mexican
can
truck
manage
drivers
it.
even to come across state lines. So I mean, Mexican workers were able to facilitate it as well. But I feel like we're a little off topic now.
And of course, Canada sucks.
How would you deal with the fact that many parts of Mexico are like on the level 4 don't travel list? As in, like you probably don't have any freedom to actually go to those places right now. To be in direct contrast to what you said earlier.
And more importantly, they can't come here.
I think that we should be in contact with the Mexican government and provide military aid to help pretty much clean up a lot of the situations there.
Do you think that'll help? What are we going to do? Just like roll through the jungle and carpet bomb everyone? I feel like
No, we
the
don't have to
Mexican
run through
government
the jungle anymore.
cannot
We have
handle it
drones.
right now because of its institutional strength. But
The
I mean, how would
institutional
you go
strength
about
of
doing that?
Mexico or the cartel?
Would make it easier to travel there, but
Institutional strength in
I don't
Mexico
know, I
the
don't
government is not. It doesn't have the ability to stand on its own yet. The cartels essentially
Exactly.
Well,
That's why they would need
intertwined.
help from the U.S.
Mike, why do you say this?
That's
This is
how,
interesting.
Making
'Cause I'm
pathways to
saying
build a
we
union
don't
would
wanna
probably start by the U.S.
ally with them.
negotiating with Mexico for resource deals and trade deals in exchange
We
for
do that already. We don't need a
military
union for that though.
in exchange for military intervention there. You don't need to do it. But it's
The problem with military
I
intervention
know, right?
is that
God
these are
damn.
Mexican citizens, right? And I mean, how are you supposed to know if someone's in a cartel?
Maybe that's why he put me last.
I mean, we have one of the most
Right.
advanced tracking.
That's
systems
why they
out
put me
there.
last.
Single person
I'ma
you come
close
across
out
in
the
life.
show,
You don't
baby.
know if every single person is in a cartel, but the cartel
Exactly.
has to travel in caravans to
Yep.
dispel the drugs pretty much. The most of it is legally going through ports of entry as well. So if we negotiate with
I get that.
Mexico,
I want you to understand.
It
it's
Seems
gonna be a
like
lot
to
harder
help
than just
Canada
sending the military
and
in
help
when it
Mexico.
comes to
yeah, I mean, it's going to
helping
take also
Mexico.
tightening the legal entry ports and the border and doing more thorough inspections, which is going to need more people, more money. This is something we can negotiate with Mexico.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know that this probably, even if we did wipe out all the cartels, that may leave Mexico vulnerable to where people who aren't the cartels could just fill in the space and it could end up being worse. Do you think we should take that risk?
Yes. Why
Okay.
would you do nothing about the cartels and let it sit
I need to
take
shave.
the
I just haven't
maybe
shaved.
risk and speculation that something might get worse
Ah,
if you try
clean
to
it up.
address the problem.
I mean, historically speaking, I think we can probably say it usually ends up worse. But
Historically, in what regards? Like, who are you pointing to? Like the Middle East? Or?
probably every Latin American country
Mhm.
in South America.
Sorry, when's the last time we decided to have consensual talks and unilateral agreements with Latin America to help dispel cartels?
No,
So, yeah.
when we
checked,
try and do
any-
nation building,
Mike is
I'm
saying,
throwing in nation building.
Don't trust America.
Well, the nation building,
the
that
American
you're talking
government.
about is
And we're all
unconsensually
saying,
going in and overthrowing,
don't
like
trust
a socialist
Canada
leader
and
here,
Mexico.
or funding
Not to be
a business.
An extra
consensual.
tax.
Most of those are consensual with at least some people in the country. So,
Yeah, at least some people. I mean, we're talking about two different approaches. I do not believe in doing this by pure force. I believe that the only path forward to cleaning up this continent and having this unilateral trade is through consensual bridge building between the nations.
one last thing
Doing
before,
nothing-
because I think again we're getting off topic. But how do you know the people you're talking to consensually are even trustworthy?
I mean,
they'll
same way
tell us.
that we
They'll
do with
tell
anybody.
us.
Pretty much, we talk to them. If they hold to the
Well,
agreement,
we do know when
hold to
like
our agreement.
Macron from
If they
France,
don't-
even though he's a weirdo, okay,
And
we
married
do
to
know
a
him that is
man.
trustworthy, but
That's a
we
man,
don't
baby.
actually when we talk to Mexico at the moment, unfortunately.
At
But I want to circle around to
this point,
how-
will indeed be abolished.
migration would kind of work. Okay,
I don't think
if
so.
if we allow
would love it,
Mexico
but I
to
don't think so.
come into a union with the U.S., what do you think would happen
Yeah.
to wages in the U.S.?
I think that overall they would grow and or remain the same.
How much does a bus driver in Mexico make per day, and how much does a bus driver in the U.S. make per day?
I don't know. Do you have the stats
good
right off
question
the top of your head?
But Mike, I think you're making a good
I
point here.
don't. I can tell you a Swedish one, but my point is that it's
It's
we
gonna
all
be
know
a
it's a
lot
lot
lower.
less. It's a lot less in
Okay.
Mexico, right?
Yeah.
So if you are a Mexican citizen and now you're in a union with America, why are you just going to stay being a Mexican bus driver? Wouldn't you just go to America and make 60 times more money driving a bus doing the same job?
This is again under the presumption you have that you would instantly snap your fingers and do this. The building up.
So,
of,
I'm just
um,
addressing the question of whether or not the
welcome,
union-
welcome,
with the union with
welcome
Mexico.
to the
Do
party.
you think there
Or
should be
no
welcome,
making
migration
God.
movement at all, or
I didn't say there'd be no migration. Obviously, at different
I
phases.
didn't say you
of
did. I'm just
the,
trying to
Not
figure out
happening.
where you, what you're
Not
what you mean
happening.
by
I
a
wish I
union.
could be able to answer that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So at different
And
phases, you're
that's
going
the
to have different levels of
timer.
integration.
All
You don't
right.
just say, "Hey, everybody, come over immediately." You have to build infrastructure and stabilize the country before, you lift a lot of the restrictions that are in place.
So I'm gonna mute them real quick. The thing is not about which one do you agree with more, but the notion of who made the better arguments. And I don't think that any argument for the Come Alliance was actually made.
Hold a shit ton of it as its
Oh,
reserves,
I thought we
but
were done. Sorry.
they could transfer
Mexico?
over into the U.S. dollar.
Mexico?
Every country has a shit ton of USD in their reserves.
Yeah, I mean they have a lot of countries have a lot of debt too, and it's fun. That's
Yeah,
not that
true.
much. I promise you. Mexico
That
dumping
petrodollar though.
their treasury bonds of U.S. dollars wouldn't really do much.
I didn't say they should dump U.S. bonds. I don't know why you're referencing that during this.
You mentioned their amount in reserves, right? So how much money in U.S. dollars they have, but
Yeah, but why? Does
so
that,
they would use their own money. Isn't this just kind of like
He was
not
happy,
doing
right?
the union then, and then just waiting until they're institutionally
you already
stable enough
admitted
to-
that it's still.
Guys,
in
don't
the
forget
European
about Morty.
Union.
He
I mean,
is
when the European-
hungry.
the European
Every
Union
single donation
started, not
comes with a
everybody
treat
adopted
for
the
Morty.
euro,
And
still
check
not
that
every
goal to
single
get him an
participant
extra
adopts
special
the euro.
gift.
Even the UK, literally kept the pound during this.
You never seen
You're making,
Horseradish before?
Yeah, they do.
assumptions.
So this guy is the
Well,
host.
You're saying-
no, I'm not making assumptions. I am trying to figure out. My
These three in
questions
the
are
middle
questions. We're just trying to figure out what you
Our
mean when you
judges.
say union. I mean, the prompt is pretty.
Right now we got this
It's pretty
guy.
clear. But that's why I'm asking you questions
versus
on what
this
you.
guy.
But you
what
said, yeah, they did.
would
They
want
did
Then
to
we're
do.
gonna
drop the pound. What are you
do-
talking about? The UK still operated on the pound when they were part of Europe.
No, I said that. I said
that
they.
guy versus
you were right. I
that
didn't say you were
guy,
Oh,
wrong
okay.
where
So
they
and
dropped
then
the
me
pound.
versus
okay,
this
So that
guy.
was miscommunication.
I'm just asking. I am just asking questions to figure out what you mean by union, right?
Yeah, this is a guy that
To me, it seems
runs
like
the
it's
show.
not really much of a union at the
Cool
moment.
dude. I like the format. I
It
forgot.
isn't as much of a union at the moment. Yes.
I wrote a 10-minute fucking opening, and I forgot that it was 3 minutes. I'm gonna figure that out.
A tree when it's a sapling, and then it becomes a tree.
Yeah,
All right.
Again,
So I'm
we're just-
gonna go ahead and jump
yeah.
in there real quick. Because we actually do have a few questions from judges. Also, if the other judge does have any questions, go ahead and make sure and send those to me. But we have a couple questions from one of the judges, and we actually have 2 questions from me. So I'm going to put 1 minute on the clock for each of these questions.
Agreed, Mike.
We're going to go 1, 2, 1, 2.
Mike knows. Mike
So
knows,
the
baby.
First question is for you, Kay, on the affirmative. Would you support a global union?
A global union.
A global union?
Would you support the formation of a global union similar to what you're proposing for the North American continent?
If he says no, that's bad because
I
okay,
mean, if
what's
it's
the
a
difference there?
global union, then you wouldn't really need a union at all, unless if you just mean like, hey, we all all just agree to the same like terms. Wouldn't really be
Yep.
necessarily.
That's what we're
I
talking
guess
about.
yes, if everybody is just agreeing to the same terms, I don't see why like if everyone's consenting, why you wouldn't do that.
All right.
Yay!
Now,
Oh wait, I should just press the button.
Circa, for the negative question for you. First one is, do the benefits of the union of states benefit each state equally? In your arguments, you had said that one of the reasons you were against this is because of the imbalance of benefits.
Right. Some
And
people
you
are going to
also
get
mentioned that the unions of the
more.
states was beneficial. Do you believe that the states are benefited?
Some people are gonna
equally
get
by
less.
the United States' union.
No, they're not benefited equally, but they do benefit overall.
That was probably the closest thing.
Okay,
thing.
good enough answer. Back to you, Kay.
Okay.
Do you have a breakdown of the GDP differences across these North American countries? The North American countries that you listed, do you have a general breakdown of the GDP differences?
I do of Canada, United States, and Mexico, but I couldn't find all the data for all like 23 countries.
I'm not sure GDP is a good metric for this right now. GDP can be very fluctuative or like can fluctuate a lot, and it doesn't really tell a good story of how the country is economically doing. It's like an important indicator, obviously, but
Okay, no, fair enough. It's the question the judge wanted to ask. So, insult the judge; they'll love that. Last question for you, Circa. I know, I'm just
Stupid.
fucking with you. Last question for you: how disruptive is the differentials in development across the countries? I'll read that again. How disruptive is the differentials in the development across the countries?
What?
extreme.
Like a big variance, right? Is that what
I
we're
mean,
saying?
between Canada and US, if you want a real answer, sorry. Canada and the
Yeah,
US,
right.
Not so much. It's not.
What does
extreme,
it
but
actually
unfortunately,
tell us?
Mexico and the US.
Aside from
It would-
the
it would be
number
extreme.
itself.
All right, cheers.
Mhm.
Now,
Shout out to Mjolnir. Welcome,
we actually
welcome,
only
welcome.
have one question from our other judge, and it is for UK on the
Yep.
affirmative. The
Yep,
question
yep.
is,
Mhm.
the question is, there we go.
Oh.
Do you know of any instances of NAFTA creating jobs in the U.S.? I think that the question was asked about that during the debate, and I do not believe that it was answered. So, to the best of your knowledge, has NAFTA created or led to job creation in the United States?
Is that for me?
I believe it has.
That's for Kay.
Sorry.
I believe that it has supported jobs in the U.S. and have created jobs. He is right that it's like highly debated because it depends on how if you want to consider it the trigger or if you think that because of this it opened a pathway to others. It depends how many dominoes you want to go. The number that I think is like important to rely off of that I think is a fair like middle ground on that is that 5 million jobs were expanded upon in the U.S. To support and facilitate.
Come on, guys, let's get
the
more to your
commerce
tree.
trade
Look at
between
him. He's
Canada,
like,
US,
oh,
and
nobody will
Mexico.
pay attention to
And
me.
from
Any
supported, you can
donation
go
will
on
get
like,
Morty
it's not
a
a
tree.
regulation. Yeah, let me dig it up for you.
Yeah,
No
sorry to
worries.
interrupt. I just want to.
And no, it's okay. Well, and for what it's worth, I'm going to go ahead and now throw the same question to you, Circa, because it seems like you have an answer for it as well. Do you, to the best of your knowledge, know of any jobs that were created by NAFTA in the United States?
I don't know of any. I'm assuming that there probably was an adaptation and jobs were made. is it like a reasonable number that we would care about? Or something.
Don't worry, guys. When I get
don't
my
think that would
turn,
be
we are
true.
gonna
I mean,
turn
NAFTA again.
the fuck
If you read through it, which I'm
up.
reading through it again.
They're balling.
It eliminates all the tariffs between the countries. It essentially allows for
Yeah, right. Like,
Canada and Mexico to import into
it only
the US
ever comes
with
up
or
in
companies to
debates like
import in
this.
the US with no
hey, shout out to
penalties.
Blueberry
So,
Street.
again, it allowed
Welcome,
companies to take jobs out of the United States, like factories, move them to Mexico to get cheaper labor, and then import the product with no tariffs and no penalties. So, whatever amount of jobs it did create, I'm
10
curious
seconds.
to see.
All right, let's move it along. Let's move it along.
Any cross-section analysis with how many jobs we lost because of it.
This guy is a backup, so.
All right, great questions.
Hey.
Thank you very much, judges. I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes.
Look
and
who
to the
just
audience
signed
member who
up as
contributed
a
one of
member.
I'm going to put
Of
3
course,
minutes on the
every
clock now.
donation comes with a
It
treat.
is your time to close. Kay, you go first. Go ahead and put a cherry on.
There we go. There we go. Thank you so very much. Let's see
So
what
in
they
closing,
said.
I want to point out a few things. The argument so far against this is that Mexico is unstable. Having unstable neighboring country is detrimental to.
And this is Cum Guy
America.
talking.
You will be flooded with a lot of illegal immigration. You will be constantly dealing with cartels, and you're going to be constantly having to deal with unrest in a southern country. Through taking the steps to develop a North American Union, we start taking the steps to alleviate these problems and start building up our neighbor to alleviate problems of immigration, cartel, and the
shout out to the
drug
new
trade
sponsor.
into America.
Thank
To
you,
do
thank you, thank you,
nothing is
sir.
To accept the loss of many American lives and to keep poverty because we're too afraid to take steps forward. Just because we need to travel 500 miles doesn't mean that we shouldn't take the first steps, which we have with NAFTA and the USMCA and our consistent growing trade with Canada and Mexico over China. What I have provided is a lot of facts that support why this could help us and why we've taken steps that have already helped us and why we should expand on this. As I've said before, Europe doesn't, just because America's currency is strong.
Say more on this, Mike.
Doesn't mean that every other country has to instantly accept it. BRICS doesn't all share a single currency. The European Union.
I get where you're coming from, what you said before, but if you could be a little bit more specific, because I'm interested
an American Union
on exactly
would
why.
Necessarily have to share that. What I have shown is instead of what ifs and what about these and what about isms, I've provided fact after fact of viable data showing the benefits of the EU.
Check the goal. No push-ups tonight. It is not a Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Start and the benefits we can receive. My stance is clear. Is one that supports prosperity.
Unless we hit $100.
Consensual.
If we hit $100, I'll do the push-ups.
Not forced integration. One that sees a rising tide that would lift all boats. One that not only stabilizes and grows America, such as you and I, but spreads it to our neighbor states, creating a more prosperous and safe life for everyone involved. My approach is one that allows growth in ethical ways, that continues to promote the ideals of natural rights, expanded freedoms and liberties in the pursuit of happiness. This trade is not a zero-sum game. It requires cooperation that took us from wandering animals in the forest to being capable of seeing and understanding the farthest reaches of the universe. Even something as simple as a cell phone must be made from metals of mind workers, using tools from other workers, shipped to other workers, assembled by other workers, and ran on software from other workers. It is clear, together trade, we live a more prosperous life. I would like to see a world where the prosperity expands with our ability to connect with others. I want to see a future where we bypass these systems and aren't afraid of taking the steps forward. The future is building bridges, not avoiding them with
good catch.
Great.
Give a dilly to
3 minutes is on the clock now for you, Circa. Clock starts when you do, sir.
Okay. I think I'll close by saying that while the benefits of EU are there, the European Union are there. It is
I don't know about that.
And a little bit naive to think that
maybe
cross-country analysis there, which is probably one of the weakest forms of,
but not in such a way that if we're talking about a union like that
the institutional threshold problem with what we're talking
If
about
anything,
here
they would be
between
corrupt
a union
in
of
our
Canada,
favor.
Mexico and the U.S.
So I think that's what I'm saying.
The monetary issue, monetary sovereignty, and again the optimum currency theory. I haven't heard any answer on whether or not the
What was it?
shared currency would be safer when it does happen, and how shocks would work, how labor would move.
What is this?
And then there's definitely
I
going
don't
to
even
be
have
a
a camera, yeah.
massive issue with crisis politics and the legitimacy of them. I mean, even right now we have in the U.S. a very serious problem. And even in a union could be technically possible, it can create reoccurring political conflict. And right now this country seems to have a problem with itself in the United States. I can only imagine how much worse. that
There
would
we
get
go.
when
Now we're getting
Mexico
some
is in
poll
union with
votes.
this as well. And I don't agree with it, but I do think it is a predictable fault line at least. And then we did hear a lot of it gets easier as time goes on. So the integration story, which is very true. If we just assume it is true, it did work out for a lot of the countries in the European Union, but there's no reason to just think that we can just presuppose it in this case.
If I'm Horseradish right now, I'm like, come on, guys, please put a little
And,
bit of
we also didn't
animation.
really get an answer to whether or not
This
different
guy's not
needs-
even on camera.
Okay,
This
we're
guy
going
don't
to
move.
have some sort of policy gridlock. How representation would work within the U.S. Constitution. Do they get the same vote, even though they've contributed far less in terms of?
This is
in
where
terms
he
of
should have
wealth?
spent
We're
more
just gonna
time.
stick to an economic term here.
Like the
I
practical
just don't
way.
see those questions being answered at all. I don't see
Right.
them any reason to presuppose them.
The practical
So,
ways that this doesn't
I
help
think I'll just close
Americans.
with that. The integration story isn't good enough for me.
Is that what Cum
All right,
said?
cheers.
Is that what Cum
Well,
said?
there you go, everybody.
Oh, my
That's our
God.
first debate in the books for the
Oh,
night.
my
Hope
God.
everybody enjoyed that. I'm now going to drop the link for the vote into the chat.
All right,
Anybody else,
so-
Jesus? Anybody else who's streaming on other platforms? Castle, I don't know if you're streaming tonight, but go ahead and grab that, drop it into your chat as well, if you would, so everybody who's listening gets the chance to weigh in. And as I said before, it is free. Just click that little link right there and just tell us which side you thought was more persuasive tonight. Now, I'm going to go ahead and look at our judges. We're looking at you first, Alley Cat.
Sorry, real quick,
ready to
Horseradish.
render judgment.
Sorry, real quick.
Yeah.
Should we put the link in the hotbox chat?
Yep, got you. Yep. Absolutely.
So we're talking about the link to vote on the debate we just saw.
Yeah, remember, we don't vote, right? The people who are in the debates.
I mean, I've never actually said anything about it one way or the other. I assumed all of y'all vote for yourselves.
You're just gonna
and yeah, everybody else who's listening
cancel
is
each
welcome to
other
vote.
out.
Yeah, exactly. If you vote for yourself, the other person better do the same. So, but yeah, there you go, Lutch. So once again, Alley Cat, it's on you, sir.
So,
Ready?
yeah.
To us.
Yeah, sure. So when I hear
That's the-
should we
to
form
vote.
the union, to me it sounds this is an immediate need. Like this is something we should do now, not something we should do in the future, or maybe it'll be okay later on. And I think that's where the affirmative failed to prove it at this point. The idea is that yes, there can be benefits from them, but right now there's the disparity between countries and with both their laws and their economic status makes it difficult for them to even form treaties, let alone form a nation or form a union. So in that case, I give it
I don't
4
vote. I like to
6.
see what other people say. I also
4
don't really
6 in
care.
favor of the negative. So there you go, Circa. That's one judge for you now. Castle, I hope that you also are ready with your judgment. Everybody out there, make sure you click it. Click. Go ahead, Castle.
Click.
Yeah, so
Boom.
I think that based on the prompt, I would agree with Alicat, but I gave Kay the benefit of the doubt there because something this large, just realistically would probably have to happen over time. So I didn't really factor that in as much, although I could see how the wording could make it seem more of an immediate type of ordeal. But the way I saw it was that both of you had pretty good openings. I actually was looking forward to this conversation because I didn't really have my mind made up one side or another before this. And when Kay went with his opening first, I was pretty persuaded. And then when Circa went with his opening, it persuaded me back. So there was really good back and forth there. I think what got me though was kind of the line of questioning. And I asked about NAFTA to Kay because I was hoping that there would be a little bit more in terms of the NAFTA stuff, just because knowing NAFTA, it gets a really bad rap. But, for example, it makes a lot of things cheaper for the U.S. consumer. So if you make cars in Mexico and you're looking to expand your fleet as a company like UPS or a shipping company, that could help expand and grow jobs in the US. So I was hoping to see a little bit more pushback on some of Circa's points. And I think the biggest thing, even outside of NAFTA, was just that when you talk about the government itself, Circa kind of made a good point that he kept going back to Mexico being unstable. But in his conclusion, he talked about the U.S. kind of being unstable too. So what if Mexico thinks that the U.S. is going to hell in a
That's what Mike was saying.
handbasket? Is that fair to them or fair to Canada if they get involved with our own bad dealings here? So I think it was tough. I thought they both did a really good job, but I gave it 7-3 to Circa.
Right. Yeah,
Okay, so that's a 3-7 vote in favor of the negative. Circa is going to be our winner tonight, regardless of what the audience says. But I still want to hear what you guys think, because the points do matter. We keep track and we keep score, and we have a ranking system and a whole 9 yards. So we're going to go ahead and give you all just a couple more seconds to get your votes logged in.
Yeah, again, guys,
go ahead and head that direction. Now, I
Put
do
that
also
in the
want to let
chat.
everybody know out there that, like I said, we have an open panel after party that happens when this is all done. And just so you guys know, what we do in that time is everybody here who's been muted for this part of the debate is going to go ahead and be able to say the things that they didn't think got said during this debate. We go through each one of those prompts. We give it at least 30 minutes for each prompt, and we do what we can to try to
We'll see if we stay for that
and kind of discuss and pick it apart. Because for those of you who do not know me, I take stupid amounts of notes, and I really want us to get through a lot of this because I've got questions and I've got pushback, and I want to debate every damn one of y'all. So that said, stick around. And unfortunately, like I said, I don't know for sure if Kay's gonna stick around, but just so you know, Kay, we will miss you because we are going to be debating this much further in the after party. But with that said, we're going to go ahead and head over to the voting, and we will see.
Good talk.
That's why I say we'll see. We'll see.
I appreciate it. It was pretty good pushback.
Ironically,
So the voting is locked in and it is tied. So the audience was split decision 50-50. So with that said, the win still goes to you.
I do actually have
Circa,
a good
but
suggestion for him for the
can't
channel.
give you
But
that blowout status. So
blowout.
great job from both of y'all.
Let's
Thank you
go.
both
All right.
very, very much.
So,
And again, like I said, Kay, if you do have to dip, I understand. But if you can at least wait till the end of the VOD, that'd be dope. But if not, I get it. So
this is the next
looks
prompt.
like LetsChief had to run off to go piddle real quick, which is okay because I've got a few things that I need to do here to get the next one set up. But we are going to roll straight into our second debate. I will know. Oh, there's his face, so we know he's done. All right.
All right. I
Then
get
in
to
that
actually
case,
see him.
our next prompt is
dead air.
up there. Let's see if we can get that to fit just a smidge better. There we go.
I think we're doing this right.
Now, fun little side note on this particular
Side
prompt.
quest.
Both of the debaters at some point, I heard them both say to someone or someone's, am I
What?
missing something
You
here?
gay.
I feel like this is an easy win.
Oh, so maybe it's me.
I'm really excited because that means that both of y'all understand your positions well. I'm also going to say that I'm very excited to see these two debaters go at it. I'm always excited about every one of the pairings that I have, but this one in particular,
Yep, I hate it.
Is near and dear to my
I
heart.
hate it.
We have Lutch, the Indian Jesus,
so
in
shit.
the top left corner is
That's
the
me.
affirmative.
All right.
We have
I'm going in.
LetsChief, one of our resident judges, in the bottom center, who is going to be on the negative. And the prompt is: the Second Amendment is meaningless if it cannot be used to defend against a tyrannical government. I'm going to read that one more time because the wording is intentional. The Second Amendment is meaningless if it cannot be used to defend against a tyrannical government. So, with that said, everybody tune in, sit down, listen up, And remember, you're going to be voting at the end of this. So everybody take notes. And everybody else who's in the panel, while you're muted, feel free to talk. Feel free to talk to your audiences and stuff like that. Don't talk to us because mute, but whatever. But just remember, in the after party, you guys are going to be discussing these topics with us as well. So you're going to get to weigh in and yell and fucking whatever. So, all right, Mr. Lutch, are you ready, sir?
Yeah, a slight note, I mixed up the formats and I thought we had a 10-minute opening, so I gotta rejigger it, but yes, I am ready.
No worries. LetsChief, are you prepared with a 10-minute opening as well?
Hell no.
Because
I'm always
I'll just
short of
give
the
you all
point.
these. Yeah,
Whoopsie.
You know what? They're not going to start the timer, Lutch, until you're ready. So if you want to take a moment and just kind of trim the fat a little bit,
Yeah, no,
I'm able to sit
that's
here and
totally
go.
fine. That's totally fine.
I'll make do.
Yep.
I'll make do. And worst
All
case
right,
scenario,
cool.
we'll again.
Well,
All right.
And remember, when it actually gets to the clock, I'm going to hold my finger up. About 15 seconds later, you get the you 15 after that, you get this. And then, like I said, you try to get there as quickly as you can. But again, I'm going to do my best to not interrupt y'all when you're cooking. So, all right, Lutch, 3 minutes is on the clock, sir. Give us that opening. It'll start when you are ready.
All right, so this is not about whether violence is good or if guns are dangerous or whether or not modern society is different from the time of the revolution. It's about the specific question whether the Second Amendment is meaningless if it cannot be used to defend against a tyrannical government. And of course, the answer is yes. If that function is removed, the amendment still becomes meaningless in substance, even if the words still make a complete sentence. We have to go by the text itself. When to say a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The first clause is not decorative; it's explanatory, and it tells us why we have the right. It's specifically the security of a free state, not personal enjoyment, not even public safety. A free state is not threatened by deer, even if every car on a Jersey highway definitely is, nor is it threatened by burglars and gangbangers, but it is threatened by concentration of power, especially the military and political authority. This is the exact concern and why it's there. It was ratified less than a decade after the Revolutionary War, a revolution that was illegal, violent, and was directed against the lawful government of the time. The very people who wrote the amendment did this very thing. Of course, the militias don't talk about standing armies. They are comprised of the people themselves, armed in their private capacity. The standing armies were seen as oppression, and the militias were the opposite, or the counterweight. So Madison was explicit in the Federalist Papers that it is a deterrent against federal overreach. It's not symbolic; it is practical. It rested on the understanding that ultimate force did not belong exclusively to the state. So this gets to what meaning is. I expect my opponent to focus on this and likely argue that even if the Second Amendment cannot be used against tyranny, it still has some meaning, perhaps hunting or sport or something else. But the constitutional meaning is not whether a right can be repurposed and whether we can change the words around and still get a sentence. It's about the function. A broken fire extinguisher still exists, but is meaningless as a fire extinguisher if it is broken. A vote that doesn't affect outcomes exists, but is meaningless. And similarly, the Second Amendment, without being able to fight tyranny, is meaningless. Some will argue that we'll skip that. If the government gets to decide when resistance is allowed against itself, then the resistance simply will never be allowed. A right that cannot be exercised when only be exercised when the government approves is not a right; it's a permission. Perhaps the argument is that modern democracy, courts, and elections and all that stuff make it obsolete, but those are not self-enforcing. All of that stuff has to have the threat of violence behind it. Second Amendment was never meant to be the first line of defense. It was meant to be the last. It is not let's skip that. Deterrence only works if the possibility of resistance is real. A government that knows a right can never be exercised has no reason to fear that right. Let me be clear. None of this is an endorsement of violence. It's the opposite. The entire purpose of deterrence is to present it. To strip the amendment of the core function while claiming it still has meaning is to preserve the shell while emptying it of substance and, dare I say, its meaning.
Good stuff. 2 minutes is on the clock for you now, Chief. Yeah, no, well done. You were fighting yourself on that one. So 2 minutes is on the clock, Chief. Go ahead and cross-examine when you're ready.
the founding fathers, despite obviously believing in the right for people to engage in, declaring their own independence from a tyrannical government, when they set up the government, did they make it like a pathway for secession or rebellion, or did they outlaw it?
Did they give a specific pathway, or I actually don't know if there's a specific pathway, but that is exactly what our country is.
Right. Our country is founded on that, yet they did not allow for a legal pathway for that to exist, right?
Right.
And
but
then,
if it's only what's legal, then, as I said in the opening, if we can only go by what's legal, then the revolution would have never happened. Is that a good thing, or is that a bad thing?
Can you cite any court case that upheld that individuals could lawfully attack government agents based on personal judgments of tyranny?
No.
And then are amendments exhaustive lists of everything you could do with a right?
Say that again?
Is an amendment an exhaustive list of everything that you could use a right for?
No.
Okay. Let's see. See if there's anything else I have. I think that might be most of my questions for now. Oh, well, actually, who decides when a government has become tyrannical?
The people vote.
If they vote on it, how do they vote on it?
Well, either through our, institutional systems, or if everybody decides, F this, we're not doing this, then that's what the Second Amendment is explicitly for. To the security of a free state. So when the free state is not secure,
institutions fail, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. 3 minutes is on the clock now for your opening, Chief. No, it's not. Now it is. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
The value of our rights is not solely derived from the most extreme fringe uses, and the Second Amendment helps secure our population in normal everyday life, not just in rebellion or treason, which the Constitution explicitly rejects as a right. The Second Amendment was written with militias overtly mentioned, which were actually organized by state governments at the time, but it has proven to mean much more than that, whether we're talking about hunters who in rural low-income states like West Virginia harvested more than 60 million pounds of wild game between 2012 and 2017, with about 3/4 of the total deer harvest taken with guns, or if we're talking about the ability for people to protect themselves, their family, and their communities, with annual self-defense gun uses occurring tens of thousands of times per year. That's just kind of speaks for itself. All things considered, the affirmative argument is actually a false dilemma. Either the Second Amendment allows violent resistance to the government, which again, the Constitution itself rejects and no case law supports, or the Second Amendment has no purpose at all, which ignores every other legitimate, lawful use protected by the amendment. When we discuss whether or not the Second Amendment can be used to defend against a tyrannical government, we can mean two things. Is it legal, and are we capable? Legally speaking, violent resistance to the state is prohibited. There's no court case granting the right to start shooting because of perceived tyranny, because we legally cannot use our Second Amendment rights against our perception of a tyrannical government. Would you say that right now the Second Amendment is and always has been meaningless, and there would be nothing lost if the population was disarmed? The second legs, are we capable? If we skip over the fact that institutions, like let's just said through voting, for example, more frequently and effectively defend against the government becoming tyrannical. Civilian firearms just really aren't a realistic check on a modern military state. Did you mean that we should be capable of competing on an equal level in military engagement with more high-tech arms capable of far greater destruction? I'd argue that question lacks validity. So if by being capable, we're just asking if we have the ability to shoot back if unjustly aggressed upon, then any right to keep and bear arms gives us that ability. Even though violent resistance to the state is prohibited, the text of our Second Amendment reads, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. There's a lot of contention about the level of adherence to that text. and how to interpret or apply some of it, but we all understand the Second Amendment in shorthand to mean our right to bear arms. If you find the right to bear arms to be meaningless under any particular condition, that to me says it would make no difference if you disarm the population or remove the right altogether. And unless my opponent can conclude that the population would be no worse off being disarmed under any of these conditions you describe as meaningless, you would actually agree with me that the Second Amendment has meaning far beyond the fringe case of participating in a revolution.
Good stuff. 2 minutes on the clock now, Lutch. Go ahead and hit him back.
Yeah, okay. I feel like, well, obviously, you wrote your opening before I talked, but I maybe, I was going through pretty quickly. Maybe I skipped something, but I feel like I addressed all of that. The militia is explicitly a different thing than standing armies. Had a whole thing about hunting that wasn't even brought up until almost 1800 with the English game laws. And the fact that we are talking about the revolution that was illegal, but that is, and again, that is why they put that in there. And so again, the line being, if we can only overthrow the government when the government says we can overthrow the government, I think that's going to work out pretty well in the government's way.
Did I say that?
I mean,
it sounds like you're just repeating your intro instead of asking me questions. Do you have anything about my intro that you'd like to inquire about?
So what is the relevance of legality if we're specifically talking about laws that are tyrannical?
What is the relevance of legality? What do you mean?
Why is it? You were talking about how the Constitution doesn't say that it's legal to do this, but it specifically states to the sanctity of a free, the security of a free state. So that is not a legal thing. If we decide as the people that the government is doing stuff that they passed into law, that is tyrannical.
Well, a free state involves stability with like the rule of law and like predictability and like protection of rights for everybody, right? So that doesn't mean just like declaring tyranny on your own and using force against officials.
Yeah,
like it doesn't matter the legality. That's just like not how you solve things.
Right,
And, like
exactly.
said,
the legality doesn't matter because that's specifically what we're talking about.
Right, that's fine.
Okay, and so you're talking about, oh, you can't fight the government with this with the level of arms, and again, as I stated, it's not necessarily meant to say, all right, we got to arm up, we got to fight the government.
No, that's fine, but you're saying like over like the entire history of the country, there's like no time in I
did not speak any of those types
against the country.
I made no declarative every kind of statement
where like police will kind of like go in like a no-knock warrant on the wrong address. When they uphold people's rights, it's not their right to shoot at the government for doing a tyranny and using their power the wrong way. It's just that there's a reasonable use of their self-defense.
Yeah, totally agreed. That doesn't mean that there is never a situation where the government is being tyrannical and the people need to overthrow it.
Yeah, that's totally fine. So even if that's my point. But that doesn't defeat anything, I don't think.
I mean, you can think whatever you want, but I think that I think that it does. So there we go. I don't know what you want from me.
So let's say like it's fine that it doesn't matter whether it's like legally permissible to shoot at officials or whatever.
Yes.
Sorry, train of thought.
Because I feel like you're coming at this from a situation or from a perspective, and I'm speculating, so correct me if I'm wrong. Feels like you're coming from a place of the most recent ICE and CBP and stuff that
like think about like the Bundys. Like they were standing up against what they thought was federal tyranny, and they were fucking criminally convicted, and some of them fucking died for it.
Mm-hmm. What is it? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And then, what's the substance? What is the relevance to the 2A being meaningless? There. I feel like you're just saying things.
What do you mean? I was just saying things,
so,
bro.
you're saying a thing and there's no argument there. But so then I'll go back to the deterrence argument that if we don't have that deterrence that the people can rise up, it's not meant to say, oh, we can beat you. It's meant to say,
right.
Shit's going to get real bad. Shit's going to get real bad.
It was zoning laws that the Bundys decided to.
You're saying in this situation it was bad, therefore it's always bad. That's not how logic works.
Example. We just use an example to kind of build off of.
Okay, that's a bad example because I think you and I would agree that the Bundys did not have.
It's a bad
example. Wait, the Bundys.
Okay, go ahead.
The Bundys? Ted Bundy was a.
Yeah. No, not Ted Bundy.
Okay, well, I don't.
Out of like Nevada.
Okay.
It was like Amon Bundy or some shit like that.
Oh, okay. Not that familiar. But I mean, again, even if you look at Waco, like that didn't work out well for the people at Waco. And let's put the child stuff aside and just focus on the two-way stuff. The idea is that, the idea is that the bad stuff is going to happen when the government tries to overreach.
Right.
So what is it? Why is that?
Who decides it? Is it unfair zoning laws?
That's a great question. That's a fantastic question and a very deep
orders.
That's a very nuanced conversation debate that needs to be had.
But that matters.
I absolutely agree, but that's not what the contention is.
Too much taxes?
So again, that is a very interesting conversation that has to be had about where the line is. But you are saying that there is no line.
No, I'm pointing out the absurdity of the tyranny.
No, you're pointing out a single example. You're purposely strawmanning.
No, I just listed
you should be this.
Things.
Yeah, right. And I would disagree with all of those things being
tyranny.
Right, but that doesn't mean that somebody. Do you understand that because person A says this is tyranny?
Yes.
And we all agree that it's not tyranny.
Finish.
That a situation could genuinely be tyranny.
So I agree that a lot of people would see a lot of things as tyranny, and we agree that most of it you should not use force to respond to.
Correct.
So even though it's tyranny, like there's no it's just absurd to respond with force to these things. So it's also like a double standard on the test, like to say that if the second unless the Second Amendment allows armed resistance to tyranny, it has no meaning. Like you're appealing to the legality while saying you can't appeal to the legality also. There's like kind of two things. You're like having your cake and eating it too.
No, I didn't appeal to legality. I appealed to practicality. That practically the government will see that it's really bad if we try to overreach. Not that, the people are automatically going to take up arms and, we are going to send F-35s or whatever and we're going to lose. That's not what I'm saying. You're strawmanning what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying. You're trying to get past you're trying to get to another part of the longer conversation. But
did you agree with my characterization that if you found the right to bear arms to be meaningless under any particular condition, being that you couldn't use it against an oppressive government, that would make no difference if you disarm the population and remove the right altogether? Is that what you mean by meaningless?
If we remove,
I'll say it again if you want. Yeah. If you found the right to bear arms to be meaningless under any particular condition, like, not being able to shoot at a tyrannical government.
But hold on.
In my opinion, that says to me says that it would make no difference if you disarmed the population or removed the right altogether. So do you agree with that kind of definition of being meaningless?
No, because there's a difference between 2A and the right to bear arms and the right to use those arms. You keep appealing.
Are they separate rights? Can you point
no, but you keep appealing to people misusing.
No, you can't point to the separate right. That it's the same right, correct?
To keep and bear arms. Where does it keep and bear arms?
The same right, correct?
Yeah, it falls under 2A, but
okay. So as far as being meaningless, if you can't use it against a tyrannical government,
doesn't mean you should.
Me, that says,
doesn't mean you should.
To me, it says it doesn't make a difference whether or not that population has guns.
Okay, can you explain that line
with that?
If I'm saying you should be able to, obviously the most extreme and true examples, there are situations that could exist where tyrannical government requires people to stand up. How does that go against what you just said?
They don't have to be like multiple things could be true at the same time. But you're
Okay, maybe I'm
saying
stupid
that,
then.
like
So-
the prompt is that you're saying it's meaningless if you can't do that. And I'm saying that there's plenty of reasons why we have gun rights other than the niche condition to shoot at the government. I know that you're focused on that because
okay.
of the
So you're-
overt wordage being the only thing that, like, the most glaring, blatant thing that jumps out at you. But, you know, the law preserves our gun rights.
So, I mean, if you
our
want
gun right to the Second Amendment in other ways.
If you want to take
like,
a W,
for example,
that, yeah, you could
those
change the words
yeah.
around, and 2A
It's not
still is an
changing the
English
words.
sentence.
It's
then,
what we use it for. It's how we've used it in law. Like, it just.
So I reject that
right.
notion. I reject that notion of meaningless, because we're talking about the substance, and you're trying to say it has a different meaning, but it's not this meaning. I go back
Right.
to the fire extinguisher
No,
thing. The
I
fire
think you're
extinguisher
literally
doesn't not.
talking about the
No, wait.
opposite
Can I
of
just finish
substance.
though?
You're talking about the feels of it. Yeah,
So
go
going
ahead,
back
go
to the
ahead,
fire
finish.
extinguisher thing, the fire extinguisher example I gave, a broken fire extinguisher it still exists, but functionally, as a way to extinguish a fire, it does not do that. And I am saying the same thing happens if you undercut the sanctity of the free state with 2A.
I just think it's not parallel, because fire
I do.
extinguisher has a sole purpose. You're reading only the words that are in front of you, even though you've already acknowledged in this conversation.
Okay, so can
the
you give me a better
multiple gun rights we have outside
Sure.
of the,
Okay.
you know,
So
the need
yeah,
to
obviously
shoot
it's
at a
not one to
tyrannical
one.
government.
Do you have an example of something that would be a little bit
I don't
closer
think
that
we need
shows?
to go. I don't think we need to even go to that, because you're saying that you agree that the Second Amendment enshrines our gun rights for other reasons other than to shoot at the government.
Mhm.
And I'm saying that if you say something is meaningless, like the Second Amendment is meaningless, the right to bear arms is meaningless, it doesn't matter whether or not you take it away. So I understand that you're saying that if we can't, you know, use them against a tyrannical government, in my mind, to call that meaningless, you're saying that you might as well, like, not have the right to bear arms at that point. And I think you're rejecting that because of the obvious reasons that it's not meaningless.
I think that you're carving out this definition of meaningless that is more
What is
more
meaning?
literal.
Tell me what meaningless means to you then.
So in this context, the meaning is fulfilling the function that was initially intended. So that is the meaning of 2A, is to fulfill what it says in 2A. And so if you can't do part of 2A, then it is no longer 2A. Right?
I think you're the one trying to make a carve out.
Okay, which carve out would that be?
You're saying the carve out is, you're saying 2A could only exclusively be for use against a tyrannical government, even though you've already
literally
acknowledged
never said
multiple
that.
Uses of 2A.
I literally never said that. I said it's not only about the
think
other
you're
things that I
saying it
mentioned.
both ways.
It's not only about hunting. It's not only about self-defense. It's not only about criminal.
Correct.
It is about the sanctity of a free state. And so if you take that out, then all of those things, even though there's multiple factors, then
A free state isn't in a constant state of revolution and insurrection. There's stability.
And again, that's a
And
perfectly fun conversation to have if you want to have it. But that is that's an offshoot of the basic notion of, is it still what we say it is if it doesn't have all the parts? I agree with you that it has many different parts, and I'm saying that all of those parts are necessary for the whole to be the whole. If you take out one of the parts, then it's a different thing.
Individuals shouldn't have gun rights unless they're through militias organized by state governments, subject to training and discipline and under a command.
No, I'm not saying that. But can you? I'm not saying that. Can you tell me why you thought I was?
Says. No, I mean, you were just going by the text, so I thought you wanted to go by the text. So I'm letting you know what the text says, and now it seems like you were trying to.
You think I'm saying that people should not have the right to bear arms? That's your honest reading of what I've said so far?
I'm showing you how.
I didn't think so. Come on, brother.
Come on, brother.
Yeah, it sounds like you just want to take away people's guns, as I'm actively arguing that people should be having guns and making sure that the free state has its sanctity.
To be super literal with the language, because if you're super literal with the language,
you mean like you're trying to be with meaningless?
Yeah, if you're saying
Yeah,
it's meaningless,
yeah.
that means it's like, why should we have it to defend our homes? Exactly. That's a
Right.
fucking
It's
stupid
very
thing to
important
say,
that we
and I
have
think
that part.
that's why I
Exactly. That's
said-
my argument. It's very important that we have all the parts of it.
No, you're saying that without the specific part of shooting against a tyrannical government, it's fine. If it's just hunting,
I literally, bro,
and
I
self-defense.
literally said the opposite.
I'm going by the prompt. If you're saying you disagree with the prompt and you agree with me that it needs
No,
to
you're
have
agreeing with
self-defense
me.
of the home, then fine.
You're agreeing with me. It's
The
All right, and I'm
prompt
going to go ahead
is-
and I'm going to jump in there now.
Good.
Because we do have some questions from the judges again. Several, in fact.
I'll come back to the
This
chat,
is
guys. Give me a minute.
as interesting of a topic as I hoped it would be. So we're going to look minutes on the clock. Once again, I'm going to go back and forth kind of between you guys and sort of ask you guys questions. IndianJesus, you first. So would it have been valid for the Japanese Americans to use force or use the Second Amendment against the government during World War II and the Japanese internment? Would it have been valid for the Japanese Americans to take arms against the tyrannical government during World War II and the Japanese imprisonment?
What was this? Would it be, what was this specific word about the Japanese? Would it be legal, moral?
Would it be valid?
Valid. So I mean, I think that argument could be made. But I do think again that the notion of whether a specific example is different than the basic prompt. But I don't think we would necessarily, outside of being Americans and like, let's say we transport that to a different country, like we see all over the place, and we see people fighting back. We see armed rebellions that our government backs and stuff. So yeah, I mean that's kind of what that's for.
Okay. Now,
I'm glad they did
for you, Chief.
Glad they didn't. But
Chief, have there been successful uprisings against the government in other countries without the use of arms? Sorry, I choked up a little there. Let me try that again. Have there been successful uprisings against governments in other countries without the use of arms?
I'm sure even pitchforks could do it. Sure.
Okay. Don't even have to start the clock on that one. IndianJesus, back to you.
Sure.
Can you think of any way to make arms illegal for tyranny, but legal for anything else?
Illegal for tyranny, but legal for anything else. I think that I don't. I mean, my initial thought is no. But I think that goes back to the notion of the definition of tyranny comes from the government itself. So the government making something legal, it's about the actions, not really the thing. So I would a soft no.
Okay. Worries. We like it soft. Now, Chief, you had mentioned the fact that that it is not legal or legally codified to overthrow the U.S. government. Do you know of any country that it has been made legal to overthrow the government?
Horseradish stand.
All right, cheers. Yeah. In my country, it is based to overthrow the government. Okay.
No, but what I was getting at that was
we got a hungry dance. We got a hungry dance.
Any way of using arms against
those
a
donos
tyrannical
in.
government was codified in any way throughout American history or any history for that matter. And I don't think we got to that at all.
Okay. Let's see. All right, we do have a question. This one is for you, Jesus. Do red flag laws still fulfill or abide by the Second Amendment?
No.
Do you believe that red flag laws are okay under the guise of the Second Amendment?
Shall not be infringed.
But once again, I like these answers that I don't even have to start the clock. I think. Chief, one more question for you. Like I said, lots of questions on this one. LetsChief, do you believe that the American Revolution should not have occurred?
No, it definitely should have occurred. And yeah, it's a good place to be. I just don't think that, the Second Amendment is only valid or meaningful because of the reason to shoot at a tyrannical government.
Agreed.
Okay. All right. And I think the chat had one question for you as well. Let me take a look. I think I saw something. Yes. So for LetsChief, this is from one of our other regular judges, Ancom. Shout out Ancom. Do you believe that in this context, pitchforks would count as taking up arms against the government?
Like if you what if you just like
the actual
rushed-
wording of the amendment is that you are legally allowed to keep and bear arms in protection of a tyrannical or in protection of a free state.
Oh, is he
You
asking about
said-
a meme?
You said somebody, so the conversation was brought up about being able to do it without guns, and you said something to the effect of we've still got
Exactly.
pitchforks.
Exactly.
Would that
That's my
not
point.
still count as taking up arms against the government?
Yeah, but I don't think there's a restriction on the right to own pitchforks.
But to use them to defend yourself against a tyrannical government, I think was the question. But that's okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock now. We're going to go to you, Lutch. You can use some more of your opening if you need to for your closing. But go ahead and start whenever you're ready. The clock will go with you.
Yeah, so I mean, I think essentially what I did lay out is what I was able to show, that the Second Amendment is a collection of things, and if you take away those parts, then it is not that thing. So again, I would never say that we should not have guns. People shouldn't have that anything like that. A free state is, I like this paragraph, so I'm going to read it. A free state is not threatened by deer, even if every car on a Jersey highway definitely is, nor is it threatened by burglars and gangbangers. It is threatened by concentrations of power, especially centralized military and political authority. And then... the militias referenced in the amendment were not state-controlled standing armies. They were comprised of the people themselves, armed in their private capacity. That distinction mattered deeply to the founders. Standing armies were seen as instruments of oppression. Citizen militia seen as a counterweight. James Madison made this explicitly clear in the Federalist Papers, number 46, where he described an armed populace as a deterrent. Again, the notion of taking away the guns because we're not going to use it in this particular way doesn't pass the sniff test, because the deterrent needs to be there. It's not a symbolic thing; it's a practical thing. It rested on the understanding that the ultimate force, the ultimate legal force, they may have a monopoly, but the ultimate force, period, did not belong to the state. Again, broken fire extinguisher, it still exists, but is meaningless as a fire extinguisher. A vote that never affects outcomes still exists, but is meaningless as a democratic right. In the same way, 2A that cannot serve as a safeguard against tyranny still exists, but it is meaningless. And of course, 2A protects all the other ones. This didn't come up, but somebody could say that it would be about modern democracy, courts, and all that stuff. But again, those are not self-regulating. It's at the end of the day, it's all about at the nose of a gun. And again, none of this is an endorsement of violence. It is the opposite. Okay, well, yeah. So when we ask whether the Second Amendment is meaningless without the ability to resist tyranny, the answer depends on what we think meaning is. If meaning is a symbolic comfort, then sure, I can see that you can reword 2A and still find a syntactical English sentence. I guess big L there for me, if that's where we're going. But if meaning is the capacity to fulfill the purpose explicitly stated in the text, the security of a free state, aka the substance of the question of this debate, then the answer to the question is obviously no. Without fighting tyranny, 2A is meaningless. And yeah, I mean, all the things again about that's a common thing that the militia is a state militia. No, it's not. Hunting, all that stuff, part of 2A, but not the only thing. And of course, as Horseradish asked before, if revolutions needed to be legalized, there would never be any. And I can see my time, but I'm over my time.
Nope, no worries. Good job. All right, so LetsChief, 3 minutes on the clock for your closing, sir. Go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
Come on, bro. Let's go,
All right.
bro.
Again, the prompt was the Second Amendment is meaningless if it cannot be used to defend against a tyrannical government. We're asking if the amendment and the right protected still has meaning, not if the simple words on the page are fulfilled. When it comes to gun rights being meaningful outside of armed resistance, we heard about the millions of pounds of meat harvested by hunters using firearms. We heard about the tens of thousands of defensive gun uses that occur each year. And Letch agrees that these are essential parts of the right to bear arms. Even in cases where police are wrong, mistaken, unannounced, or even engaging in blatantly illegal activity, the law does not treat shooting those officers as a legal right. Yet the Second Amendment
never said I
central
never
to
said that
American
it was
law.
legal to
This
do.
fact alone proves that the meaning of the Second Amendment does not depend on the ability to violently resist the state, but on protecting our right to lawful self-defense. Most government tyranny is mundane,
Used to be able to have
legalistic,
cannons.
and procedural, and no
Founding
one in good
fathers didn't
faith
know about
and in their
machine
right
guns.
mind thinks armed resistance is an appropriate response to mundane inconvenience. A constitutional right doesn't become meaningless just because violence is the wrong tool for most abuses of power. The affirmative argument again presents a false dilemma. Either the Second Amendment allows violent resistance to the government, which no case law throughout our history recognizes as a right.
I'm going to try to go back through all of the
Second
chats.
Amendment
We'll see.
has no
I'll do my
purpose
best,
at
but we'll see.
all, which ignores every other legitimate, lawful use protected by the same amendment. There are multiple modern examples, such as the armed standoffs involving the Bundy family in Nevada and Oregon, where participants were charged under federal law for using
what is he
force
talking about?
against government agents executing lawful
I'm not
duties.
familiar with any Bundys
Courts
other
and
than
statutes
Ted.
treat this conduct as criminal, not as constitutionally protected rights to take up arms against.
I do, baby. Boom, boom.
Private citizens retaining a legal right to wage violence against their own government is not necessary to the security of a free state, or at the very least, it should not be assumed. In my opinion, it has not been proven.
Good point.
Security implies preservation, not destruction of the constitutional order. In a system where anyone can declare tyranny and open fire is not a free state. It's a failed state.
Not Ted Bundy. They're talking about something different. I may know about it, but I just don't know it by
both of y'all had some powerful shit there. So
good debate, sir.
Envious of the judges.
Good one, man.
Great,
cheers.
Great stuff, y'all. All right. So once again, as always, audience, we're going to go ahead and drop that into the chat. Please click it and vote, because I have this weird suspicion this one in particular is going to end up in a tie between the judges. Call me, I could be wrong. We'll see. But you guys are probably going to be the deciding factor on this one.
When I get that link, I need you guys to go and vote.
We went to Alley Cat first last time. We're going to go to Castle this time first. So, Castle, are you ready to go ahead and drop your decision on us?
I think so.
All right.
I think so.
Good luck, sir.
I didn't want to go first because I agree. I think I want it to kind of be the decider if Alley Cat went for Lutch or went for Chief, and I would go the other way because it was that close. But my mind was swayed during the main conversation towards the end. I think the whole time,
baby.
And I thought about this last time with Chief's argument, that I liked it, but he just did not do a good enough job of defending his argument. And he did the same thing this time until he came up with the whole meaningless structure. And that's why I asked Lutch about red flag laws, because Lutch said that the reason why the Second Amendment wasn't being fulfilled was because if you take one piece away, then it doesn't work anymore. And when I asked about red flag laws, Lutch said that he didn't believe that was appropriate and fulfilling the Second Amendment, but I don't think anybody would call that unconstitutional. I mean, they exist today. They're considered constitutional in certain states. And so I think if you don't believe that's the case and fulfill the Second Amendment today, then I don't believe that you would think that it's also meaningless today. And so that's where Chief won it over for me. So 6-4 to Chief.
6-4 to Chief. All right. Well, now we're going to go over to Alley Cat and see where you landed. What did you think, Alley?
Oh, again, this was definitely very close and very passionate, and I thought that was great. It was back and forth. I had to really like, put my own personal bias aside and discuss the arguments and personal biases went one way, and yet I think it was made super close.
He's not looking
I
at the
think
chat.
one of the big issues or flaws was the whole idea of the legality argument. As
Yeah,
stated in the question,
that was
and
fucking
answer,
stupid.
this doesn't exist anywhere. I don't believe that the legal argument is meaningful at all. Like just because every government makes revolution illegal, and I will agree that if it gets to that point, it is a failed state. But that's the whole purpose of the Second Amendment, is to allow that.
I'm waiting
become
on
a
it. I'm
failed
waiting on
state.
it.
And so the legal argument was what I think was what pushed it. Like I was really struggling with the whole meaningful thing, and the whole idea that it had to have self-defense, that self-defense was also a meaningful aspect of the Second Amendment, even without that. But if you have a tyrannical government, then the self-defense is against that. So I mean, it still incorporates self-defense.
There we go.
If you end up with a tyrannical government. So
All
again,
right,
if
vote
you
it up.
impose,
Vote it up, baby.
I'll give Castle his wish. I'm gonna go 6-4 here.
6-4 for the AF. Okay.
Yep.
Well, there you
All
go. Like I said,
Oh,
it just as I expected, it is going to fall into the lap of the audience. Now, I was a little bit slow on getting Lutch the link there, so I'm going to sit here and just kind of let my mouth jack for a second and say
Don't
that
let his
once again,
audience
just
do
like
too much work.
right, VPN. No, so I do want to say that as has already been acknowledged a couple of times, that was an absolutely great debate. Not that the first one wasn't. The first one was amazing as well, but you guys lived up to exactly.
But
what
it
I
was
hoping
boring.
so I appreciate both of y'all for that and for showing up on this. So chat, please go ahead and click on that because it matters. And over there
I'm
in
scrolling
Letch's
through the
chat,
chat.
I can't imagine which direction you guys are going
I'm
to
trying
vote.
to find where we
So
started.
Chief, you might be up against it here, bud. We'll see. All right, we're gonna go ahead and just 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, lock it in, and the results.
All right, that was the last thing.
Fuck. Oh, I said locked it in. Somebody just squeezed one more in, but unfortunately, when I said lock it in, it was tied. So we're gonna have to give this one a tie. Yep, we're gonna have to give this one a tie.
Radish, you can just be the tiebreaker.
Nope.
I only get
one vote. Yes, this is the second tie ever. And actually, wasn't LetsChief involved in the first tie? Yeah, the first tie ever was LetsChief against Tyler, and then now LetsChief against.
Kitty, come on! You are right there.
So,
but that's a win. That's a
one
win.
More time,
I
that's
won.
Castle 4-6, Alleycat 6-4, and the audience 5-5. Though you guys are welcome to keep voting because it's too late now, and it just it makes you feel better. So, anyways, all right.
It might be different.
That was
depending
that's
on
a lot to come down
when.
from. That's a lot to come back after. So, I'm definitely hoping
All right,
that
let's see what you guys are saying.
everybody is going to get to vote on this next one. And who do we have? We have Gorps and Cyphers. So you guys are definitely coming in after it here. So I am confident you guys are going to bring it. Cypher is new to the community, and just so you know, he is no longer a.
This is
streamer,
where
but
I think we
I'm gonna
left
try and
off.
get his socials for you guys.
So that's
later.
that's
as soon as we are done, I will put everybody's socials into the chat so that we can, give the love where it deserves. Last prompt of the night, everybody. Last debate. We have he's no longer in the bottom left corner.
I got a decent amount of it.
Underneath,
I got a decent amount of it.
That way is Cypher defending the no, you're the negative. Gorps, you're first. Gorps is on the affirmative. Sorry, I'm an amateur. Gorps up above me is on the affirmative, and this guy here, Cypher, is going to be on the negative. The prompt is term limits should be implemented on all elected and appointed government positions. One more time, that is term limits.
Okay, let's get our.
Should be implemented.
Well, I'll go back and get our.
Well,
we'll get them in order.
Positions.
Blueberry
3 minutes on the clock. You guys have both seen the format.
Thank you.
Before, but I assume you don't have any questions, Cypher. You see how we do.
I think I already gave him a treat, but
then in that case,
we'll give him another
3
one.
minutes
We'll
is
give
on
him
the clock
another
for you,
one.
Gorps. Start the clock when you're ready.
All right. First point is
The
term
people.
limits prevent power from becoming too concentrated at any level of government. When somebody holds the same positions for decades, they become far more likely to be beholden to donors, lobbyists, and political insiders, and far less accountable to the people. Term limits break that cycle and make room for leaders that are actually connected to the communities they serve. Term limits also broaden representation within government. They create space for new voices, new perspectives, and new leadership styles. That constant renewal brings fresh ideas and prevents the kind of bureaucratic stagnation.
I'm just
that
going to do
develops
one
when
at a
the same
time
individuals
so that I don't
occupy
get
the
lost.
same role for decades.
So thank you, sir.
Term limits also help build public trust. When people see the same person in the same office, whether it be elected or
People do have one.
like appointed,
Yeah.
when they see that same person in the same office for 20, 30, 40 years, or when that person is 90 years old, with little to show for it, if anything, they stop believing that the government is responsive to them. At a certain point, long-term officials start to feel untrustworthy and unaccountable to the people. Leadership
Because
in a democracy
to
should
not
belong to
do
people,
that
not
means
to
we all
bureaucrats
have to
or
come to
corporate-funded
rise
lifetime
together.
Incumbents.
That's
I would also say on that point that when people trust the government, we have a higher amount of social cohesion in general in society. We have less people creating crazy conspiracy theories. We have less people
Goddamn!
protesting and doing all of the shit that just tends
What was
to cause
uncomfortable?
problems in society. We also already accept the principle of term limits being important when it comes to the most powerful office in this country, being the presidency. We recognize that the term limits are necessary to prevent a dangerous concentration of power at the highest level. It's only logical to then apply that same safeguard to other powerful positions within our country. Overall, they protect our democracy from stagnation, corruption, and entrenched power. They keep the government accountable, dynamic, and focused on the people, not on donors, insiders, or careerist interests.
And there was Box's second one, making him the new
I'm going to put 2 minutes on the
sponsor
clock now for
of
you.
the stream.
Use this time to poke any holes in what he said or ask any questions to set any trap for your openings.
Thank you,
but
thank you,
ultimately,
sir.
If you want to, you can just talk. It's your time. So go ahead and start the clock whenever you start talking.
All right. So, Gorps Inc. My question to you is, isn't most
Gorps
of
or
the
Gore?
things that you listed,
Gore Inc.?
Creating space for new voices, bureaucratic malaise, lifetime
Thank you so very,
incumbents,
very much,
and
sir.
the like, also handled by having and ensuring that elections are themselves competitive?
I think that there's plenty that can be done to make elections competitive, but we're not just talking about elected officials here. We're talking also about appointed people.
But the prompt is
Lucky
all
you.
elected positions
Lucky you. That
and
first one
all
was
appointed
ballroom.
Positions and appointed people.
Yes.
Exactly. You're only
Yes.
talking about half the prompt, and I don't think that making elections more competitive alone fixes the issue because of things like name recognition and huge amounts.
I
of
took this
corporate
right
donors,
from you. So thank you.
APAC
Thank you.
donors.
Thank you.
All these things are
And
those are
effectively not
separate
going to
issues
make
from term
elections
limits, though.
fair.
Those are sorry, I didn't mean to talk
is-
over you. Those are different.
Is that what the
problems
Bundys? Is that what
than
it was? A
having,
Charles Manson thing?
No term limits, because those positions would still exist with.
I agree with you,
the-
and competitive
I not
elections
know
are
about
also
this?
different than a term limit issue. I think that we need
Right,
term limits
so-
and competitive elections.
But you're not. But even if you have a competitive elections, you still have the issues with APAC funding, like you mentioned. You still have the corporate donors issue.
Term limits.
All those things still exist with term limits. They're instead of a person being able to build their own power outside of those corporate interests and things like that through establishing expertise within the congressional district or Senate, president, whatever the case may be, courts. We can go through the gamut. Instead of being able to build their own expertise and power outside of those, they are now more reliant, especially in elected positions.
I knew it was coming. I
be
knew it
able to
was
get to the
coming.
position in the first place.
Oh,
disagree
Box
with
with
that?
another
I would
$5.
disagree with that. I think
Thank
that
you.
there's a
Thank
higher
you.
likelihood
Thank
for
you.
people to be able
So
to break
very,
through
very
all
much,
of that funding,
and
especially
of course,
when
a treat
governments
for
support
the
ability for them
overlord.
to do that. For
Out
example, Seattle
sponsoring
has
your damn self.
a fund funded for by the taxpayer, where the taxpayer can say, "I want to give
I guess I'm on that
X
list.
amount of money to this candidate," and they don't actually have to pay
Guess
for it.
I'm
They
on
don't
the
pay for it.
list.
This is one way that people can break through all that funding, but ultimately there's more opportunity for somebody to break it when you're kicking somebody that's been there for too long out.
Right. We're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock now for you, Cypher. This is your actual opening. So once again, clock starts when you do.
All right. At a base, term limits for elected officials is anti-liberal and anti-democratic, as it limits the people's ability to have a say in their government in a representative democracy,
What do you
which the
guys
United
think?
States is at its core. While the founding fathers did not want direct democracy, they wanted a strong representative democracy, one which the House of Representatives itself most closely hewed to the passions of the public. Creating term limits for Congress itself would be a violation of the foundational principles of American democracy. But let's assume you do not care what the founders wanted. After all, there are just a bunch of racist people who thought that the peculiar institution
New poll
that
is
dominated
up.
the South existed
This
was
is the
a
prompt.
fine
Agree
country
or
of slavery.
disagree?
Not only that, the Senate was less democratic at the founding until the 17th Amendment. Or maybe you support the 22nd Amendment, which established term limits for the presidency. Let's start with the 22nd Amendment. I also support this due to the immense power vested in the presidency. But the question is not should we have term limits at all, it's should we have it for all elected positions and government appointees. Moving back to the 17th Amendment, let's explore the reason why it was changed in the first place. To keep it brief, the 17th Amendment was established because one Nelson Aldrich of Connecticut, due to his immense wealth and connections within the Republican Party, managed to buy his seat and become a national party boss for the Republican Party. Curious how we are dealing with this problem.
That's a
again
show,
in
right?
a different form, isn't it now?
Drawn
While we
together.
deal with this problem in a different form, I would argue that I would argue that unelected party bosses is not one of them because elected officials are able to gain power over time.
Exactly,
through the
Jerry.
development of
Shall not
expertise.
be
Expertise.
infringed.
That is the operative word here. Expertise is only gained over time, and term limits will move the expertise away from elected and accounted
Yep. All of
officials
it.
to unelected party bosses and bureaucrats. Back to money.
Yep, gun
users in a way that is
defenses,
even worse than what we experience
cannons.
today. Power moves away from the power moves away from the people.
Yeah, I
to
don't.
power,
This
just like it
I
was
must have
with the
just missed
Senate
this one.
prior to the 17th Amendment.
Crazy.
It's for these reasons, keeping true to our democratic principles, creating expertise in politics with people who are accountable,
Family.
and mitigating power concentration in wealth, that I place term
How did
limits
I
on
not see
all,
that?
that I oppose placing term
2014.
limits on all elected and appointed positions.
Oh, Clive. Okay, that Clive and Bundy sounds a little bit
Hey.
more
2 minutes is on the clock for you, Gorps.
familiar.
Examine as you see fit.
Okay, so you said that you support term limits for the presidency. Why is that?
Term limits for the presidency exist basically because of the immense power that the presidency holds, and that is because Congress has ceded power to the presidency over time. Should the president go back to what the founders intended, and being a chief magistrate rather than a chief executive, CEO, then I would probably be less against less for.
So do you
it
think the Supreme Court
we are
holds
now.
immense power as well?
I do believe the Supreme Court holds immense power.
Okay,
But again,
so would you agree with term limits there?
But again, we are
Shout
not
out to First
talking about
Amender.
just-
He's
I just
back.
asked you a
He's
question. I
back.
asked you a question.
Well,
What was this for? What was
I
this
would
Yes,
for?
for
say
Supreme
that
Court?
rather than there being term limits, because there is currently one term limit, you're just there for life, establish some sort of age cap or maybe just a term itself, then you would have your thing. But I guess that amounts to the same thing.
Okay, what about Congress?
Congress, no.
It
Congress
is
should
soy.
not have term limits.
They don't have immense
That's what
power?
I would expect. No, each individual person in Congress does not hold immense power. You can make arguments that the House,
faker?
the Speaker, of the House
Staged
does,
attack or not?
and the Senate, the head of the Senate party that's in charge has power.
Oh my
but
goodness.
Every individual member has
Again.
all of the powers to choose across the entire
Again,
body
we got
through appointments
refilled.
to different
So, hold on.
committees and the like, as well as
we
other things.
refilled. We refilled.
Every member of Congress has immense power, especially when a huge amount of their votes come down to just a couple votes separating whether something passes or not. That gives every single member the immense
Thank you,
power in
sir.
choosing what happens to our
No.
country. You're just wrong on that front.
Completely disagree.
But how exactly does a term limit? equal
I'm
power
just
to our
kidding, kitty.
oligarchs? Because right now,
We
everybody
know
is
what's
bought
good.
off.
We know what's good.
Pretty much every single person in our government is bought off. Our appointed officials are beholden to their donors because they want to make more money on the side. Everybody is bought off. So what makes you think that term limits is going to do that when that's
Is
already
Bernie
the case?
Sanders bought off?
Yup.
I
don't know.
he has a couple larger donors.
Is he bought off? Do you believe that he's actually a man of principle?
I think he is one of the few that is not. When I
What would
said
happen
pretty
if
much
Bernie
every.
Sanders what would happen to Bernie Sanders if there was a term limit of say 3 consecutive or 3 terms?
He'd blame
still
the
have that?
millionaires
Bernie
and
Sanders would put
billionaires.
Somebody under his wing, and try to get
So-
that person to replace the seat. But ultimately, the voters would get to choose.
So
a
then
new
an
person.
unelected.
Thank you
an
very much for the
unelected
likes,
party
guys.
boss
Again, that
ends
really
up
does
getting
help.
An immense amount of power that is
No,
not being able to
that-
be held accountable. To
Not
the
what I
people.
said.
But you said he would be able to pull somebody under his wing and be
I
able to
don't
move,
know,
move them
Rob.
through.
Is
Yes,
this
yes, Bernie
weird?
could
Should I
befriend
talk like
somebody.
this?
And have this person come to events and have this person would
Right.
already have the
So
same
like the
opinions
D-
as Bernie, and Bernie would say, I like this guy. Not some unelected
Like
party
how
boss
people-
from like the DNC saying it. Bernie would say,
From
I like this
Rumble.
guy.
No, it's actually the exact same principle. So the
I feel
left
like I say it with my fucking
consistently
chest,
says that
but-
the DNC has this immense amount of power that they're able
Mhm.
to wield and influence elections and things like that. If without term limits,
We
people are able
know
to
what's good.
rise up
We
to
know
their,
what's
their
good.
position, their expertise, their power.
Thank you,
and
thank
be
you,
able to
thank you
counter
for
some
the
of that.
hangout
If you get
and
rid of those people
all of
in
your
Congress
votes.
and have them cycle through every whatever the term limit might be, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever the case, you end up eroding that and putting power back into the
Eroding.
party bosses, because you have to
Eroding.
keep, not consensus. I'm losing the word here, but you have to keep consistency across the different.
How many
generations and
Bernie-like
across the
people do
different
you
things.
think would be willing to run around the country if the incumbent person that's been there for 30 years suddenly was gone? Because the answer is a shit ton. And continuously, they're winning despite the lack of big funding. They're winning when
But-
these
This guy's he's got a little bit more
politicians
energy. I like his energy.
exit. Whether that they're
And-
exiting, some of them are exiting for term limits because they have their own issues, or not issues, but they have their own laws. Or whether they're exiting because
Every
they're done with
time.
politics.
Eroding.
A bunch of these people that are not super corporate funded,
Eroding.
that are a lot mostly
But that-
grassroots funded. These people are winning. What we're seeing right now, when people actually go and leave
mandating?
office and somebody has to take over, we are seeing the non-corporate funded people winning. But these
I think
people
that you
that have been there too long need to step down for that to even happen.
I think that you are attributing the primary problem here to it. You're doing attribution here. The issue with those is not the fact that they are incumbents. The issue with those is funding and the
Rob,
and the things that
definitely
surround that,
not.
and the fact
I
that
am definitely not a
elections
killer,
themselves
so
are not very competitive.
Good for you,
Whether
brother.
it comes from the internal primary politics of it or it
What do you
comes
mean
to
by
the
the
general
issue is
election.
funding?
If the issue is
Specifically that part.
the issue is funding. So a person that is new to the scene is less likely to get funding, regardless.
Those are
if
the
their
people that are
establishment-
winning. That's what I'm saying. We've seen this trend for the last like 2 years. Those are the people that's winning.
I
That are
got
winning.
a lot of them from some.
Yeah, they're winning now, but they're winning in spite of the fact that there's no
Yo.
term limits.
Look what we got
Yes, they're
going
winning
on.
because other people are stepping down. Though. So if we have term limits,
Mel
and we have
and
other people that
Stacy.
are forced to
Even-
step down after sitting there with name recognition for 30 years, because so many studies show that that name recognition matters more than any campaigning you do.
Okay. Would you?
Them
do
having
you
their
disagree- do
name
you
recognition is
disagree
the
with
I
me?
only reason that they're
forgot
still there.
about this movie.
They are not
Do you
accountable
disagree
to
with me
people.
that
I
that's
gotta
not
rewatch
based on
this.
democratic principles?
To say that this person can't hold the exact same position, no, because you know what that person gonna do? They can still go represent their community. They can either go back to local. If they're in Congress, they can go to the House. Or if they're in the Senate, they can go to the House. If they're in the Senate,
Thank you,
House, they
thank
can go
you,
to the
thank you
Senate.
so very,
think
very
many
much,
times
everybody.
they're-
Let me
appointed
get
position, if they're for a
your link
different appointed
here
position.
real quick, everybody.
It's
I
not
think
that they
we
have to
just
be
disagree.
out of
That
government completely. But
darn
that
kidding.
position needs to be changed.
A sub or
I
a
simply,
follow
does
wherever
just
you're
disagree with
at.
that
Thank you,
because
thank you,
it's a
thank you.
violation, in my opinion,
Have a
of
good one.
liberal democratic principles of people being able to choose a representative,
fuck
even if
liberals.
it's the same crusty older person over and over again. The fact that we have a Bernie Sanders able to run forever is fine to me, as long as the people that want that. Part of the problem that we have with our system is the fact that these positions aren't very competitive from a general election perspective. Does with or without name recognition ID or anything like that, due to the nature of first past the post, winner take all election systems, the fact that we don't have multi-member districts, etc. All those things make it to where people are less competitive in general. And if we solve that, we actually fix the issue that you have, which is the fact that people are staying there forever despite the wishes of other people.
I think the issue is
So I
more
agree with you that
about
first past the post and a bunch of these things.
the
are issues in our
campaigning
elections. I
aspect.
agree with you that those should also be changed, but that still does not fix the core issue of term limits, of people sitting in positions, getting comfortable in positions, and then
Why
not
is
being
that a
accountable to
problem?
the people. This goes beyond elected officials, which we have not talked about yet, but somebody like a Fed chair, A Fed chair should not be able to sit there forever because a Fed chair, as of anybody else, is inevitably going to start thinking about their own interests.
Rob said, "Fuck socialism,
When they are not
fuck communism."
in a position
Agreed.
where they are new there.
If this
They
debate
have
was-
they've had decades to establish relationships that are separate from the relationship with the public, right? That are separate
If
from any
this
of these things. They're going to have alternative interests, and that's why they need to go. Same
this
goes for
debate-
an FBI director. Same goes for any of these agency directors and any of these things.
If this debate was, do you agree with term limits on some things? I would be in agreement with you, but that's not what the debate is. The debate is focused on should it be applied to across the board, and that is where I disagree with. That's where I disagree
Right, so
with
why do
Tom.
you disagree with it?
That's
on these
probably the
appointed
strongest
positions
point.
that I've just mentioned.
I didn't say that I disagree with it on appointed
Okay,
positions.
what do you disagree with term limits on? Specifically.
Congress elected positions, generally speaking, the president being the exception due to the immense amount of power that the presidency holds.
Yeah, I
which
think
can
I'm
be
with
solved
Cypher.
in other ways, which could then open that back up to pure or more liberal democratic principles.
Okay, so you don't think that every member of Congress has power. You've already
Correct.
said that. It doesn't make any sense when these votes are coming down to 1 to 5
not just
votes that
Andrew
are
Wilson.
deciding the complete funding
Semantics
of our government,
do
the complete
matter.
direction of our government. That would make me think that every single one of these votes matters quite a bit. Would you disagree that every vote matters when you have this tight of a margin?
This tight of a margin would be a good thing, and I don't mind the power being more vested in people that are elected representatives in those instances.
Right, so
Specifically
you-
because the
So
majority
you
of power
agree
is
that when it's close,
diffused.
they have a lot of power. Each member has a lot of power.
Sure, they have.
But your entire reasoning
they-
earlier for not having term limits on them is that they don't have a lot of power.
No. My reasons were expertise, being able to follow democratic principles. And
There's
There's
mitigate
no
vote
reason
matters.
that the
attrition and
expertise
wealth.
matters here. There's literally no reason that expertise means sitting in the same seat in the House for 20 years.
Do you disagree that the politics is a thing that people can become experts at?
I don't disagree with that. As I
Okay.
said before,
Do you believe
can't
that's
hold
important?
the same position. You can be a state House representative. You can be a Senate
you think-
member.
do
You,
you think
can
that the
then go to the
House
House.
is-
You can make politics a career. You just can't sit in the same position for 20 years.
Do you think that the expertise in the state legislature transfers to federal?
I think that it transfers well enough for people to be able to do the job well, considering first-time elected House members and first-time elected Senate
We're
members
not commies.
are able to do their
but
job well
some of them might be.
from
I don't
the
know
get-go.
them that well.
if they're
Okay.
decent, the people that are elected.
Would you say that there is expertise that does develop over time in specific elected positions? So you get different expertise for running state government than you do from running federal government positions.
It is different, but it's transferable.
Knew it.
Is the thing.
Okay, so in your mind, it is not different enough to say that that's the thing that we should.
Yeah,
be
it's
concerned.
not
Okay.
different enough to create a problem for somebody to like not know what they're doing.
I mean, that's an impasse. So
Okay, so what your expertise point is bullshit. Your term limits leads to power being in the oligarchs. It's also bullshit because that's already the case without term limits, and makes no sense as to why that would become more of an issue, especially with how
It's
we've
more of
seen
an
elections
issue-
going
it's
for the
m-
last couple of years.
It's more of an issue because of the fact that when you have term limits, you do not have people that are able to build up their own independent power sources that it then
You have more people able to
makes
do
them
that.
be able to remove themselves from that. Bernie Sanders can only exist by him being in that position for as long
No.
as he's been in that position.
No, Bernie Sanders got elected. He could have stayed there for I don't know, say 8-10 years.
No one would give a
And then
damn
he could have
about
gone to
Bernie
the
Sanders
Senate.
when he's not in Congress.
What?
one
No,
would
no,
give
he
a
can
damn
still be in
about Bernie
Congress.
Sanders.
He can still be in Congress. That's what you don't understand. He can't sit in
No.
his Senate seat. He can go to the House. That's also Congress.
So you can go back and forth, or are you saying that
No, but if we have like a 10-year term limit, you can do that for 10 years, go to the other one for like 10, 12 years, something like that. That's 22 years of your life. Then you can move on.
Yeah, I just disagree.
In fact, then you can go back to your state and do some work back at home in the state Senate and the state House for another 20 years. That's 40 years of your life. You're ready to retire.
I fundamentally disagree with that because the reason that Bernie Sanders has as much power as he has is because he's become a Senate institution in and of himself.
And it could
All right,
not become a House institution with
Good
the
point.
other House
No.
fucking
Good
rib
point.
parts. Sorry, that came out.
So
That's what she
It's
said.
all right. It's the judges who are going to decide if that was
On
if
both
that was
sides of
good or
the
bad.
aisle
So,
would be on the
we're
client
going to
list.
go ahead
Yep.
and jump on in there. Y'all, it seemed like a logical place to kind of land there at a impasse, as you said. But we do have a few questions from the judges. Sorry, but we are
So
going to go ahead and skip past the audience vote on this, or the audience question on this one, just because I want to get through. We got a fair number of questions here. So just like the other ones, I'm going to go Af first, then I'm going to go Neg, back and forth. So Gorps, you first. Do you believe that there is a benefit?
I have to pee
having
so
a
bad.
Congressperson who has an entire career to make the changes necessary? As this was sort of the last thing that Cypher was saying regarding Bernie Sanders. There are other examples where a particular representative spends an entire career trying to move the needle. Do you see a benefit to that?
In a singular position, no.
Okay. And you had said something about passing the torch. Do you believe that that is a reliable way to get a longer term goal accomplished?
Yeah, and I think it's smart for every politician to do. I think every politician should already be trying to do that, even if we don't have term limits.
I don't think I know one QAnon
All right,
person.
looking
like
at you now,
online,
Cypher.
real life.
How do you believe
Shout out to Larry.
expertise matters
Welcome.
in representation if representation is your stated goal? So in other words, how do you become more expert at representing the will of the people if that is the purpose of a representative in Congress?
One could argue that while being in the position, you learn more and more about your constituents' concerns while in that position, because you're going to have them come to you over different issues over time.
I'm gonna
and therefore
come.
you can become more of an expert of what your community or your whatever group you're representing. I would argue we need to have more Congress critters in office, but you could end up becoming more knowledgeable about what issues they are and do synthesis around those issues. So if somebody comes to you with one issue and another person comes to the other, then you could be like, wait, these are actually linked by this thing, and then you could maybe solve that thing to fix both issues. Keep it generic.
Going back to you, Gorps.
Rob is having a ball over on Rumble.
Do you think it can take
Using
a
that free
long
speech.
time to affect a change?
Yes.
Pretty straightforward question.
The wheels of justice and
Like,
government
generally, yes.
are meant to move slowly.
Like
And
obviously, government.
I think it can take a long time, and it can take a lot of people.
I gotta pee.
Okay. And we have another question for you now, Cypher. What is your best reason that a person should have a lifetime appointment to a position?
I'm not sure if I would say that everybody should have a lifetime appointment to a position. I came into this with the understanding that this was an all or nothing kind of question. So when we have certain positions that are lifetimes, such as judges, that really slows down the change of progress that I think a lot of people would want or not want. But on the other side, conservatives actually like that. It is part of a function of our government and how it's designed. It's designed to be slow moving, and that is partly why judges are lifetime appointments. But I would not sit here and argue that every single position should be a lifetime appointment.
Morty's so cute.
I would even argue that
I
many
love
should
Morty.
be term limited. I'm specifically focused on the elected officials, which can be remedied through other means.
Okay. All right. Good stuff. And it looks like that is actually all of our questions. So I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock now for you, Gorps. This is your closing time.
I messaged you a couple questions.
Oh, did you? I'm sorry. I missed them. Castle Shade.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm so sorry. Going back to that.
Apparently not. The landscape
now for
stream,
you,
86.
Gorps.
Oh, no. Yeah. Right. You said 86% said yes, term limits.
And yeah, I'm sorry about that, bud.
Libertarian
For
socialist.
Gorps. During the conversation, it seemed like you agreed someone like Bernie isn't bought off, but wouldn't someone like Bernie anointing someone under his wing that he likes be an unfair advantage if all candidates aren't starting on an equal playing field because whoever Bernie likes gets Bernie's voters?
I don't think the voters would entirely just blindly go to this person. I don't think it's really unfair for a candidate to say, "Hey, I'm leaving office. This is who I like." I think that is actually pretty transparent. And if voters want the same thing, the same sort of thing that Bernie has done, they can go and vote for that person. If they want a bit of a change, they can vote for somebody else. I think it's just transparency. There's another part to that question. What was the other part?
That was basically it. So basically, it was making sure that you were talking about the corruption of long term, and that the solution would be somebody to pass the torch. And the question is, would that not give an unfair advantage in a fair and equal election? So
Yeah.
Do you do
an advantage akin to?
do you do
massive
like streams and
donations.
stuff? I'd be down to have
Okay,
you on
and then now
the,
over to you,
the regular
Cypher.
show.
'Cause
'Cause I really don't understand the
Oh, nope,
idea
my
of
bad.
being a
Also
socialist
for you, Gorps,
and a libertarian.
for an unelected position like Fed chair, isn't it important to keep someone in that seat during the set terms to
But
avoid
how is that
market
socialism?
turmoil or constantly changing monetary policy?
During the set terms, yes, but there's set terms. That's the thing. Is I don't think that we should have the same Fed chair for 40 years, but I think something like, as an example, like a 10-year Fed chair or a 5-year Fed chair, that is perfectly
I
valid.
thought he said
But
tenure.
it's when they start going longer into like the decades that we run into problems. We run into ulterior motives.
All right. Good stuff. Now we're going to go ahead and put that 3 minutes on the clock for you, Gorps. You go first. 3 minutes to close. Clock will start with you.
All right. So as I have said plenty of times at this point, I think that something very important about government is the government being accountable to the people and nothing else. The government should not be
Agreed.
accountable to random corporations.
Just want to get you up here.
Foreign
Let's chit-chat.
officers or anybody else. And I think that having term limits allows for us to have a greater safety net in making sure that that is the case. Because when people are sitting here in our government in the same position for 40 years, talking to the same other people for 40 years, they're going to create ulterior motives, whether they want to or not. At a certain point, people get corrupted. Ultimate power ultimately corrupts. And so having term limits allows us to try
That's
to
not what we
avoid
wanted.
that a bit. It doesn't fix all the issues, but it avoids that a bit. It also, again, opens the door, new voices for possible third-party candidates. When you have no incumbent, you have the option for something new. And that's not always going to be a Democrat or Republican. Some of you may like that, some of you may hate that, but it's facts.
So again, it was
At the end of the day, my opponent
So
could
he
not
said yes.
name
he
something
said
that he
no.
actually supported a lifetime appointment to, which
It's a tough one.
seemingly would mean that some
'Cause
level of a limit here he
Yeah.
would support. Now, he might not support it like written into law, like I'm saying. However, he supports some level here. He said he wouldn't like to see the judiciary in a lifetime appointment. That is, as far as I'm aware, the only true lifetime.
I was with
appointment we
him,
have.
but I think he won me
Everything
over.
else would need a limit, a term limit, some might call it.
America first.
Term limits protect our democracy from corruption. They protect our actual bureaucracy from stagnation, and it stops any individuals from gaining a super high level of entrenched power that they can then use for anything other than the will of the people. That's all I got.
3 minutes is now on the clock for you, Cypher. Last words, sir. Clock starts with you.
All right, here we go.
So as I argued, I
Panel
believe that,
time!
Liberal democratic principles should be seen first and foremost in this. With term limits at their base for elected positions violate that, as it removes the people's choice to have their own representative. I would further argue that term limits does not actually help prevent oligarchy or foreign influence in our campaigns or in our parties. If anything, it actually helps that to happen because of the fact that a party
He seems
needs to
really
have
nervous.
continuity within
They said
the
it was his first
generation,
debate, right?
And in order to have that continuity without people serving long term within the elected positions, the party bosses have to be able to whip the parties into shape and get their things passed that way. And those are unelected, essentially unelected bureaucrats within the party.
So
structure
ask it,
themselves.
Rob.
They're accountable
What's the
to
question?
nobody except the people that fund them. So that is why I would say this. One thing that we didn't get into the debate is that I believe most of the issues that Gorps brought up is actually solved through other means that keep democratic principles, mainly getting rid of first past the post, winner take all voting systems, introducing some sort of
Ranked choice voting,
or the right to make elections themselves more competitive. Once elections themselves are more competitive, should a person or should the populace decide that a person should no longer be there, it would be much easier for them to do so. However, if the populace decides they want that same person, a la Bernie Sanders or somebody else, maybe Nancy Pelosi, due to their effectiveness and their ability and their expertise that they have developed, the populace should be able to do that as well. That's really all I have for this. Thank you for the debate.
Good stuff. So that is all 3 debates in the bag. We did it, kids. Now, I'm going to go ahead and drop that last link for this vote into the chat, and this time I'm even going to remember to give it to Lutch in our chat. Boom and boom, and everybody go ahead and lock your votes in for us, just in case it comes down to another tie. We're going to go back to you
all
first,
right, guys.
Cat. This a whole
So
night of
go
great
vote.
debates.
Go vote.
Let me
Actually, I
hear
should
what you thought about this.
I haven't been voting.
Sure. I love this debate. I always this is a good one that goes back and forth.
Is it going to go?
But I think that the topic itself was the key hitter point. It's literally all, and I will agree that Cypher actually doesn't believe in lifetime appointments for like SCOTUS members and such that. But what he does not want is term limits for senators and representatives, right? Because there is a vote there, and so that's kind of what the argument that swayed me the most was just the fact that when you're asking for all, you really have to cover all, and voting seems a good way to do it as long as it's free and fair, like he's advocating for. So I give it 4-6.
Get your votes in, guys. Only 8
4-6
votes. 8 votes. You could swing the whole thing.
Now, Castle, where did you come up?
Yeah, it was a good debate by both debaters here. I think Gorps did a really good job until the end. He just was winning, and then at the end he just said something about he said libtards, I think, and then just flipped for me. So 11 to -1 for Cypher.
Oh, just because he said libtard.
I agree with
this is the
Alley
fucking
Cat.
guy
I
that
think
voted against me.
The prompt screwed Cypher over. I disagree with Gorps. I still disagree with Gorps, but the way he debated, and I think the way the prompt is set up, it just made it so hard for Cypher that when I was talking even about the Fed chair, or like Alley Cat mentioned, Supreme Court, there's just ways that Gorps mentioned, like even you could admit like you don't want these people at lifetime appointments. So it was really tough. Both people did a good job, but it was hard for me. So I'm with Alley Cat 4-6, same score, Gorps.
Actually, he was 4-6 in favor of Cypher, correct, Alley Cat?
Oh, he was.
Yeah, so that means that it is once again tied.
All right, tied up.
No, 6-4 for Gorps. I did correct. Got that right. Correct, Alley? You gave it to Cypher, correct? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
Just
something
making
like
sure
that.
you are muted.
Yeah.
Wait, I closed the window.
Well, then once again, it's tied, and it matters what the audience thinks. So please, everybody, get those votes locked in. It was
tied when I last. Let's pull it back up.
Because y'all decide the fate here. And
did I just completely like misrepresent Alley Cat? Because I thought he was making my argument.
So he was making the same argument. This will be fun actually in the after party. We're gonna go backwards and we'll start with this one because I'll let the two of y'all sort of hash it out yourselves. He did say the same things as you. The difference is he believed that it was Cypher who was offering the alternatives.
Caught. Caught
gave the
in
alternatives
4K,
better, whereas
biased.
Technically,
Biased.
in my notes, both debaters offered up the alternatives. The only difference
You
was
said
that
libtard,
that
so
Cypher
you
was saying that
lose.
term limits was not the solution for most positions. Well, actually, I can't even say that. Specifically, he was
Yeah.
talking about Congress. So he was specifically talking about in Congress, he didn't believe that it was a useful solution. But both of them talked about all of the others. So you just felt
Yeah,
that
got
Gorp
it,
made a
got
better
it.
case for. So either way, let's look and see
Yeah,
what
good
the audience
conversation
said.
afterwards for sure. Yeah.
Yep. And that's why we do it. All right. So lacking it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. All right. So it looks like our results on this one are in favor of the affirmative. We are at a 60-40 for the AF, which means Gorps won by a nose hair on this one. That is actually as close as it can possibly get, and you still get a win. So great job on that. And a overall great job.
Can I just say,
you can.
Cypher, I think you won, but I appreciate it.
I was gonna say I actually kind of felt that as well. Before we go on, before we go on, and I didn't get the chance to do this on stream last time because because the person left too quick. So I want to make sure I do it this time. The only vote that I actually get throughout the course of the night is I get one vote for the MVP for the night. I get a 10-point bonus that I get to give to whoever I thought brought it the best. And the fact of the matter is I always feel like a proud papa who loves every single one of y'all equally, but I do have to give it to Lutch tonight because even though yes, he was defending my favorite prompt and my favorite position on that prompt, I also felt like a lot of his arguments were very well formed. His opening, even though he did have to truncate it severely, his opening was really, really good. And there were a couple of times where he was able to get passionate without having to get worked up. But then later on, he also got worked up. So it was just entertaining. It was fun. It was great. It was not a huge margin, but I definitely felt like Lutch was the MVP of the night. So
thank you.
That said, yeah, no, thank you. And thank everybody else once again. This is now where we're going to change to the after party. And what this is, for those of you who do not know, is anybody that I already know. If you're part of the Discord server and you have been here before, and I know who you are in the channel, you're welcome to jump on in here. If you're already got that everyday streamer tag, then you should be able to jump straight into the hotbox. If you don't have that tag, jump into any room that you can see, and I'll drag you up here.
Yeah.
If you're new,
if I know you, I will
new to
vouch for you.
And somebody in the room,
if I
says,
know
hey,
you,
that's
I
a
will
buddy of
vouch for
mine,
you
or,
if
hey,
you
I
want to
know
come
that
up.
person, I will go ahead and give you a straight ticket in as well. But just do your best to mind your manners and
if it's another thing where he's just talking about the channel and all that.
Thanks again, everybody. And I do have some opening stuff, but I'd like to hear the two judges discuss that a little bit there at the end. Kind of reconcile where you guys thought the good points came from, if you don't mind.
So again, it was just the fact of all, and I think Cypher was advocating, yeah, there's a lot of good reasons to have term limits, especially for appointed positions, but it's the elected positions that don't need the term limits. And so that's not all. And so that was where the justification was.
So the distinction for you, Alley Cat, was the fact that he poked a hole.
The debates are over, but the panel just started.
And so, okay. And does that make more sense to you, Castle, as to why he was actually for Cypher instead of Gorps?
You're muted.
Muted, bud.
You're muted, my friend. Don't you hate when that happens?
Motherfucker.
Right? You're still muted. Yep.
Yeah, your Discord is muted specifically.
Dead air.
Got some radish level tech issues here.
Right there, Gorps. Right there, buddy.
Sorry, I don't know why
there you are.
I don't know why my mute thing went away. No, I was saying like I don't know if and I was trying to say I might be slow. I'm definitely slow if I can't find my mute button. I might be slow tonight to not get that positioning. So before we get back to that, my reasoning was, that all positions and all appointed employees, I guess, by, you could say the president or whoever, accounting for people like in the Supreme Court or the Fed chair, so on and so forth, or the governors of the Fed, like those folks being, I guess, in lifetime positions, technically. Like you could technically be a Fed chair for, they have terms, but you could keep getting nominated by the same president or a different president each time. And those are like 10 years. So let's say, just sticking to the Supreme Court, like if those are essentially lifetime appointments, I think that where I was coming from was that Cypher would probably agree that we should limit them in some way. And I think that's where, for me, it was like hard to distinguish the argument against that, right? Like if those folks are not limited, but they should be, that was like the one little crack in his argument. Because I agree with the premise. Like I'm against term limits myself, but just from that point, being super technical, that's what hung me up a little bit. But I'm still trying to understand more about Alley Cat's point about like just focusing on Congress, because go for it.
So the prompt is specifically all positions and elected officials. Okay.
Right.
So let's grant that all appointed positions should have term limits. Let's grant that. You still have to contend with the elected officials, and I don't believe those should have it. They already have. Well, they don't have, like, to your point, a lot of things have terms. Like the idea behind term limits is not that there's not a term, it's that there's a limit to how many terms you can have.
Right.
And I,
what they did to the president, making it only be 2 instead of the many that who was it that had nearly 4, but I think he died in office?
FDR.
Thank you. He's the reason. Yeah.
I always forget names.
All right. So real quick.
$5 for the side quest.
Housekeeping that I want to do.
Oh, the
that
housekeeping.
I need to do.
All right.
Especially now that I see that Lonzo has come in here. And I apologize.
I am giving him 7 minutes to talk about this. If in 7 minutes we are not off of this and back to the actual panel, we are leaving.
A little bit of drama coming out the gate into the after party. And in that drama, some things happened that I didn't fully understand what was going on while it was happening. I have since had the time to not only do some, like, go back and watch and see how things unfolded, but also do a little bit of research and reading, et cetera, et cetera. And I've been, it's been discussed with me from all of the different angles. So I want to say, first of all, that I do wish to apologize for unintentionally mischaracterizing the bigotry that was used last time. I referred to 2 things as racist, which were not technically racist. They were culturalist or perhaps ethnicist, or either way, they were a different flavor of bigotry. But what really matters is that I do not wish to ever mischaracterize people's words or their intent.
Blah, blah, blah. The first debate on this platform, I gave my opening and he was just like, I can't think. I lose.
Split second so that you guys can see what I'm looking at, so you guys can read along, because this is relevant. I'm
kind of here for drama,
TOS for Twitch, because I got to be real with you, Lonzo. I didn't publicly admonish you the way that I should have, and I need to do so now. So, hateful conduct means slap your hand, sir. So, civility and respect. This is the TOS for Twitch. I'm not going to read the entire long fucking thing, but I'm just going to read the one specifically about hateful conduct. Okay. Twitch aims to be a place where everyone can come together in a shared community experience. This vision is threatened when people experience harmful rhetoric and abuse on Twitch. Twitch does not permit behavior that is motivated by hatred, prejudice, or intolerance, including behavior that promotes or encourages discrimination, denigration, harassment, or violence based on the following protected characteristics: race, ethnicity, color, caste, national origin, immigration status, religion, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, serious medical condition, and veteran status. We also provide certain protections for age. It's the rules, buddy. the protections of age, which are expressly noted
Fuck
in the
Twitch.
examples. Now, we define
terms.
protected groups as a subset of the population with a shared protection.
I like that,
protected
Jim.
characteristic. Every Twitch user falls into
I think that's
multiple of
smart.
these protected groups. Twitch affords every user globally
Hey.
equal protections under this policy.
Shout
So,
out to
again, I needed to go through all of that so that everybody knows
$2
those are the
making
rules
you
of this
holla.
conversation.
Thank you,
TOS
thank
is
you.
really
So
my
very-
line in the sand, only because we will get kicked out of here. Anybody who knows me knows that at heart I am a free
Thank you.
speech
Welcome
absolutist.
to
I
the
think that
party,
every
sir.
shitty idea should be publicly spoken so that it can be publicly knocked down. However, this is not my house, it's just my stream. So, Daddy Bezos says no, the answer is no. Please, everybody, be as respectful to all of those characteristics as we can moving forward. Whether it's racism, culturalism, or anti-veteranism, we need to do our best to not attack, denigrate, etc., all those other fun words against those groups. Thank you
You
very
just
much.
made me really want
You
Danny
must-
I know,
must
and I
follow
do
the
too.
rules.
Hey,
Goddamn.
hey,
Thank-
let me correct something.
thank you,
I didn't attack him
sir.
for being a veteran. I attacked him because he was a shitty person.
'Cause
and
it's
a
Actually, you
veteran.
did.
Because
Actually,
it's
you did.
Discord.
And we're not going to relitigate it again. I'll
So
show
if
you
you
the VOD
look-
if you need me to. But
if
you
you
I
look
actually remember what I said.
specifically-
I specifically said I don't care that you served in
insulted him.
Iraq.
It's different.
You
Is that-
specifically
And then also said he
insulted
fought
him
in Saudi-
for the
Saudi
service
Arabia.
that he did.
Discord.
Yeah, I said he also
again,
fought in Saudi
so
Arabia.
Flips it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, I
So
actually remember
again-
what I said.
You know.
Yep. Like I said, again, only thing that matters is that's what TOS says. So we just got to stay within
That's
that.
why we hate
Other
Twitch.
than that, though, fucking say whatever you want. Because, again, I hope nobody here is super thin skinned. We're here to debate, but we're also here to be civil. So that's the other bit of housekeeping that I went last thing. And I would love for all of y'all to weigh in on this. You can just DM me your personal opinions on this as you see fit. I'm thinking about changing it from the demilitarized zone. Appreciate the following. I'm thinking about changing it from the demilitarized zone to the civil debate club. But I was told that there's no chance any conservative is going to still play with us if we're called the CDC. So shout out Chief for that one. That was not my joke, but it is true. So, but either way, I like the idea of going to the civil defense club or civil debate club, just because it shows that it's more about a club and all of us trying to get better together. And that we're trying to be as fucking civil about it as possible. But
All right, this is it. If we don't get back into
we
it, we're
are
leaving.
supposed to be.
Every
Chief
time
and
I come
Tyler?
here, somebody
Chief and
encourages
Tyler?
me to not be civil.
I was about to say it's usually Gorps who says the fucking uncivil shit. Thank you.
Tyler
So
blamed
if your
Horseradish.
chat is in there like poking you to be an asshole, then maybe you
Your
need to-
chat does it too.
Yeah, they
Tyler blames horseradish for being spicy. He says horseradish told him to spice it.
I did.
Last time we had a person who was in here who just like before the last time for the last, that a person just
Last
sat
time
here and
before the
yelled.
last, okay.
It was the guy that y'all rampage or whatever who just sat there and yelled things at me the whole entire stream. And I just
We
gotta
muted
say,
him.
yeah, numerous
go ahead.
times. I just gotta
All
say,
people?
do I invite those type of people?
Yes.
Is that
Yes.
Yes. And
Haters
and
gonna
I'll
hate.
be honest with you, Lonzo, because it's nothing but love. But because you are as passionate about your beliefs as you are, you have a tendency to say particularly inflammatory and instigational things that you trigger people.
Yeah, you'll
All
come
right,
out
so
swinging
let's
even
get
if you
into
don't
it.
know anybody.
Also,
Like that, you
Lonzo,
know?
if it was Rampage Paul, don't feel bad. He's done it to both me and Razor as well.
That is exactly who it
That's-
was for what it's
that's-
worth.
All right,
Paul.
let's keep it
That's
about
just who Paul is.
Who are we
Yeah,
talking
keep it
about? The
about
guy
this
called
week
Child?
for the current afters, just to get through some things, because
Exactly.
I failed to bring Alley Cat and IndianJesus along a path. They're talking about how weak the potential legal argument is, but again, the path. The
He's
prompt was
looking
that
at
the
the
Second
chat.
Amendment's meaningless if it can't be used to defend against a tyrannical government. And the thing that I brought up about, when we talk about if it can or can't be used, we're talking about the ability or capability. So one side is like, are we capable? Like physically, can we do it? And then the other side is legally speaking. So it's prohibited. It's legally speaking, you can't do it. We've established there's no legal protection, no court history, yet the meaning persists, right?
I mean,
the palms
real
are
quick,
That's
we'll-
what
we'll
I
go
failed.
in-
I failed to bring that around.
We can start
at
with the
end.
second debate. That's fine. Like I said, we're going to go through all three, and I'm going to give at least 30 minutes. But yeah, that's fine. We can start with Chief. 'cause
is that
Chief
the
does
botanical Legos I see you working on, Circa?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I've
working
been
on
seeing.
that.
I've been wanting to buy a bunch of those. Sorry, you got the
All right.
nice
So,
one too.
let's
ADD,
cheap.
ADD
you might
and
have to do
stoners,
the-
kids. Let's
might
So
have
let's
to do
cheap.
first
The
bit first.
base.
Sorry.
'Cause I
The
have
basic
to-
thing
I have
is
to go.
right. Take care.
Well,
Thank you
hey,
for hanging out. But let's cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the aspect of the
That's not what he
legal.
said. He asked to. He asked if we could do the first one first. That
Oh.
way, that because he has to go.
'Cause I have to go.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Are you being serious, Circa? Are you on a dead or hard out?
It's not a hard deadline. I'm just going to go party. So I don't know. It's just up to you guys.
So yes.
Let's just do it. Let's do the first one because I think it'll be quick
Nope,
anyway.
That's fine.
All right,
That's
you
fine.
guys can
Yeah,
think
no,
about
it's fine.
that. Then we'll circle back.
Yeah, we'll circle back.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
100%. So then we're going to who's this? No, that's last week. Kay and Circa. So yeah,
Almost.
you're right.
We
This
were
one's going to be
close.
a little quicker, especially since Kay is not here. So
We're
yeah.
close.
So the prompt for that debate was, just to read it back, North American continent should form an American union similar to the EU. Bear in mind, of course, this was one of the ones
I
that
have
personally
nothing to say
created
on
the
this.
prompt.
Oh, we were
And
there.
I have had
Oh,
my
wait.
own set of questions on this. So I actually want to ask you, Circa, because you think that this is an all-around bad idea, correct? Do you see any
in-
benefit to the idea of
current
forming an
state.
AU?
In its current state, I don't think it would be beneficial to the U.S. No. I think it'd
Okay.
be bad. It'd
So
probably destabilize the currency. Wages would plummet. I mean, there's just so many things.
is
they
that what
could do.
happened in the EU?
No, not in the short
Okay.
term. No.
So the biggest thing that I couldn't get past was everything. I've said this many times on stream, and after I say my piece, everybody can fucking.
Bro,
I'm
it's
not
still
even gonna go through all my notes,
over
no
on
way. It's
Rumble,
literally
Rob.
just the
It's
one-
still
one
January, and I've
thought.
done 4
The
videos.
states. So I think of the
on Nick
US
Shirley.
already as being more like the EU than any specific country in the EU. The United
Yeah, they're
States is
like
more like
countries.
the EU than Germany, right? So
Essentially.
with that said, you
Essentially.
already acknowledged
Shout
the
out.
benefits of the states coming
Shout out,
together as a
you missed the
union.
debates,
And
but
I
now we're
would
in the
say
open
that
panel. We're
every
going to see
single
if
thing
they
that you said
get
against
back
the
to my
idea
debate. But
would
we'll
still
see.
apply to the United States and the states of our union. So everything from
institutional strength,
some
though,
states
right?
get
And the
better.
development
hang
of
on.
the state was at the
Some
same
states get
time.
more benefit. Some states don't agree with the laws being put in place. Some states are bringing less to the table, or are technically like a financial
My state.
GDP or whatever, are a drag on the overall economy. Like there are
Correct.
certain aspects of states already that are not balanced. So why would it
Correct.
not stay the same in the larger? And then
Actually,
the only other
it might be
question
worse.
is for Kay, and maybe you guys can answer it. He said there were like 23 countries. What countries am I missing? What is north of the Panama Canal that's not 3 countries?
He was including.
Was he thinking like Latin America?
Did you actually
no,
just
no.
say that? North
he
of the
was-
Panama
El
Canal, there are so
Salvador,
many countries.
Cuba.
There's
Panama?
like 6 countries right above the Panama Canal. What are you talking
lot of-
about?
And then there's the
Nicaragua,
Caribbean.
Ecuador, not El Salvador.
Not Ecuador, not Ecuador.
I'm gonna say El Salvador.
Isn't-
El Salvador,
Panama,
Guatemala.
one of the countries.
Costa Rica.
Yeah,
Costa Rica.
Guatemala.
Cuba,
Okay.
So,
Okay.
like, what are you
Well, I'm a
talking?
fucking idiot.
Dominican
Yeah,
Republic.
no.
Cuba, Dominican Republic, Haiti, Jamaica,
Boomer
Yep.
brain.
Virgin Islands. Like, what are you?
Boomer brain. Yeah, no, 100%. I'm going to full disclosure.
He was like, there's
My
3 countries
brain
above it:
literally
Canada, Mexico,
thought
America.
Mexico went all the way down to the Panama Canal. So how about that? I'll
No,
just shut the
I
fuck
only
up.
Panama.
talked about
Y'all
Mexico.
discuss.
Yeah, I
Y'all
only
are
talked
you're,
about
you're
Mexico.
such
Greenland.
British.
Wait,
This is a multifaceted answer. though, right?
Greenland's
Like,
down there too.
okay.
yeah.
No, I'm on
Uh,
above Canada.
Hang on.
We're gonna take it
Let's
over.
Circa. Let's
You
Circa
asked
answer
me
my
why
question real
wouldn't
quick.
it
And
just
then we can
translate
discuss.
if we did a
Mhm.
union with the rest
Yes,
of
sir.
America?
The state. Why are the states not getting
The
along?
states already
or-
have a problem of needs and instability.
and
that
how
is
would that not be
clear.
mirrored in the AU?
It would be mirrored. It would be worse though, because the states all were formed institutionally under the same structure, so they developed together with like the same institutional strength. Mexico doesn't have that. Also,
Okay, so the
they all
idea
use
being
the
that
same
because
currency.
because they're all so established, whereas the states were created
They established
unestablished and
together. They were
joined.
established together.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll buy that. That sounds good.
I guess
Right,
my
everyone-
question
everyone
for
established
Circa would be though, isn't technically couldn't you say that, you know, just because they share a common currency in the euro, it doesn't mean that their governments are the same either. Like the government in Bulgaria or Slovenia, let's say,
Yeah,
is
they all
going to
have
be
their own
different
central
than the
banks.
UK.
Yeah. Yeah, they even all have their own central banks.
Yeah, so
Countries
I
we're
guess
talking
like
about,
what does that make it too big of a difference. Like just because Mexico would still be corrupt, I mean, we can just still use them for trade. We can still take advantage of Mexico for things like cheaper goods and cheaper
the EU
manufacturing.
doesn't just let anyone into the EU, right?
Wait, say that again.
The EU doesn't just let anyone into the EU, correct?
Right. Yeah, correct.
So they pick and choose based on countries that and probably cooperate within the structure that they have, like the union would work, right? They wouldn't just like let Libya in right now. That probably would.
I mean, agreed.
Wait, hold on, doesn't EU
and I mean, it
stand for
gets worse
Europe?
than that, but even just one money system, not good.
It was an example. I'm not like, obviously I know this is European Union.
For different,
if they
obviously
wanted
for
to
different
let Libya in right now and just call it
like
the
for
European
the US,
Union.
obviously we want one money
don't,
system,
though.
but
into.
like globally.
Well, Turkey's European.
And
it's like both.
Thank you for making me feel better about my lack of geography. Go on.
Well, no, I mean,
I'm right. I'm right. Hold up. Radish.
Culturally, it's not. It is, but culturally, it's not.
Actually, everybody saying that Turkey isn't Europe is just Islamophobic.
True. Turkey is in Europe.
No, it is. I was saying it wasn't culturally.
In the EU, though.
Okay,
That's
so
why they're not allowed in.
real quickly,
Wait,
just
what did you say, Vigilante?
like,
Wait, you were the guy who said you wanted to school me. Vigilante, right?
If someone can give me a very quick, I just need a very quick rundown of something. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Vigilante. Go ahead, Jim.
All right. So first of all, you just brought up the requirements to join the EU. Do you know what the requirements to join the EU are? Because there's not an economic stability requirement at all.
No, there wouldn't be an economic stability. No.
The only economic criteria to join the EU is you have to have a market economy. So as this is actually going to piggyback off of Horseradish's point to an extent, because Horseradish said a lot of the same things that I was thinking. So when we talk about like the entire crux of your argument was that it would negatively impact us financially, which
it would.
It is. I mean, just the Mexico side would negatively impact us financially. However, like the Canada side of it would heavily
this happens every time, and we're even back into it.
When you talk about
talking about me.
How would it
talking about
impact
me
us positively?
I don't care about this
because Canada's economy is significantly stronger than our own.
Yeah,
okay,
between countries.
I apologize, but I'm like, I would say I'm somewhat lost because
between countries we don't want that.
Hear about what the EU does
inside of a country. We do.
I'm losing my mind trying to remember. Like, what is the EU? What is like the whole reason why the EU does what it does? Like, what causes it to be what causes the EU to be the EU? Like, what is it that they do?
The ECC was before the European Union, and the ECC was a trade agreement that's somewhat like NAFTA. It was designed in order to allow free trade of mostly material goods, raw material goods. So it was focused on things like coal and natural resources. It expanded over time as the economies ended up integrating, and what they were doing is they were trying to prevent illegal mass migration between each other due to different imbalances between trade and that sort of thing, and also get rid of all the remaining trade barriers between the two and create a somewhat European identity that was already there, but like solidify it in law so that people could go back and forth between the different countries.
Also security, things and NATO being around for a long time.
Things like that. So it just goes on and on and on. The things that you have to have in order to join the European Union is mostly around legal structures and democratic structures, not economic.
Nah, bro.
I wish we had a GDP.
There's not going to be an economic requirement. I don't know why that was.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like, but no, you do have to agree to like
because the whole crux of your argument was
okay. Then part of me feels like this. Part of me feels like this AU thought process could potentially after a number of years. I'm not saying it would be like immediately just like, hey, Mexico, Canada, you're immediately with us. Like, no, it would very much be like a plan that would have to go that would have to start with like the idea and then with small incremental steps before combining everyone together. So
it took like 40
I would say
years from the ECC.
Sorry, my internet's bad. I'm just hearing robot
We're actually
noises.
pretty close to it on our own. We have the
Wait a
same.
second,
We
I
have a
guess.
lot of the same. We have a lot of the same agreements that Europe did. Well, between Canada and Mexico in particular.
Yes, LetsChief. Yes, LetsChief. The CUM. Yes.
So I couldn't get over that. Like, I almost laughed out loud because it never even occurred to me that it really is the Cum Alliance. Wow. Okay.
We're the cum loud.
Okay, now I can hear again. Now I can hear again. Vigilante. I just want to point out the economic aspect of my argument, or the crux, if you will, was like 4 different ones. It wasn't just economic, right? You remember which ones they were? What do you need me to tell you?
Repeat it again because it was a while ago. And
It
I
was
driving
different
while I was
needs
listening to it.
for policy.
Hey, girl.
And then crisis politics.
How you
and the legitimacy
doing?
of,
Good to see you. Good to see ya.
bailouts, rules, and
Yeah,
democratic accountability.
landscapers,
And
we
then
got a
we
poll.
have monetary
Do you want to stay
sovereignty.
here
So
and
that
wait
would be
and see
the
if we get
economic
back
one, mainly. And then
soon?
institutional threshold.
Or should we go find another stream?
So I'm
So
not really sure
what
why
are
you
the-
said my crux was only economic requirements, but
Well, because like the main thing that you kept going back to is like the fact that it would cause economic instability.
to show that it
Which
would
we
be
can-
not good for us, yes, yeah.
I do
It's a
wish
big
that
one.
Kay
I'll give
was
him a
here
freebie.
because one of the things I
I'll give
was
him a
going to say to him was that it was very ballsy for him to take an economic approach to this argument against Circa. But I also have to say that he did not prepare this for going
Against
against Circa. He prepared this against 2 other different people who, like I said, the person that you replaced Circa was not even the original person scheduled. So anyway, I did actually
You're
have one other
asking
point that I wanted
me?
to make. And again,
I just
this was a
did.
benefit to Kay. I'm
It
gonna
is
at least
hard,
say it just because I
but
really enjoyed
I'm
the
awesome.
point that he made there. Whenever you were talking about the instability of Mexico being a hindrance to the idea behind this union, his point about the fact that us having an unstable nation like Mexico as our border mate is more dangerous and detrimental. I don't think those were his words, but you
All
know,
right.
like that was what he was getting. It's
Ugh.
more dangerous for us to let them be an unstable country next to us, as opposed to us
He
becoming
said he's
involved,
got.
bringing them in.
He said
and
he's got a
letting
hard
them
out.
It's just the
stabilize.
problem is that there's no way for us to say whether
So
or
when-
not that's true or wrong. And then second,
So we got God
you know,
isn't
there's,
real.
there's people who have written extensively about
That's
asymmetric
him.
shocks in economics.
Looks like it's
'cause
over.
the
We
one I'm
got
thinking of right now is by
Confluence
McKinnon, or
with,
sorry, Mundell's optimal currency theory, right?
Melanie Fox
And
and Stacy
money
and
becomes
American
extremely
Nacho.
costly when there are asymmetric shocks. So if we include Mexico into a
Or
union
we
with
could
the
watch
United States, and
my
we have
boys fucking
recession, for instance,
UFC stream.
the shock that comes
There's stuff
about
to
from
do.
that, I don't know if it's going to be worse. Like you just said, I can't really say if you're wrong or right, but what I can tell you is that we do know
Except we
that
would look at the
asymmetric
EU as a
shocks-
comparison, right?
Well, we can just
Because
we can even look at the United
weren't
States.
there
as
unstable
a
countries
comparison.
that got into the EU? I'm sorry.
You
go ahead.
can't use the EU as a comparison. That's the problem. It's
So
like cross-country
I would
analysis is
say-
one
You
of the
can't,
weakest
but you could
forms
use the United
of-
States as a comparison because there are plenty of unstable states in the United States.
Yeah,
but all of them
unstable.
underneath
Like
the
he
framework
said, they
of the
did
Constitution,
get added
the same
to later.
currency.
I'm
Yeah.
saying,
Well, that's
all
not true.
right.
Something like
I-
Alaska.
A lot of them were added later. Like
Yeah,
a
But
lot
they
of
were
the southern states.
added underneath the
And
development of
Hawaii.
the United States and its government, and they
Well,
used the same
Hawaii's
currency.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
A lot of the
Hawaii was
unstable
only
states are in the
added like
South.
50
Can
years
one
ago.
person talk at a time, please?
Same thing with Alaska. Yeah, I agree.
70.
Like we're talking about
And
a
that legitimately-
fundamentally different thing than like the states. And even though the states do seem like different countries and they operate economically like different countries, they did develop underneath the framework that is the strength of the United States, which is the Constitution.
The
So-
EU is
So-
A lot of
becoming
them started as
slowly
territories
like the
and then they
United
didn't.
States of Europe, though. That's what's happening over time. With the
I'm sorry, what?
the EU, the
Yes.
EU is becoming the United States of Europe over time.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah,
and now
and
that
if
I've
you
had to
go
think
up-
about it, real quick, just circa, and the more that I've thought about it, and exactly like Cypher was just saying, and I'm not trying to walk over you, but the thing you said about the fact that the states were formed, like developed as there was already existing like cultures and like
Same. Jesus is
colonies
awesome.
and etc.
I just
that
don't
were
believe he
already
was
developed
God.
and existed that then
But
got
no,
incorporated.
Institutional
manifest
threshold problem.
destiny
there.
happened. Yep.
There was though at the time. If you go back before essentially the New Deal.
No, we got
before
mods.
The,
We got
commerce
unwanted
clause
foe
was used in the way
here.
that it was there were issues of potentially competing currencies.
What other mods
and,
are here?
Economic.
We got Box.
integration that existed.
There were like
especially between
private,
North and
small
Southern
company
states.
currencies, right?
Got a
Right.
couple. I
Um,
see angry
but they're not like
Anglin.
government
Time
ones,
it's
though.
been
Maybe Angry will be a
well, I mean,
mod very
script
soon.
is script, so
Yeah, it
We got Warehouse
No,
Junkie.
We're
It's
talking,
an
we're talking about
existing-
government institution. When I say institutions has a very specific meaning.
yeah,
Oh,
state
they were
money could
government
not
ones, though.
state
They're
money could not exist
specifically local.
under.
They
Well,
were
and
government
actually,
ones, though, a lot of the time.
there-
though,
there
because
were the
we're
local
talking
ones.
about company towns.
But what about also, and again, because I'm kind of just
company
thinking about
towns.
this.
I
as
mean,
we're
I
talking
think
about
they're
circa.
people.
The company towns don't count.
But
Company towns, but
Well,
what about like
they're-
Louisiana
I've never
Purchase? What about
met
what
them
about
in
the
person.
places we bought from other countries?
I see you.
When
I
they
see
were
you.
had to
Keep doing what
change
you're
the
doing.
hours.
Keep doing what you're doing. I
Yeah,
see
they
you.
weren't
Right?
allowed to have
Yeah.
competing currencies.
Exactly. So that's a perfect example of
E-
where the currency had to be
EU
changed.
So
had to change this.
It wasn't minted or backed by,
So
by or printed by the government. That's the difference.
So
I'm sorry. What?
the more the more details I'm hearing from
Town
both sides on
currencies
this,
were
on this
just
thought process.
schemes.
Hang on.
Yeah, no,
hang on,
but
let Razor
Government
speak.
back.
Let Razor speak.
more
And we'll go
Circle
back to
was-
you all.
They do.
Circle
They
was
do
trying to
have
say-
like
to say
a
something,
Nightbot.
You talked over him, so no.
Sorry, I
it's-
thought he was. I thought he stopped. I
No,
apologize.
he's just
No,
very
okay,
low.
fine. Yeah, Circa, go ahead and answer his question then.
So, they're
Okay,
not
after
government
this.
backed. All the private town little currencies that were competing. There's only been one currency that was, backed by the state, which is an
Sure, but
institution.
they were within their own community, as legitimate as the German currency, the Polish currency, the British currency. Like within their community, they were legitimate, regardless of whether they were backed.
I would
or not.
say that
I had it set up, but it
doesn't
wasn't working.
count, and I actually
Like I had it set up to do like all the fucking things I
And it
asked
was
the mods
actually
to
the
to
difference
expose.
between
I've got my
companies
whole
Can I point out that Circa
I got
just
my whole
lied?
thing here with all these
Because it caused
different
economic instability.
things.
Can I point out that Circa just lied?
Sure. How did Circa lie, Gorps?
The
why?
Kingdom of Hawaii had the Hawaiian dollar before America took over Hawaii.
Well,
So there was at least
See, I need
one that
Nightbot
had
to do
government
that.
backed.
so
Okay,
What-
I got a
what-
question.
Yeah,
What was
but-
the Hawaiian
but
dollar?
Circa's
Hold on, hold on.
argument. Hold on. No one knows. No one's actually getting what Circa's argument is. Circa's
Yeah.
argument is saying that the United States should maintain its own sovereign currency, and if without
Yes.
the sovereign currency, that can be problems. And the EU has those problems, especially with the weaker economies being dominated by the EU.
If he responds to my
countries, which is
chat,
France
then
and
I can
Germany,
dip out. I don't want to
under
just
the whole
leave.
pigs thing. That's Poland, Italy, no, not Poland, Portugal, Italy.
because
and
every
Greece,
investment,
Germany, and
every
Spain.
plan,
Greece and
every
Spain.
debt security you take out, every piece of treasury note or debt you take out is going to affect every country now.
So didn't Gorps engage with that is saying that the euro was not mandatory and that most of the EU maintained its own sovereign currency?
Is that
The
true?
EU was just that was what I don't know, but that's what Kay said.
I know he said
And it was
something
one
like
of the
that.
things I was gonna
A
ask
few of
him
them,
about.
the United Kingdom does keep the pound because they didn't want to ruin their currency.
Yeah,
by
it was an
joining the
exception
union, right?
made. And,
But I'm pretty sure
Oh,
it's
but
an
that's the
exception.
only
Yeah.
one. The UK is the only
Yeah.
one that has the exception.
It's an exception.
UK, Denmark is like a trading partner, so they're not like fully into
Technically
the EU.
EU.
I think it's
Okay.
Sweden.
Well,
So it's some of the Nordic countries.
Capitally? No, I think it's just the
They
wiring.
have the Kron. I think it's
I know. I think only Norway is. I think only Norway's the only EU member of the Nordics. I don't think Sweden or Finland are in.
There are
Okay, then it's
7
Norway.
EU
I
countries
just
that
did-
do.
yeah.
All right.
There are 7 EU countries that don't use the euro.
There are
The
7
EU
EU countries.
Yeah,
that
I
don't
thought there
use
were
the
more than
euro.
just
What is
two.
the list? Well, let me hear it, Vigi.
The 7 EU countries are Bulgaria, Czechia,
There's like
Denmark,
23, right?
Hungary, Poland.
It
Romania,
looks like he's
and
fiddling with it.
Sweden.
Right, Denmark.
These are specifically
Right
the
about Denmark and
ones.
Sweden.
These are specifically the ones that do not use the euro.
All right, so if we go to my thing
There
now,
are
then
exceptions.
I'll leave.
But
But
out
then
of
I'll
how
stay.
many?
20?
Seven out of how many?
20 or 70, high
20 or
20s, I
so. So
think.
about a third of
27.
them don't.
27.
Okay.
7 out of
And
20.
five of them are committed
Was
to
it-
eventually moving to it.
Yeah,
Oh, are
haven't-
they?
they were introduced later and they
Um,
allow for slower transition.
We'll talk
So,
about it. I'm trying to just
I don't know if I
be.
heard. I don't know if I heard it correct. If I heard this or not,
Polite.
from Vigi saying that we in a way
Please,
are already
please.
somewhat moving towards an AU type of system. Well, did you say that,
Well,
Vigi?
kind of.
Like
I
that,
said
like-
that we already have the treaties in place that are effectively the same as the ones that the EU had in place.
Like the
Prior-
trade agreements and stuff, right?
Uh,
Trade agreement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like a NATO
Prior
type
to
The-
thing.
well, no,
establishment
there-
of
there-
the EU.
There
NATO
are,
came
there
way
are
before anything
two
else.
there are two primary ones that we have that are established in a
Visa
lot of the things
agreements,
that they did. Yeah, visa agreements. So it's NATO and then what's the other one?
We don't have a
literally
treaty
use-
like NATO with Mexico, man.
No, he's saying that NATO
not
is
NAFTA. I meant NAFTA.
Well, NATO
NAFTA, I
is
was gonna
more
say.
important because it maintains the
NAFTA-
security between all the
he
countries.
misspoke.
Okay.
I
I know. I'm saying
misspoke.
it is
NAFTA
important though.
and
NATO is extremely important for
USMCA.
the EU to
Yeah, we
exist.
know that.
Guys, real quick, I'm sorry,
that-
I'm getting pulled into some drama on my own. I'm gonna have to take my leave, but I will definitely be back. Let's Chief, thank you for a great debate.
I've been catching you on my. I've been catching you on my YouTube shorts. Like I've been seeing your stuff pop up.
There you
So,
go.
Great stuff.
There you
Great
go.
content, everybody.
Thank you.
So
So
do me a favor.
very much.
Did you send me your in the room chat? Send me your socials, your YouTube link.
Also,
so I
everyone
can-
shut the fuck up so he could do his little exit because he's
Yeah,
got a
do your
thing.
thing.
He's
Well, thank you. We lost Morty, the Overlord, taking a little dance over there, who is my co-host, and I am Lutch, aka TheIndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So come on over, subscribe. But you know, YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you may as well ring the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus party ever. Again, thank you. Horseradish, Let's Chief, judges, everybody, very much appreciative, and I can't wait to be back. Peace.
All your
All right, so I think I gotta pop out. Yeah, I gotta pop out before. Oh, it does work. All right, bet. Oh, yeah. So yeah, I mean, I like the format, but you know, as you're saying, it's you know, there needs to be either a little bit more direction of what's going on, or a little bit more of let everybody go, and then it'll work itself out like some of these other panels. Yeah. You can't see it? What? I can see me on YouTube. There you go. All right. So I'm gonna take a piss. I mean, yeah, we can go check out this we can go check out this God Isn't Real thing. There's only two people there, and then like we said, we got Stacy's mom, we got Melanie Fox, and American Nacho. So you pick. So you take a pick. I'm gonna piss. I'll be right back. Oh, I'll put on the thing. Oh, never mind. Whatever. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm gonna take Morty out. Hold on. Let me give you this. Boom. Yummy.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watching fire, a mic on this door. The chaos watches when the not seeing clear. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fed. No idols, no illusions, no hollow and He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. He stands in the fallout of a world misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot and declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with a suffering command, a beast of judgment. The Lord will give his bid on his growl, rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. The chaos of found witness, strong against the darkness, rising in defense. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
All right, welcome back. What did I miss? Yep, that's Stacy. McCarthy was right. The radical socialists have captured that unions and education not good. Yeah, it's went with the reason that I couldn't like have Discord there or like be here and do that thing. You for whatever reason with Discord you can't have the camera doing two things, whereas when we go on to the other thing, we have me here, but then I'm also on the screen. So Smoky Man Glenn, got a dip warehouse, safe travels, brother. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. Before we head over there, guys, I want to let you know about a way that you can win $100. You can win $100. All you've got to do is join the Discord for free. And it's absolutely free. Just hit that link and you will be in. I've put all the, I should pin the message here, but I'll just read it out. That's not what we wanted. Oh, that's not what we wanted. That's not what we wanted. There we go. New month, new contest. You can win $100. All you have to do is both these things every day of the month. 1, post something of substance in the free chat text channel where everybody can get for free, whether you're a member or not. I will be the authority on what is substance, but I just mean a video or an article with some context as to why you're sharing this particular link, posting a few sentences on your thoughts about a current event, a relevant meme, talking about the channel or the community, commenting on online drama, etc. It doesn't have to be an essay, just something that we can engage with. So that's number 1. Post something of substance every day in the the free text channel. Then reply to someone else's post anywhere in the server. So this requires even less substance, but the goal is still to foster a conversation. A reply of LOL does not count, but even something as simple as, yeah, I saw that. Dude is hilarious does count. In either case, as long as I can see that you're trying to make conversation, it will count. I'm not looking to disqualify people just for the sake of it. The whole point is more conversation. On March 1st, anyone who has hit both requirements every day for the month of February will get a random number. Get a number for a random drawing, and whoever gets picked will immediately get $100. Well, let's get that server popping again. It was it was beautiful. It was beautiful, and it's my fault. I let too many of the trolls in. But I've learned from my mistakes, and I think we can do better. Where we got DJ, welcome. Said it's not meaningless. Many people just have a flawed understanding of what it means to every day carry a firearm. And yeah, it's surprising. Like I'm not a gun. I'm born and raised in Jersey, so we don't. Not a lot of people have guns around here. There's not a lot of gun culture and all that stuff. But it seems like once you understand the principle, it's pretty simple. William, welcome. Said Second Amendment is for if someone attacks you or breaks into your house, including the government, if they're being tyrannical. Now, the where he was trying to go with it is to say, oh, so it's okay for people to just do whatever because they decide that it's tyranny. No, it's not what you think is tyranny. It's what is tyranny. And then that begs the question, all right, who decides the tyranny? And then that is another conversation. Once we establish, okay, it can be used for tyranny, then we can decide what the tyranny is. We can't decide what the limit of doing X is if we're saying you can't do X. So the Second Amendment doesn't have anything to do with hunting, target practice, or self-defense. Well, self-defense it does, but that's not the whole part of it. It's everything to do with checks and balances between civilians and government. Yep. All right, so let's see what they're up to. Well,
that's crazy. Damn.
Yeah, he said a boot. Yeah.
And then, I did say sorry. I said a boot in a. We were fearful for my grandparents because my granddad always traveled to.
Someone's screaming in the background.
I'm getting sodomized in the background.
It's gotta be spacey background. I'll literally tell you what's going on. I'm literally in my house right now. My grandparents are actually watching the World Trade Center on my sound system. So they're like, this is
I'm
why
just trying to get cut off on what they're talking about.
They're just reminiscing their stand of the event. I was gonna be like, well, let me get back to it. Like, so they were actually in the States, and because my granddad he traveled the States all the time in sales, they were actually in the States at the time. And the only reason they heard is because they were in Pennsylvania. No, they just got to Virginia, and one of there was a random truck driver that just waved my grandmother. I'll tell you what, I'll send compliments. You're gonna do it. I'll send compliments a fucking photo of my garage when I get in there.
3 minutes.
This is my fucking gay garage. You don't fucking talk about my gay garage.
What man does in his own garage, okay, is between him and the other guy.
I got actually a pretty good story about that. It's not about my garage, but it's about another one of my fucking friends of a friend's garage. Yeah. Okay. So I don't like how the story starts.
I'm just trying to get a gathering for what the topic
There's very
is.
few black people, but I got a black friend.
But yes, this is slower than what I would normally listen to.
And he's got a white friend who has another garage with windows in it, and his wife
I
found-
lost you. You lost me at like white to black to white to
You lost
black.
me at That's fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah. All right.
So this other guy-
Start it over. Start it over.
He looked.
No, start at the end,
Let me do it.
Why
I
you
actually
look
have
at
a
the
dilemma
garage?
from being
Please,
forced
say
to travel
again.
through Saskatchewan as a kid. So can you not bring up Saskatchewan?
That's triggering to Mel.
Yeah,
apparently.
Yeah, it was so boring and traumatized when you travel through your
All right,
province.
so they're just
Use
yapping.
TikTok language,
you guys
say like
have that- hold on,
Saskatchewan or something.
So they just yapping. Let's head on. Where's the? Oh, wait, is it here? Let's head on. I'm not going to stay for too long, but why not? Why not? Oh yeah, we could put his chat on screen.
We don't want to hear. No. All right.
Oh, he's gone.
Fuck, dude. I thought it was gonna be like an elaborate story.
I thought it was a beautiful
elaborate
skill.
enough.
Very well
Oh.
done, not Voltaire. I thought it was exquisite. You're worthy of an
You know,
image.
you're fence sitting, Anson.
Yeah,
He's
you're
not-
so
I am
good,
not
dude.
spitting
He's not on the
anything.
vertical, so we get a nice
When you're at a
clean.
party and somebody's crying and they says, "I
It's
think
going
my
up your
fucking."
booty.
When somebody's crying to you at a party because they're wasted and they're like, "I think my fucking garage makes people gay." It's like her wife and her husband and her daughter,
Zincher.
and then they get divorced after that. And then I
Her
actually go
wife
to another
and her
party,
husband?
and then I
That
go to
shit-
another party,
that
and
shit
the
scares
guy's
me,
like,
though.
"I just
That
want to
shit
have
scares
fucking,
me.
like cocaine with my wife." Like,
It's just
I'm
too
out there
easy to
smoking a
just
joint with
keep
these guys.
going. Put 5 in
Yeah,
at once
this
and
happens.
always
I just
have
wanna
them in.
cocaine with my wife, and then I'm like, "Do you have the cocaine?"
Vape-
He's like, "Yeah."
Vape is bad
Yeah,
enough.
right.
You've seen
Just
me.
go smoke the cocaine with your wife. Just go do the cocaine.
Smoke the cocaine.
You guys have seen me, not able to find my vape. I'm like, what the fuck is it? And it's not fun. So, there's a lot more nicotine.
Yeah, I've
in it.
seen that before. That's pretty common.
Also, Nacho, you technically
not the
can't
craziest.
inject
All right,
marijuana.
let's injecting
I guess
marijuana
now,
is the
yeah.
greatest thing. And
For
all right, you
real.
guys shouldn't do that.
So
Just
wonderful.
let's. This is not even the craziest night of my life. Let's just go on to the
Yeah,
next
let's-
person
yeah,
on
yeah,
their
keep-
craziest
yeah, let's keep
night.
going,
let's
yeah.
let's go on crazy
There we go.
nights. Let's go
Perfect
on just
timing.
That
random
wasn't
stupid
Perfect
shit.
timing.
What were we going counterclockwise though for? Like, it wasn't for the craziest night. It was for something
Smoking
else.
cocaine is an
9/11.
utter waste of time. Shame on you for letting Mel gaslight you guys like that, okay?
Yeah,
I mean,
I remember doing
apologize.
that.
What?
Oh, okay. You know what? I think we do need more chaos. I think we do need more chaos, actually. I think we all need more dopamine. The Indian Jesus.
Yeah. Fresh off of a nice batch of cocaine smoking, dude. Let's
And-
do it.
no, I just had
Down
kratom
the
in my
cup
teeth.
of coffee right in front of us.
Jesus.
I was trying to give me one second. I got kratom in my teeth. What up,
Yeah,
what
we're
up, what
all
up?
hallucinating. It's not IJ. This is like a being.
We need you to bless this panel. We need you to cleanse this panel of evil.
Power of Christ
spirits.
compels you.
Yeah.
There
we
is
need
no
you
the
to
Indian Jesus.
voodoo this
It's
panel
just-
into oblivion.
It's just
spray us
Indian
with your holy
Jesus. I don't
water.
understand. It's just Indian Jesus.
I just
Indian
got
Jesus.
caught
Why do
it.
you have Indian Jesus? Why do
Look
you
at
have
the
the?
mic.
That's just
Whatever.
that's heresy.
Are you actually Indian though?
Yeah.
Damn, that sucks.
Yeah,
all right.
part of it.
So
true.
Indian Jesus, where were you
India's
during
kinda
9/11?
No, I mean he's chill though.
9/11.
At school, I was in 6th grade. Miss Schmidt's social studies class.
Miss Schmitz, dude.
And my dad
That
used to
sounds
work
pretty-
in the city, but he sometimes he'd work in Manhattan, sometimes he'd work in Brooklyn, and he was in Brooklyn that day. So we in Jersey, so that shit was right her.
Holy fuck! No way.
Yeah, it was wild. Like a lot of people, like I'm sure most of you guys, they rolled the TV in and you watched everything go down. They didn't tell us anything. Like just people were
You
randomly
were
getting
right there
called
and
out of
nobody
school.
knew? Holy
Yeah,
fuck.
like
Dude,
people were getting called out of
fuck.
school, and we are like, "What's going on? What's happening?" And Miss Schmidt wasn't until 6th period, and they were like, "Well, there was an accident, and this happened." And I remember
An accident.
I remember,
No way,
yeah,
no
going
way.
to my friend's
Oh.
house after
Something happened down the street.
It was an accident.
And then-
they didn't mean to.
Yeah, and I remember saying to my friend's mom, like after school, we were hanging out, and I was like, "Oh, I wonder." I had just learned about the notion of a death wish, and I was like, "I wonder if that guy had a death wish." It's like, I mean, when you're right, but I didn't think of it like that.
Dude, I was in Florida, and
Indian
East
Jesus
Coast
was
time.
in the plane and he fell out. He just jumped out before it hit.
When you can
Yeah,
fly.
I was in 11th grade, and it was East Coast. I was in Florida, so I mean, it was like on it, and we sat there and we were like, "Oh my God, this was an accident!" And we were sitting there watching the news as the second plane came in and was like, "Kaboom!" And we were like, "Oh shit!" And then we sat
But
there,
yeah,
and
the
the
second
rest
one-
of they called the whole rest of the day off. We sat there for a couple hours watching the news as they were talking about this has been a strike on America. And then we got sent home early that day, and it was like we got the next day off too, and it was all fucking
See, folks,
crazy.
terrorism's actually great because it gets you the day off school.
All right, you
Fuck
can't
you,
say that. That's
disavow.
POS, idiot.
I'm not gonna say yeah, you fucking idiot.
Somebody.
That's true. Yeah, actually, yeah. Don't say that.
Can't
Yeah.
say that.
Come on.
I didn't endorse it. I just said it's actually
No, you just said you literally said it was great.
Mel's
Come on,
got to go
bro.
to the labor camp for like 20 minutes. Okay.
I do remember. I do remember
Canadian
talking at
motherfucker.
recess. Talking at recess, where like we were all like, all of us were like, "This is World War III."
I got one.
We didn't know. We didn't know at that time what even World War even means.
Yeah, man. This is how
They're
it's
just
gonna.
like, but it's like that's obviously not going to be a world war. There wouldn't have been a conflict.
I don't
that big,
believe that you
but
were talking about World War in first grade. Okay.
He said six.
I wasn't in first grade.
Oh, I thought you said you were in first grade.
No, I was in fourth grade.
Oh, fourth.
All right.
Do you guys remember the first time you talked to someone who was too young to know like what 9/11
No
really
shit.
was?
Yeah,
Am I
it's
the
like,
oldest
holy
person
fuck,
on here?
I'm old now.
Am I the oldest person on here though? Fucking no,
Well,
Anston. Anston.
Confluence is pretty
I did
old.
this same thing when I was doing
fucking
I
shit,
used to
dude.
do a
I was in
gaming
11th
podcast
grade.
called Test, and we were talking about this shit, and we were all drinking, and there were like people in the chat that were like, "I was not alive. I was in my mom's tummy," or like, I hadn't been born. I wouldn't be born.
I had that,
until-
I had that
was like,
same thing. I was
what
playing
the fuck?
games with people on Discord that were like 18, 19. And yeah, and then I just mentioned it and they're like, "Oh, I wasn't alive for that." And then I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
And I did the math and I was like, "Oh, I guess not even really that close to being alive for it."
Yeah, one of the serving jobs I had, one of my managers was actually a first responder at the time, and so like we were just talking about it, and then one of the younger servers came up, and I said it before I realized it, and I was like, "Do you remember 9/11?" And I was like, "Did that just come out of my face? Do you remember 9/11? That's a legitimate question now." And
I think Voltaire needs to mute up again. I can hear back.
No, I'm back. My bad.
The background sodomy.
People are spitting in
throwing
each
stuff at
other's
walls.
mouths and sodomizing in Voltaire's house, and things are happening.
Yeah,
There's a lot of
You gotta get your house in order, Voltaire.
My wife and
Okay.
my grandmother are annoyed.
Tower 7 is falling behind Voltaire.
A lot of spit
Actually,
going
like, hey,
from
when I
one
was
mouth
over
to
here,
another.
compliments. When I was over at your place, over at my grandmother and my wife were like coming out to complain at me because all I was saying was Emmett. Can I talk? Can I talk? Can I talk?
It do be like
And
that.
you definitely said it in that quiet of a voice too, if I remember. That is true.
Hey,
Well, yeah.
Voltaire finally told
That
him.
My second
control.
story
Let's
different than
go.
wake up again.
Can I complain real quick about how I just got cucked out of a debate win?
Oh, yeah, you were on Horseradish tonight. Yeah, what happened?
Nope, it was the prompt was
I'll be back.
the 2A is meaningless without the ability to fight a tyrannical government, and I was the affirmative. So we're going through, and he's trying to make an argument that, well, it's not legal. It's like, yeah, no shit, that's the point of what we're talking about. And
This was LetsChief, right?
Hold on.
LetsChief, yeah.
Hold on.
Wait,
So
wait.
it's The prompt is to fight a tyrannical government.
No, the Second Amendment is meaningless without the ability to fight a let me get the exact
wording. Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, that makes
I
sense.
think that makes sense.
Yeah, and so I was on the positive side, saying like, okay, I mean, if we're saying that like technically there's still a sentence that you could make out of those words, sure, I lose, but the substance of what we're talking about is 2A still 2A if you take out that part of it, and obviously not. And Castle gave it 6-4 to the other guy for reasons unknown, and then in the next debate he gave it to the other person because somebody said libtard. He's like, oh, well, I was listening to you, but you said libtard, so I gotta go the other way.
What a fucking pussy.
Horseradish gave me.
I'm gonna have to get Castle talking to when he's back on here.
That doesn't.
Was this like a high school debate?
Can you explain how the argument was? Like, come on, man. What's the worst arguments you like had to face?
So he was talking the legality. He was literally like, so do you think it's legal to do things with the government? And he's bringing up things like the Manson stuff and all these situations where it's like, yeah, I would agree. This is not a situation where you should be taking up arms against the government, but that doesn't mean that you never can, and that doesn't mean that because there's such a high bar for that it doesn't exist. So then he tried to go to like, okay, well, where is the tyranny? And I'm like, hold on, we can have that conversation if you want, but the conversation we're having is that relevant? So if you're saying it's not, if you're asking me where it is, then you're conceding that it is relevant. And I mean, Alley Cat gave me the win, and then Horseradish gave me MVP of the night. So I'll take that.
Cat. Is that Alley Cat from Twitch?
I don't know, Mr. Alley Cat. He's an older dude.
Older guy? Yeah, I think I know Alley Cat. He's old.
Yeah, I think that I was good. Yeah, I saw you talking about this with Tyler in the group chat. And it's like I feel like a literal meaning of the prompt, I think I would be on the negative. Because it's still
right, because it still has
meaning. You have to read it again. It's still like there's still purpose behind the right to bear arms, even if you remove the tyrannical government. Like maybe you could say it's the most important part, but I would still say. So I don't know. Was that his argument or like?
No, he was essentially. I'm not really sure, to be honest. I have to watch it back because I really am not sure where he was coming from, because he brought up something about he was saying. So Ludge, you're saying that because of this, it wouldn't make any difference if we didn't have a Second Amendment at all. And I'm like, what? How? I don't understand how you got there. So I don't know. That's definitely going to be a while.
That's strange.
But
also, I just noticed the Furby change. We have someone dancing there.
It looks awful.
Can I change the subject just a little bit?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to rant for a little
second. Nothing to do with garages, Voltaire. I mean, not the garage stuff. Yeah. I'm sick of your gay shit, Voltaire. Okay.
You son of a bitch.
More gay.
Do you reverse your car back into your garage, Voltaire?
Power bottoming your garage.
All right. So, what's crazy to me is after 9/11 is the way that the military basically just was sent in. Like they sent it into Iraq. Like that was supposed to be.
That was kind of this is where probably everyone on this panel will disagree with me. I am George Bush coded. That is actually the best president of my life. Unironically. What? Unironically.
Fucking idiot.
It's just I'm a neocon. I'm a neocon. Okay.
That's where I'm trying to get to.
That's not a defensive position.
Like, I feel like how does it like it's like we had nobody to go against, so they went to Afghanistan, but they barely went into that before they went into Iraq, where it's like
well, I understand some of the reasoning gets a little fuzzy, and I understand Netanyahu kind of sold us a bill of false goods by saying that they definitely had weapons of mass destruction, but it's also not crazy because Saddam literally did have weapons of mass destruction before, right? Like that's the thing
where to get them from? Hold on.
He brought some of the precursors from a lot of places, but the precursor is not the same as the chemical weapons.
That's not what we read.
That is what we read. Like he bought from Germany. Am I crazy?
Hey,
If you read it again, it said more than just precursors.
Hey, Confluence, did they have nuclear weapons? Yes or no?
No, that wasn't the claim. They had weapons of mass destruction. A chemical weapon is defined.
Yes or no?
Well, no, but Saddam did, is what I'm saying. Like, it's not crazy. Saddam used them during Kuwait, the invasion of Kuwait. So it's not insane to think that he lied about eliminating his stockpiles. It's not a crazy thing to think. Like whenever it talks about this, they act like it was like some like insane thing to think there's a total made out of whole cloth, and it's like. Saddam had chemical weapons, and he said, "Hey guys, I got rid of them." And it's like it's not crazy to like not believe Saddam that he got rid of his weapons of mass destruction.
He shouldn't have gotten rid of them. Maybe
it's just crazy that the America went in there. Like they had no one. It's like somebody attacked them, and they had no one to blame. So they're just going to blame.
Saddam needed to go, though. You know what I mean? I look at these things on like a results-based thing. You know?
But listen to what I just said. It's the fact that it's the like
Saddam's gone. If you think about it,
right? So is it better?
Bring it back to.
That's what I care about. That guy was like a sadistic son of a bitch. Like sometimes you have to break a few eggs to make a fucking I don't know Iraqi omelet or something.
Okay.
I don't
do we
know.
have an Iraqi omelet, or do we have a bunch of broken Iraqi eggs?
Shut up!
We got a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
How do we not bring it back to the point that like there needed to be a fucking finger pointed after 9/11, and then there was a finger pointed somewhere. How do like we didn't? They didn't even know. They didn't even know. They're like Al Qaeda. They're like fucking this, and then just
no. We went into Afghanistan because the Taliban wasn't cooperating with his
but
location,
it had nothing to
right?
do with actually 9/11.
Well, 9/11 was blamed on Osama. Because Osama took credit for it.
The Afghanistan war, right? That was the direct response, and it was because we weren't sure that we thought maybe the Taliban was involved. Ends up they weren't, but they were also harboring a fucking terrorist, and they weren't helping us out. So yeah, we kicked the shit out of them for like 30 years, and then we got the shit kicked out of us because of Biden. Okay. American nachos, golden boy.
All right, here's the question that needs to be
Iraq. Then we got I'll say we got a little overexcited, right? We were having a fun time in Afghanistan, and we got a little overzealous. It happens to the best of us, right? You get a little like caught up in the moment, and so then we started a second war. But if you think about it, it ended up with the overthrowing of Saddam and his execution.
I can't wait for America to get its 30 years for harboring terrorist George Bush.
Yeah.
Hey, don't talk about the best president of my freaking life, Mal. Okay.
President, bro.
If you think about it, he kind of is. You ever see that clip when he's like, "Now check out this drive," and then he fucking boom.
Actually, yeah,
incredible.
The only thing that beats Bushisms are like the Biden bullshit. Like all the Biden. But the Bushes were better
shame
because
on
he was
you. Fool me twice, you can't get fooled again.
Dude, dodging the boot was crazy.
It was like two. It was like two shoes that he dodged.
That was the greatest accomplishment of his administration.
I was like, that's my president. Dude, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
He played football, so it's not that surprising.
Guys, come on. I will say too,
everyone acts like Bush is like a dummy. But like watching back, But watching back like debates, he actually he could hold his own on debate topics. Like I don't know if it's just a sign of the times, but like comparing like the Trump Harris debate and comparing it to like the Bush debate at the time, it's if you actually go and watch it now and because we've all seen the Trump Harris thing and you watch the Bush debates, it's a different time. I mean, they were talking about actual policy and stuff and the economy in real ways. No, I'm serious. At least compare it to Trump and Harris. Are you kidding me? It's night and day.
If we're comparing it, but generally political debates are not good at all. They're like level stuff.
OG's in my back chat. I think OG either. It's
OG
you.
Alpha?
No. OG.
Heather, are you asking about?
I'm trying to think. Is this? Wait, OG. I'm gonna message you on Discord. We're still on.
You can put over the overlay, and then you can bring people up and.
Or that's me.
Oh wait, yeah, that's actually true. I can't do that. Well, this is the only one I have right now.
He won't cam up, but if
we have 30 seconds.
God bless W.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, that's OG.
Another
So you got
voice.
the Nazi agreeing with you, Confluence, just to bear that in mind.
Oh my God, there's fucking 2 of them. Oh my God.
That's what I said. Why is there 2 of these motherfuckers? They're both no. At one time, one was wearing like 3D glasses, and the other one was wearing like some hater shades.
Then I showed that I had the OG shades because I'm the OG Fox.
Mel, you should feel special because Anson, you're right. Anson is spending a lot of tokens on you. Okay.
He's also
a bad amount of tokens.
Like, I mean, if you want to make yourself out to be a waste of water, that's one way to do it.
Is this a mating ritual of some sort?
I think so.
Could be.
I think so.
If there were babies being made, I would not be on the bottom. Let's put it that way.
You wouldn't be there.
Now that's a fox.
Speaking of being on
Period.
Mel, what Mel saying is he'd be a pogo stick.
Wait, okay.
No,
well, actually, I want to hinge Mel. When OG joined, you said that he was a Nazi. Is this something you sincerely think?
Yeah.
Wait, why do you think that?
Because of the things he says.
He's mad because I kicked him out of my Discord and off my channel.
So OG, why are you such a Nazi? That's my question.
Because I'm cartoonishly evil.
No, because he's pro Hitler.
Dastardly Daniel, I am.
Why do you think he's pro H-Man, Mel?
Because he says it.
OG, are you pro H-Man?
I mean, I'm not pro H-Man.
Oh shit! Oh, maybe Mel's right. Maybe Mel's right.
We might have got one.
Yeah, but what's wrong with that? I mean that doesn't prove anything. I mean, the Mustache Man had a lot of really good points.
I mean, well, it wouldn't be crazy then to, I guess, call him a Nazi if he is pro H-Man, if you think about it. So,
well, have you ever read his work? Have you? Yeah, you.
There's a difference between like saying some of the ideas was good and saying like and co-signing everything from the administration.
You can separate the art from the artist. All right, you can separate the art from the artist.
Well, but I mean, you don't have to.
He was against the entire regime, and then used that regime to get his own power. He definitely wasn't just power thirsty and saying.
Yeah, but he was a shitty artist.
As a populist.
Yeah, but at the same time, like you guys stand for Stalin and shit, so I don't want to hear it.
I don't stand shit for Stalin. When have I ever said anything?
I thought you said you were a commie.
Name one thing.
I know.
You know that there's more than one type of communist, right? There's Marxism.
Yeah, that's true.
It's basically all spawning from Marxism. So, I mean,
Mel, where do you?
Yeah,
but you can hate Stalin and
everything that Marx wanted led to like some of the worst outcomes in human history.
No, what
you
Marx
can't
wanted
just like
never became
separate.
realized.
You know what I
You're
mean? The
thinking
same
about
way you're
Lenin.
like going at him and being like,
thinking about
you can't
Lenin.
separate
What
this.
Lenin wanted. Hey! You're thinking about Lenin. What Lenin wanted came to be realized.
Okay.
Yep. All I'm saying is pay no attention.
Lenin
to
was
the
one way.
Pay no attention to the communist fox. The less attention you give them, the better.
Yep. Says the Nazi.
Good to see you angry.
Goody.
Let's get off
Great.
the Yahtzee.
Come
thing.
on.
Let's
Oh, you
try
said
to
you
go
didn't want to
live
come
on
on, right?
TikTok.
Nobody cares.
Yeah, unless
no.
we're on TikTok. Are we on TikTok?
No, but I was thinking about kicking one off.
Probably at some point.
Yo, TikTok is the shit. I don't give a fuck. I will stand TikTok every guy.
All right, dude. It's all right, actually.
It well.
Oh God!
I mean,
What?
it's dependent on you because the
we're all
algorithm.
saying Stacey was gay. Now we're standing for TikTok. Really, for real.
Better not.
Musically, when TikTok was musically, it was okay.
No, well, actually, I don't know because I wasn't on it at that time. But you know, just like everybody else,
algorithm has one of the best algorithms.
It absolutely is.
I'll give you that.
Because like
But
everybody,
it's meant for people with a goldfish
everybody
brain.
started thinking
that's true, but sometimes I want a goldfish brain out, and it gives me everything.
and everybody thinks it's like, oh, just girls dancing and that, and like, yeah, that's the stuff that they show you. But the way that you craft your algorithm, just like any other social media, you swipe on the stuff you don't like, you watch the stuff you do, you like, share, whatever. And like, I get some
left or right. Yeah.
The stuff, the aspect I really like about TikTok is that they push more of just like individual people as opposed to like a setup. Or on YouTube, it's like you're not finding channels that have a couple hundred subs or stuff like that unless you really go looking. Whereas it was sold to an American company now, so they changed it a little bit. But yeah, just like normal people.
Nicholas leader Larry Ellison is going to do great things for this app.
See, I think
about the individual people. That's fine.
I think has YouTube not changed? At least I feel like my feed has changed, where it's like randomly I will get sent someone who has that I'm not subbed to, never clicked on, and they have like 4 live viewers, or it'll be a video that has 100 views. Like it seems like I've seen that in the past like few months, where it's like they're like they're trying to get that discoverability going.
Every once in a while, but I didn't know if that was just me being like a spurg or like what, because I just watch such random stuff that I think I just like confuse my algorithm sometimes.
Well, that's the best part of
maybe,
it.
Maybe that's the YouTube thing that they're doing.
That's the TikTok telling you don't have a goldfish brain and stop trying.
Yes. Well, no, that you don't have a goldfish brain, so we're not going to show you the goldfish brain content. Like I love the longer videos. Now they have 10 minutes. Like if you had a good story, I see a lot of C-SPAN stuff. I see a lot of legacy news. I do see a decent amount of podcasts, but again, a lot of just individual people who are not like trying to build a platform or anything, just giving thoughts, and that is not as common. Like even on a panel like this, like we're all small creators, and but we're still like at a level beyond what most people are willing to do. Meaning be live on a panel, whether camped up or not. Either way, point being, people are much more conducive to it, and it's so much easier to just post a video. Like if posting shorts on YouTube was the same as posting TikTok, I would be posting shorts all the live long day. It's just
what you drinking there, Mr. Nacho?
Have you been working on the railroad?
Some wine.
Oh, I was gonna say it didn't look like
a nice Pinot Noir. I'm just not gay, so I'm not gonna drink out of a wine glass. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, it starts with peen. It sounds pretty gay.
So obviously
you're the ones that.
Yeah, I'll give you that one.
Why are you so gay, dude? I mean, what the hell's wrong?
You got to take it to the fucking gay all the time.
Yeah,
it's in his biology.
Only I want Pinot Noir.
Well, okay, fine. I guess that's enough test.
Oh, here we go. Now
yeah.
What's up? What up, Emmett?
Oh God,
how's it going?
All right, welcome.
Schmimmit.
I told you, Emmett, I had to come over here and fug with Confluence.
Yeah, Indian Jesus said your name 3 times and you showed up. What does that mean?
Did I?
Did you notice that there's 2 of them now?
Someone was like,
they're like facing each other too.
Yeah, they're
multiplying. There's Kirby love going on. You put those people in the garage, man. Holy shit!
Get them away.
Oh no!
We're holding hands
from the back.
Look, the left and the right
holding hands.
After all,
they're holding something.
What are you guys?
I thought Mel
talking
said he wouldn't be the bottom. That's crazy.
DJ stuff in it.
Yeah, Mel, what? You said it would be the opposite.
I just want to say, Emmett, you're my new favorite VTuber.
Thank you. I am the best VTuber there is.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you would actually like admit he's a VTuber because that sounds pretty cringe when you say it out loud.
This is not a VTuber. This is a rat tuber. Look at him.
It's a ping tube.
Give me my smooches, rat.
PNG tube.
Ratlicious.
Ratlicious.
Yeah. So is the rat in your OF also?
Welcome, Druid. They were. I don't really know what they were talking about before. Just open panel.
And it's giving me little kisses.
Hanging out. We got Tommy over here.
Hey.
Tommy. We got Neocon. I'm an atheist manga type dude. We got it's cool.
I don't understood your question. Did you ask me something?
I'm telling you what to name your rat. You should name it Ratty McRatface.
No, thank you.
Name it Mel.
Just whatever comes up. Whatever comes up. We're talking about Andrew Wilson on the panel with you for 5 hours now.
Considering your status and everything.
Wherever it goes.
It makes me very happy because that means I can help my fellow friend in whatever he needs, especially when it comes to providing any kind of assistance.
Oh, you're like the rat in the community where you're ratting out all the other illegals. I got it. Good job.
He's like, I'm fine with going back. I just want to be the last one to go back.
Yes,
what do
I
boots
made
taste
an actual deal with ICE. I'm working with them. I'm just the last one.
Emmett, how do you think
You're an Uncle Juan.
Uncle Juan.
Yes, sir. I'm an Uncle Juan.
Look, he's one of the good ones. Okay.
He's like George Soros.
Oh shit!
Emmett, how do you get the boot taste out of your mouth?
There you go. I'm Uncle Juan.
One of the good ones.
Schindler's List.
So how far into Andrew Wilson did you get?
Paco's List.
Oh, let me see. Tonight we got 7 minutes done. So we're an hour, but we got an hour in total. So now we're an hour and 7 minutes. So we're like,
did you get them actually talking about stuff yet? Or are they still just
No, but then it got into all the accidental discharge stuff, and then we were pulling up the P320, and then Frankie, it was the military, came on, and then we were looking at all the different components, and then everything was.
You might as well just label the stream therapy sessions for us motherfuckers.
Look, this stream is going to be omni nuked at the end.
literally.
Okay. So,
well,
Stacy, if you remember your good friend Stacy Lodge,
he left while I was in the back. I came up specifically for him.
Stacy was put in timeout for making an untoward threat toward Mel and talking about kids in a weird way like 10 times despite being a ward. Well, not that he was, but he was saying stuff that was,
No, he definitely said a few things.
Which would be fine if I was
If you're watching, you will never, ever, ever, ever be on my channel. Just letting you know.
Yeah.
Why is
Stacy is a low key a brand risk?
Why is ICE Fox?
I mean, we're all kind of
Fox?
brand risk around here, but just less so.
Yeah. We try with Stacy though, but we're trying to bring him to a better place. But he's
an angry dude. He's an angry dude.
Yeah, he's definitely got some personality disorder issues.
Y'all haven't seen
him and Melanie
angry.
Fox
That's
need to
just
get locked
y'all
up.
angry.
Just because I'm different doesn't mean I have a disorder.
That's what he would say. But
Oh, gee, are you debating, Martin?
I can.
That was not the question. Are you doing it or not?
I can.
Sounds like no.
On what?
Debating who?
Marte.
I can.
If you know, you know, kind of person.
Marte Ruelas. El Marty. Are you going to debate Al Marty? I'm Uncle Juan, okay?
I can.
What?
Yeah, I've done I've talked to him about it.
I heard Little John.
OG, you sound very non-confident in this debate.
Yeah.
I am getting a little
high
frustrated.
right now.
Usually it has a little bit more direction.
Can you stop making stoners look bad? Thanks.
For real.
Hey, this is
real.
America.
Bong bubbles.
None of you have ever looked good.
That's the second time me and
look
Mel agreed
better
tonight.
than any of you fucking retards.
Drugs are the devil.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Paper.
Also, anyone who vapes needs to die a very slow and painful death.
Why?
Because their name is IndianJesus, probably.
Whoa, shots fired.
Where did that come from? I just fucking happened to agree with you.
He was just sitting there and
I should die. Why is it that I should die?
Wicked Wall, you don't even
I just
know,
wanted to
man.
see
You
what
don't
you
even
come
know.
back with
This is so tame
Bro.
compared to what it was like half an hour ago. Okay.
I love
I was
Wicked
just seeing what
Wally,
you'd
man.
come back
He's
with,
cool
but
as
no, it's
shit.
fine. IndianJesus, by the way,
I'll try
if
that.
you want to debate still, reach out to Jake because now's a good time.
Like in general or
In general, if you have something you want a topic or whatever. If you're pro-gun, I'm anti-gun, if that helps.
Yeah, I just did a pro-gun.
I'm shocked, Mel. I'm shocked. You're
Yeah, that's
anti-gun? You're
shocker.
anti-gun? That's crazy.
Also, I've mogged every person I've debated this about.
That's another shot.
No, didn't we already debate?
Come on,
Confluence.
camera. You can't
You
mog
live in
it.
Canada
Okay,
with
I
Mel.
got-
She won. Just letting you know.
IndianJesus wants to ask me something real quick so we can wrap this up.
He wants what?
Were you asking
What?
something?
No, I'm saying we already debated, and you did not mog anybody in that debate. But
What
someone
was
from
it
my
about?
chat
I
is,
forgot.
and I'm curious why people who are pro MAGA are so pro China. I'm not pro China.
What?
I don't think I've met. I don't think I've met anyone who's pro MAGA and pro China. I don't think I've ever met a single person like that.
The only exports we want from China is women.
That's okay. I'll take a good looking Ming Ming for sure.
You know, that's really funny that Trump hate China, because Trump's policies are pushing other countries to make more deals with China.
That's so Canadian coded of you, Mal. So Canadian coded.
Yeah, I only said that because I'm Canadian. Good one, Emmett.
Yeah, foreign policy don't fix.
So
fit
I'll
well with
throw that back to
Canadians.
Druid. Why do you think that people who are pro MAGA are pro China as well? Because I also don't know anybody that is MAGA and pro China.
Like, one of the first groups they started bitching about was the Chai Coms.
Yeah, remember the whole China, like that was one
Yeah.
of the early
And you could make an argument that if you're pro MAGA, you're definitely pro Israel. I mean, they're Israel first, they're not MAGA. Hey, look.
As a Christian Zionist, I agree with that. Okay.
Okay.
A secular Christian.
Wait, how come you can call yourself a Zionist, but I can't call you a Zionist?
You can call me Zionist all day. Don't threaten me with a good time, Mal.
Wait, who got kicked off of where? Twitch.
Oh, Hassan, because he called them Zionists. Oh, I don't even want to say it, but he didn't just call people Zionists. Okay, to be clear.
So
what else did he say? What slur did he drop? Tell me.
It wasn't slur. It was just an animal. I don't want to say. It's not. Just the combo of the words might be not a good thing to say. But yeah.
Is it a farm animal?
It was a farm animal that does like an oinky sound, and so when you say it like that, it hits a little different than just being like, "Hey, I think you're a Zionist," you know.
So like a Zionist oink.
I mean, I don't think pigs have necessarily been used to slur Jewish people.
No, but when you're saying that, and
It is now.
and you're Hassan, and you've said a bunch of other stuff where you're basically using the terms interchangeably, then it does, kind of seem like it's.
I mean, they kind of are.
I think you're reaching.
Yeah,
I don't think I'm reaching at all.
So Druid came back saying Trump policies are very pro-China and follow the CCP China guideline for future development. Trump's actions are following the CCP guidebook and expediting their national government plan.
Who's that retard? Who's the retard that said that?
This is
oh my God, it's
Druid K
confluence.
from.
We have two twinsies up here now.
That's true. Now we can be
the foreign affairs thing.
Now there's some symmetry between the confluences, the Nacho, and then the Furbies.
What?
Okay.
I didn't do it.
Foreign policy is not.
Uncle Con Juan is not the real one. It's Boobfluence. It's me.
Oh my! I just realized, and big so there's all these terrible iterations of God.
What is this? The Tom Fakery panel?
I'm trying. My streams are better. You can see how good I am with the chat.
Uh-oh. IndianJesus is spazzing on his chat.
I'm spazzing on you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. Just a bunch of funny stuff just happens.
No, but I mean,
funnier than you. Maybe you could be funnier.
I'll try.
What did you two debate on anyway? Mel and oh my God! Why? Spend your tokens on Mel. Spend your tokens on Mel. Okay. God.
I feel like if you mocked me, I would have remembered it in
That is. Let's go.
I don't even remember what it was. Yep, two Furbies. But yeah, anybody got any actual answer for Druid? China priority plan was to separate from the U.S. on trade and logistics. His recent actions were considered the ideal plan for removing China from U.S. control and economic sovereignty.
Yeah, I've got
so America's now doing
American
that?
American Nacho's looking at his screen in painfully disgust. He's like,
foreign policy is not.
No,
so yeah.
Yeah, I've got a response. So ever since FDR kind of started the centralization project that he did, where he was creating this massive bureaucratic fascist state that we have now, right? We've always been on a trajectory of third way socialism, and China has actually gone the opposite direction, where they were very highly centralized communist, and they've been trying to add more market element to their economy.
So we've actually reached a point of confluence in third wave socialism, where the United States is meeting China, coming from a different direction in terms of we're going towards less freedom, and they're going towards more freedom, and that's all that is that we're seeing that confluence.
Okay, Boobs, here's where you're wrong, is that the foreign policy was neoliberalism, by the way. And no, it wasn't third wave socialism. Socialism was always a response to the conditions that capitalism created.
No, you're
Thank you, Joey, for actually getting a conversation going.
You're a fucking moron, okay? I'm
okay, Boobs.
Well, not you.
Oh yeah, you're literally making a joke out of yourself.
It should be DEW. BS.
Making a joke out of confluence.
God, I love boobs.
You love boobs even on that.
I mean, you
just gotta push out the face.
That one looks more like that comedian JP Awakens. He's actually a YouTuber as well. It's really cringy.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
We're talking about Jordan Peterson.
No.
George, are we talking about George Droid?
Maybe.
George Glass.
Wes Watson.
Barry Allen.
Tom Fleury.
Hanson.
So
Jesus.
I hate it here.
Yeah, me too.
Dude said, I love the U.S. I just hate how much Trump hates it and is working to burn it down. And
I love the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see that, but I'm not too up on this. The Pentagon just released that China is no longer the number one threat to the U.S.
Do you not see how he's pushing away other national leaders to be more likely to work with China because he's unstable, he's unpredictable, and he keeps putting countries into positions they don't want to be in instead of being diplomatic.
So, can you give a specific?
So Canada saying A, we're going to annex you, and B, putting tariffs on a bunch of stuff to the point where we don't want to sell you our electricity anymore.
That's a response to Canada's behavior, though. That's not like Canada is
really
literally playing footsie with Xi Jinping. Like, what are you talking about?
Canada's
been getting closer and closer to like China in the last 20 years.
Ever since the softwood lumber shit, Canada's had really, really good trade negotiations with the U.S. until Trump came along.
I mean, do you have a metric for that?
I mean, I think that is true. I mean, I don't know. Like it is like we just struck that big deal with China, and that is a direct response to the tariffs. Like to what Mel's saying,
yeah,
NAFTA
tied everything together.
The annoying thing is that Trump replaced NAFTA with his own thing, and then in the second administration, then is now saying that it's like a shit deal. But it's like he made the deal. Like whatever the new NAFTA is called, right? He did that in his first term, and now he's like saying it's a terrible thing. But it's like you made the deal. Then why did you make the deal if it's so terrible?
Well, if you're just reinstating it with some additions, technically he can still shit on it,
But then why reinstate it with new
probably just he's reacting to things not going well for him in the economy as a result of his tariffs. Because every time
what I'm seeing is the United States has consistently run a trade deficit in goods with Canada over the last 30 years.
All right.
Yeah, that doesn't mean I hate when people talk. Oh, you're triggering Big Soda. A trade deficit is such a stupid thing to talk about. As Ben Shapiro says, going to quote my buddy Ben, right? I have a trade deficit with my grocery store. It doesn't mean they're taking advantage of me. It doesn't mean that something bad is happening. A trade deficit doesn't mean you're being fucked over. But somehow Trump has convinced everyone that it means that, and that's not how economies work.
Okay, how is it beneficial
our economy? So, Soda, we don't have an economy based on producing things. We're an economy based on exporting dollars, so that when we devalue the currency, the inflation is exported outside of our current location, and we get to take advantage of the other countries through that mechanism, right?
Yeah, but Canada's not allowing us to do
dollars
that
in exchange for goods, which is a good deal for us because our dollars would be totally worthless if we didn't.
There's more to your economy than that. You have the bond market, right? Through which national debt can be leveraged.
But is Canada like a high buyer in American bonds? I know China was.
Good question.
Like China's been a huge buyer in American bonds. At least I'm thinking a couple years ago. I know they're not anymore.
Well, what they would do is that they would buy our sovereign debt, and then they would immediately convert it into something tangible, because they understood that like our currency and like being saddled to our debt like Japan is a losing proposition, because our currency and our debt is basically in like a downward spiral. And so they had the foresight to be able to like sell it to other countries in a secondary market, which is what all of the other countries who bought our debt should have done, is to convert it into something tangible. And China, for all their faults, and being, a horrible anti, freedom place to live, they're not idiots.
So I'm seeing that Canada owns 4.75% of total U.S. debt, which is actually quite a bit when you think about.
That's a decent bit.
Yeah, for us and how much population we have.
Go for it. I don't know how long I'm going to stay on here, because I'm not
that
really.
Would be of the 38 trillion.
Getting into.
So, 4%. I mean, it's.
That's available. I don't know if all of that of the total national debt is available to the bond market, though. I'm not big on economics myself. I just been learning about this stuff on the side.
Yeah, but don't think of debt in terms of debt. Think of it as shares in the dollarization system, right? So having debt is basically like being a part owner in the American system. It gives Canada more leverage over what United States policy is, because they own that debt. They can actually go in and say, "Hey, look, we own this debt. We can fuck you." You do.
Well, no, it's not that simple.
It puts America in a position of weakness for y'all to own that much debt.
It doesn't work one-to-one like that. First of all, there are trade agreements in place between America and Canada, which would probably get in the way of just doing that directly.
Fucking thing. Come on now, trade agreements. Fuck that. You get a good leader in there, and they can change all that shit in 5
years. Because the debt that you've set up would have happened under those trade agreements, and therefore you can't just take some sort of unilateral.
You can do whatever you want to fucking do if you run a country. Have you not figured that out? Look, we can say Maduro is guilty of owning guns and go take him in the middle of the night.
You think Trump can do whatever he wants?
Do whatever the fuck they want to do to another country. Foreign relations is a system of anarchy. There is no overarching government telling sovereign nations what they can do to each other. It is the only functional system of anarchy in the world.
That's kind of a low res take, though, right?
Because it is the actual take.
What? Yeah. No, I don't think so. Because if you have there's a reason. I mean, it's probably
like I said, foreign policy is not my strong suit. I'm more of a culture war, dinner table issue type of dude. But yeah, a lot of that, I definitely feel like there's an entire paradigm of like what they tell us that they're doing and what they're really doing for. I'm gonna see how long we want to stay. See if we'll find something else. Let's see.
Confluence here, to be clear, what it would break is the current trade agreements that U.S. currently benefits from, like NAFTA or whatever Trump put out.
We don't benefit from NAFTA. Are you fucking kidding?
Wait, is Greenland in NAFTA?
There's also Pacific trade agreements with Europe. There's many, right? So when you break
those are great.
I don't disagree, but the problem is that people are not paying attention, and people are just getting secondhand information, and the culture war things are what people care about, and so that's the on ramp for people who they just think, oh, I read this headline, so I know what's going on. The culture war issues are what get them to actually slow down and realize, oh, okay, there's more to this than that. Hey, shout out to Bill Bradley. Welcome. Modern conceptual international law was invented by the winners of World War II to justify punishing their enemies. 5 nations, what is it? 7 nations in 5 years or something? Or 5 nations in 7 years? 5 nations with permanent veto power in the UN Security Council were allied powers of World War II. The UN was set up to give the winners of World War II permanent power. Well, seems to be working, but then we're talking about globalism. So, I don't know. Let's see what they're talking about. We've been going for a while, so we'll see. We'll see.
Nothing has anything to do with Greenland aside from defending the Arctic. But I wasn't talking about Greenland either this whole time.
Conversation. Pay attention, Mel. I realize it's hard to understand.
Stop trying to pivot. Stop trying to pivot.
Having so much cock in your
Just
mouth.
take the L and stop trying to pivot, Anson. This is
suction or whatever over the years, messing up your
fucking disgraceful, dude.
So just relax. I understand you can't hear that well, and just try and pay attention. Keep up, okay?
That was a pivotal argument.
Greenland.
Capital L
Greenland.
on the
That was the
pivotal
topic.
argument there.
No, hold on.
My point was about wanting to keep trade agreements because Trump is as I pointed out, otherwise alienating foreign countries and making the U.S. into an isolated nation where it can't possibly keep up with the manufacturing demands that it has. It's going to have the same outcome as the Soviet
so you're
Union.
saying that without the government setting up trade agreements, that people can't just initiate commerce, right? That we require the government to tell us how to do trade.
So the quality of life,
and that's a
quality
good
of life,
thing, right?
as you know it right now.
Over trade is better than people just doing it on their own. Is that what you're saying?
The quality of life,
you
as
want
you
the
know it
government
right now,
in
is
everything.
the quality of life.
Commie? Yeah, I got it. I got the commie part down.
Calm down.
Well,
Calm down,
why do you think the government telling people what they can trade
I'm
is
talking
better
about
than
capitalism.
actual
bro.
furry.
It's funny that you think it's anything
An
to do with
actual
being
furry.
communist. So the
Yeah,
quality
it
of life,
is
as you
actually.
know
It
it
has a lot
now,
to do with being a commie,
is
'cause
only
you think the
available
government is
thanks to
the solution for
international
every
trade.
goddamn problem in the entire fucking world.
The funniest part is I pointed out, like, this is how the US is going to wind up like the US
if that results in all of our trade agreements being nullified and NATO being nullified, that's a net positive. We don't need to be in any sort of offensive alliance.
Okay, let me know when you're done, bro.
We don't need to be in all these trade agreements. We can just let people trade with whoever the fuck they want to trade with and leave them the.
Oh, thank you for breaking up the Yap Master.
No, Testicker Johnson says China #1. All hail Xi Jinping. Okay, also gonna hit him with
A Canadian would
Definitely
say that.
disavow.
a Canadian would say that to Sticker Johnson.
No, maybe China is better than the US at
You
the end
would
of the
say that.
day.
Yeah, being gay.
Yeah, they're an ethno state. They believe in homogenous society. So yeah, I agree in a lot of ways.
You're
they
on
are.
your way anyways, so there it'll be like, you know, apples to apples.
They have institutionalized racism. I think that's better.
Well, you're already there, so
The fuck?
we're all
True.
there. Like Canada's bad for that too.
Or I mean, just Canada, not America.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no,
I'm
America's
just
perfect.
saying.
Yeah,
Fuck
America.
yeah.
America.
But I
So,
agree.
yeah.
In particular, Johnson, institutionalized racism is a plus, and China has a lot of that. So.
All right, I want to pop in and see how you were doing after my debate, but after that fireball night, I did not sleep very well, so I'm gonna get all my Z's. Thank you so very much for let me hang out. And
You're not
we'll definitely be
muted,
back.
IJ.
What's Evans Letch?
Wait, what?
Well, I thought he's
What were you
talking to us.
talking about?
Is he not talking to us? I thought Letch is saying goodbye to us.
Well, I thought he was talking to his peeps.
No, I'm telling you guys. I gotta go, but I wanted to come and check in on you. We'll be back. We'll be back. Until next time. Peace. All right. Yeah, that's the one of the biggest things that I try to do. Like typically, I'm not doing panels like that. I'm on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Usually what I'll do is take like a podcast, a debate, if there's a speech, something like that, and break that down. And like I said, come on, get that. There we go. The idea is, like I said, that if we can get more people into another, like a slightly better echelon of understanding, what's going on, then there's going to be more people who are able to tackle bigger and more important topics. But the aspect of being engaged or informed is, again, something that a lot of people feel like they are because they read headlines and stuff, and they just have no idea what's going on. And so when you can show that, oh, I knew this is what happened, that Trump said, that the white supremacists were great people or whatever, and then you actually, get into it, then people can see, oh, so they really are lying. Like this fake news thing really is like that. And, getting people into that mindset, I think is what we need to kind of break that hegemony that we've seen, that, Trump bad. Of course, mostly flooded by culture wars instead of true issues. True, but again, if that is the case, we've got to meet people where they're at. We can't be, if we have, some guy who, he's got a family, he works all the time and all that stuff, and he doesn't necessarily have the time to get into all of the details, but he's got a daughter that wants to play sports, and now there's a boy in there, and he's worried about that. Or there is, anywhere you want to take it with the culture war stuff. I agree with you that it's a little bit lower level, lower tier. But you have to hit the lower tier before you get higher. Look at those bags. Sounds good because people with many beliefs get a variety of viewpoints. That is the goal. That is the goal. So we have nobody but angry left on the vertical stream. So I am going to call it in. Let's get what's Druid saying. I think we need people to understand the hating gaze. The hating gaze doesn't, and voting base, that doesn't mean you should vote for the guy who will fire them. Try one more time. I think we need people to understand that hating gaze doesn't change who people will vote. Is that what you're trying to say? And the idea that so let's give another example, or it could be that same guy that I was just talking about, that he's a Christian, so he goes to church on Sundays, and that's he grew up in it and whatever, and he's not like an Andrew Wilson, like I'm going to debate that. He's just a guy. He's just a guy living his life. Those are the people. Those are the biggest demographic of people who can have their minds changed, are the people who aren't paying close enough attention. And so it's not a matter of me saying that these culture war issues are so important to the world. It's that the culture war issues are, again, that on-ramp, that entry level to, you don't have to know history. You don't have to know the name of this politician or that politician or remember the exact policy. It's just the basic aspect. I don't want boys changing with my my daughter. I don't want people being picked for jobs based on DEI. Those are the types of things that that can get people from somebody who's just a normie and like a default liberal to somebody who's like, wait a minute. Okay, I'll try that again. People vote for bad policies on feelings, and the consequences are often worse for themselves because they're lost in the feelings instead of the facts and consequences. Bingo. Exactly. I agree 1,000%. And the way to get them out of that is to, you have to show them. Because when you try to just tell them, no, here's the right thing, then people get defensive. And so, like, especially as somebody who is a little bit more on the right, I'm more center right than anything else. But I voted for Trump. I don't love all that he's doing, but I'm on the right. But I'm also a non-believer. I grew up Christian, but I don't believe anymore. And that is another big aspect of why I think the left is so strong right now, is that there's such a false dichotomy presented of Republican and Christian or liberal and not Christian. And we need to, like, I did sit down with Andrew Wilson. I debated Made by Jim Bob from The Crucible, and I do a lot of that stuff, trying to, like, all those guys on that stream were Christians, except the Fox, of course. And just kind of softening the blow of, like, okay, I need to start paying attention. I need to start understanding, but I don't know where to start. And so then I'm doing something like, what was my last Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream? Oh, so with the Destiny and Actual Justice Warrior debated about Alex Preddy. And so that's something everybody saw, lots of emotions, exactly as you're saying. But the facts are get lost because people are so emotional. And so being able to not only give the facts, but present the facts in a way that the people who are in their emotions will be able to at least, maybe not convert them to okay, I need to be looking at this like that. But, grains of sand make a heap. So every day, push a little bit. My opinion on people who drink kale smoothies. Haram. No, I don't like kale. I did have is Stacy back? There's no way Stacy's back.
Right wingers can be huge snowflakes too.
He was
just
hiding from me.
realized this,
He was hiding from me. Oh.
No, maybe I just
Hold on.
my bad.
We got
Maybe
it,
I just
baby.
misinterpreted.
Oh,
my bad.
Congrats.
No, you don't have it.
Why you hiding, Stacy?
So about that monarch.
What is she
better
talking
pull that
about?
But yeah, I went through a phase. You missed a little bit. You missed a little bit. But yeah, I went through a phase where I was juicing, using my juicer and stuff. But I just, I don't like that stuff. So yes, I will drop the link to that as I'm closing down here. So you can go over there, and then the pinned link, you just have to click. So the only thing you don't have to, as you see, most people are not on camera. He's just going to ask you when you're backstage. So when you're not on YouTube, just to, because we get trolls and stuff and, all that stuff. So if you go back, hit that. When you go back, he's just going to ask you to turn your camera on and do that so that we could see that, you're a real person and all that kind of stuff. And then you can close your camera down and hang out. All right, guys. Another debate, another W. Even though it was biased, I got MVP of the night. And I was right. So, I think for Monday, we are definitely going to have to go back through that debate and see what did I say, where could I have done better. Since it's shorter, we could probably do all three of them. But yeah, like I've said, I'm not against doing more debates. I just don't want to do the situation where it's like I'm debating just for the sake of debating. If there's something I care about, then I want to debate that. But other than that, I don't need to sit around and make an opening statement for this when I, don't really care about it, just so that I can debate for the sake of debating. Debate for the sake of debating. But thank you so much for hanging out, guys. Remember, I'm live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So please hit that subscribe. And you know that YouTube sucks with those notifications, so make sure you hit that bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever. Again, I know nobody's here, but in case of the replay, big shout out to Box, Angry Amputee, and of course, Unwanted Foe. Check out calendar girls party at Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, I'm good. All right, guys. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. I will be back Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern. I really hope to see you there. Once again, we've got Morty, the Overlord, and my co-host, and I have been your host, Lutch, aka the TheIndianJesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.